everyone, and welcome to one of the most hyped Saturday showdowns in the whole year. We're so glad you could join us. Degon here alongside Wadid, and for the first time in 2025, it's the Atlantalist joining us. Max is here to break down this huge series. Welcome, everyone. It's a big one. T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports.
This is absolutely massive. I'm so happy that I get to be here as well. Because Wolf is obviously away for this week, I am going to be filling in. But if there was ever a day, one day throughout the entire year that I would request to be able to Atlantalize, it would be today.
It feels weird, but it feels so good. I'm glad to have
It's so wrong, but it's so right, Wadid. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, correct.
All right, well, let's get into the showdown between these two squads. Again, the hottest rivalry in the LCK. T1 looking to continue the trend of the upward trajectory and take second place from Hanwha Life Esports, who have tried to stop this downward trend since the road to MSI.
Yeah, both teams are doing great. Since their last match, I feel like they've shown up great performances. Especially, I think T1 is looking a lot stronger than HLE right now. But, well, you saw last match. You saw what happened last match with Viper. And I think this is going to be really close one.
Yeah, I actually think this is a really interesting matchup because right now it does feel like HLE is second place in standings only, right? A lot of people's ideas are that T1 are looking like the second best team in the league. But there's only a couple of examples, and they're very good examples, of T1 being better than HLE.
Sure. Well, let's take a look at the history to see what the stats say between these two squads. In 2024, it was close, a 2-2. But then, after summer started, it's been all Hanwha Life Esports all the way into becoming LCK champions and then smacking them around in the LCK Cup into the first stand. And then we get to road to MSI, and it was one of the most one-sided series we've ever seen here, Max.
Yeah, it was like careening down a highway, you know, going into that game number one and then getting hit in the head with a brick. It really was a very sudden stop for HLE.
This is the type of visual analysis that I want to have on my desk for this Saturday showdown. As, again, we take a look at these two teams who, early on in the year, back to the road to MSI, and this was the LCK Cup matchup. T1 taking it to Hanwha Life Esports early on, and then Hanwha Life knocking them out eventually in that best of 5.
Yeah, HLE was winner of the first stand, and they were considered as second best team in LCK. But randomly after the RTM, HLE is falling. Now they're slowly getting back there, but I mean, everyone expected HLE to win the RTM as well, and I expected them to win 3-0, but yeah, after that match, HLE was struggling, and T1 now looking a lot stronger.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because back then the talk was that HLE were just really good in the clutch. It seemed like they didn't care too much about regular season matches, things like that, but when it came to the best of 5s, they were the team that were going to do it. We were talking about Zeker in game 5s, all these sorts of things. And I feel like that conversation is kind of out the window. It was sort of like our top 2 teams in the LCK were Gen G and HLE, because HLE was so good at best of 5s but didn't really care about regular season. Gen G just kind of won most of the time. Now, T1 really starting to take that spot of what HLE had.
Yeah, last time we saw him, it was a field day there for Doran. Remember that highlight there where he just took everyone on in the bot lane, survived, and then ended up getting a kill. That is the type of form that T1 have been on throughout this whole road to MSI, into MSI, EWC, and now so far here in the LCK. Here's their most recent matches. A couple of the highlight ones. T1 with the history-stopping victory, the Game 3 win over Gen G at the LCK Roadshow. They looked so good, pulled out that Aphelios, surprised Gen G, and stopped the win streak there.
I think T1 right now, there is no hesitation on engage and playmaking. I think that's the reason why they are looking really strong right now, especially with Doran. Like, he has never waiting for the moment. He's the one always going in first, and I think T1 is known as just jump in team, you know, like they always jump into the target and they never going back. And the team fight is the strongest part where T1 is winning the game.
And I think the biggest change for me as far as T1 and their form is just carrier. I think Owner is still playing fantastically well. I think that Doran is exceeding expectations. but Carrier is the one that really turned things around since that road to MSI. And I think when he's on form, this team is unbeatable.
Then on the flip side, Hanwha Life Esports, they weren't going to be outdone. They saw their match, that T1's match against KT, and said, hold my bowl of noodles. We're going to take on Nongshim and show Trigger, who's making his re-debut after 5 years, what form we're in. And they absolutely demolished Nongshim earlier in the week. And we take a look at the stats of those two dominant victories. The last time we saw those teams, take a look at the goal difference at the end. It's basically equal. There's 1 minion between them, and that's how strong those teams were against KT and Nongshim, respectively.
Yeah, and this stats clearly shows that the early game is all that matters. So I feel like you have to get a good matchup in laning phase. You have to get the lead from early game. You have to get some cycles by yourself in the objective, and then you have a great chance in the game. I think this matchup is all about the priority.
Yeah, the thing that I love about that is that it's 2 games for both teams. That is my kind of sample size, you know? How well can both of these teams punch down in a very, very small selection of very recent games?
It's the Legends group. They were playing against, you know, Legend group teams. But
That's true.
You're right.
That's
You're
true.
right. It was a small sample size. However, when Hanwha Life Esports did take on Gen G at the beginning of this split, they lost pretty tough. And afterwards, according to Hanwha Life's content over on YouTube, Zeka got to say, after the loss, we had specific feedback points, so we took the time to discuss our weak points. Those times were helpful for us, and it made the preparation process smoother. They didn't look great in that first series back, but it was right after the break and, you know, jet lag, all those things. However, it does seem that they've gotten themselves back on the right track.
Yeah, and the thing, this actually sticks out in my mind as well, because I predicted HLE in this series because they'd had a couple of extra days, and Gen G literally got back the morning of that series. And so I expected them to be extraordinarily tired, but I think it was Wolf that brought it up. He was like, the less Gen G have to stop, the better they look. If they just get to roll into their next series. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah. Well, one thing that got reorganized there were the jungle pools and the mid lane pools as we take a look some of the champ comparisons between Owner Faker and Peanut Zeka.
I think the most huge champion thing is Wukong here. Like I think most of the team really wanted to draft on the Wukong. You just ban one of the jungle like Jinja or Vi and pick up Wukong first to make a better jungle matchup. But the T1 is the one who just want to open Wukong and just play against it. And I'm wondering if they are still like into it or if they want to like pick it up themselves because like it's all about the jungle matchup again.
Yeah, I actually think it's really, really cool because it's like T1 have identified that Wukong is the pick, and instead of saying, well, I guess we're going to play it every game, instead they've decided we're going to choose things that can just beat it. We can play against what Wukong wants, of course, wants level 6, wants to team fight, and they can play around that so beautifully. I think the Nocturne is one of these things that they have utilized very, very well. Talking about the mid lane though, I do think that things are kind of favoring Faker a little bit more than they were in the past. I think his performance is still not necessarily up to what we expect of the GOAT of the whole video game.
Yeah.
And on the other side,
I think
Zeka is also having a little bit of struggles, but I think it's also to do with champion pool.
Yeah, so I think this is great opportunity to bounce back and active yourself after this match.
Well, one way to do that is through the bot lanes of both of these squads because they have been so good. Gumayushi back on in form, and of course Viper has just put on a world performance time and time again.
Again, according to stats, it's all about the early priority, and whenever you talk about the early priority, it's bot lane. I think it's really important to get the winning matchup on the bot lane, especially whenever you have like Carrier or Delight in your team who has like shown a lot great performances with the playmaking. I feel like mid lane matchup is all about also like support and jungle, so I really do think that it's really important to get the better matchup on the bot lane.
Yeah, and as far as this exact comparison here between the two AD carries, I think Viper is such a huge standout for me because in the bottom lane for T1, I think that it's Carrier that does a lot of the heavy lifting. Delight hasn't necessarily had the greatest of performances so far after coming back from that road to MSI loss, and Viper has just been absolutely incredible.
The other lane we're going to focus on is the top lane, where at the beginning of the year it was all about the trade, you know, all that stuff. We're beyond that. These teams have evolved and grown. These players have evolved and grown. And now the question is, Where is the top gap between these two players?
Yeah, whenever you say top gap between these two players, it was all about Zeus winning Doran. But now, after RTM especially, I think Doran is playing so much better than Zeus right now. I didn't see Zeus like winning hard in lane against Doran. Like I just saw Doran playmaking in the team fight, like soak out the pressure from the ganks, and I see the reason why like T1 is now like performing so much better is because of Doran. But
Yeah.
like Zeus need to find a way to like show his performance, because we know when Zeus is good, like he has such a great personal skills. So I just want to see like if he can actually bring the skills back again.
Yeah, I think that Doran has been absolutely amazing. I do think that it's largely because he's fixed the laning phase. He still has that incredible like team fight mindset, the way that he just kind of knows what's going on. But I think a larger part of the story is that we're not seeing the god of the top lane that Zeus used to be this year so much. And honestly, the tempo vibes are just on the side of Doran.
Tempo vibes. What
Again?
What are tempo vibes?
We went over the tempo vibes last week. You guys...
Like what
Max,
is
you want me-
it?
could you explain it to us, Max?
Yeah,
what tempo
I mean,
vibes are?
I do have a little bit of something prepared if you guys do want to know about what the tempo vibes are. It's a little bit complicated. It might be a little bit higher level than we're quite used to, but
All right. Professor Atlas here to explain what the tempo vibes are.
yeah. So basically, what tempo vibes are, it's not tempo. Right? Tempo is a completely different thing. This is based on the champions that you have, the power level of your team. Tempo vibes, it's not about power. It's about identifying the power that you might have. Thankfully, we have this beautiful presentation. And as you can see, it's demonstrating that it is difficult to explain. It's also difficult to fit into a star on the middle of the screen, or to put into words, or to spell, unfortunately. And so pretty much what tempo vibes are, and let me do my very best to succinctly explain it. Pretty much what it is if a Kassadin isn't falling too far behind in lane. It's about understanding that you're not necessarily the most powerful, but you're doing everything that you can to make things happen. Thank you very much, Timo, for explaining that it is more of a vibe. But this is the most important thing, the fact that it is just very nuanced. Think about it as like Neo versus Morpheus. You know, before Neo begins to believe, he doesn't understand the tempo vibes, and like honestly, like,
What do you mean?
it's just a bit higher level. It's hard to explain, but it's there. It's there.
All right. Thank you for that presentation, Professor Atlas. Let's take a look at our predictions here. Let's take a look at the coaches' comments here to try
Did
and
they listen to
get something a little bit
the
more
tempo
concrete.
vibes?
Yeah. Do they have anything about tempo vibes in here? Even if they stumble, Home Life Esports is a team that can show strength at any moment, so we must not let our guard down until we win. We've mainly been working on macro and team fighting. Thank you, Koma. Dandy, T1 is strong in team fight oriented meta. We felt like we're lacking in comparison to T1 in draft and in-game execution in this meta, and we've worked on improving those areas. How well we apply that today will be the key.
Man, I miss the ones that just say, we're just going to try our best today fighting. You know, I miss those now because they were a mouthful, man. That was a lot of thoughts.
Yeah, it is improving today. So like each time the coach has got to keep going. All right, time for predictions. Atlas, you're gonna go first.
So I razzed. I put in my predictions at the beginning, and I did say that it was going to be T1, but I have a feeling in my waters.
Whoa.
I did it already. I predicted that KT were going to take down T1. I just feel like this week, T1 are not going to win all of their games.
How did that KT versus T1 one?
It was not great, but that's KT, and obviously they're a very disappointing team. I think that HLE might be able to find a way in this time around, and I think that it's time for them to get back on track.
What do you think is going to happen, and how do you think it's going to break down?
Well, I think it's really 50-50, like, according to their last match. HLE looked really strong, but I trust more on Doran right now. I already said
Isn't
Doran
it a weird world we live in, where it's just, I trust Doran? It's true. It's 100% true. But if you were to ask me what the tempo vibes were of this matchup previously, I'd be like, wow, it's Zeus. He owns it every single time.
Can we pull up the everyone's complete predictions one more time? Just one more time, can we pull up the complete predictions so that we can just hammer home a point? Doesn't this seem like the tempo vibe?
Oh yeah, I'm playing against the tempo vibe. I'm playing against the tempo. Sometimes you have to guess when the vibes are going to shift, and the vibes shifted, like I'm saying right here, with Doran and with Zeus, right? Zeus had the tempo vibes, they've gone away. I'm looking forward to him picking them back up again, and I think it might be today.
It is one of the biggest Saturday showdowns in the LCK. Hanwha Life Esports, first T1 into the Legend Group. Let's get to it. We'll see you after the game.
Still don't know what they are.
Tempo vibe!
Makes me stronger. 올라프가 이렇게 넥서스가 파괴됩니다. 7위
넥서스께서 4연속 MSI 진출 T1
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are back here on a wonderful Saturday afternoon, and we got the Saturday Showdown. It's T1 up against Hanwha Life Esports. This was, I believe, everybody's kind of match they were looking forward to this week. It does feel like these two teams are right now very close in terms of power level. Maybe T1 getting the slight advantage there. But as our pre-show did show, both of them coming off of big wins, it's going to be a good match, Chronicler.
And we fortunately finally have gotten a really clear and concise explanation of what tempo vibes mean. So now every time Atlas says it, we will actually know what he means, which is good. Because right now, I do feel like, as you're saying, T1, to me, have the edge in this matchup. I think that if Hanwha Life end up winning, we wouldn't be surprised. We know how good this team can be. But currently, with the performance of T1, the consistency they've shown both domestically and internationally, the fact that they finally beat Gen.G, I do think it's warranted to watch them, or view them rather, as the favorites in this series. They're firing on all cylinders, Keiria's playing well, Owner's having an insane performance. For Humble Life, I think particularly in that mid-jungle axis, we're still seeing a little bit of rust, not quite being shaken off.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big match to decide Legend Group's second place, potentially. Won't be decided after this match specifically. But HLE's MSI hopes got crushed by T1. It was a 3-0 at the road to MSI. Will they get the revenge in today's rematch? I do know that guys like Peanut are players that do very much focus on stuff like that and will come in with a higher level of play, no doubt. There have been times where Peanut has gapped Owner, but also times where Owner has gapped Peanut. So I think it's going to be a pretty interesting jungle matchup for sure, as those who are sweeping round 3 POMs, Genius Monster versus the god of 80 carries. Atlantis mentioned Keiria, but Viper also deserves a big mention.
Yeah, both of these players have been on an absolute tear. Keiria equalizing his jungler, who Owner, I think right now the best jungler that we have in the league. Just crazy performances very, very consistently. And then we have Keiria, close to be the second support to play 600 games. I think this will be his 600th, because I remember that he could have if they got the free games, and they did not get the free games. It was kind of a stomp.
Oh.
And then Doran to be the second top laner to get to 1,500 kills. As yeah, we already saw in the pre-show, the predictions will be heavily favoring T1. And I think that the fans are always going to vote T1. But I would say they're not too far off. I would be like 65-35 would be kind of how I'm feeling right now with the form of T1 in particular. But it's T1 in a fan poll, so we know. We knew.
I'm trying to think of like the last time I saw T1 lose a fan poll. It might have been like...
I don't actually...
I don't think we had fan polls back in 2018, you know?
Yes.
So maybe...
in the modern
Has
era...
it happened? I don't know.
...of League of Legends, I have not seen... Not domestically, not internationally. It's not a thing.
It just doesn't happen. Obviously a very big fan base, but Humble Life, a big one of their own, as well as Delight is staring at Keiria, and they exchange a few chuckles before we do hop in here. Definitely going to be a fun support matchup as well. I do think that Keiria right now is on top. Delight had a little bit of shakiness. I think a lot of Humble Life did, but he's back a bit. You know, his engages have been very crisp, and I think that Humble Life Esports are slowly getting back on the horse right on time for this matchup. Otherwise, maybe it would just be a 2-0.
Delight has indeed come back, as you highlight. I think really the mid laners for both teams right now, I think Faker consistently doing better than Zeka right now. I think Zeka has really lacked the impact, but neither of them in top form, right? If we look at what they've shown in the past, I think that the it's quite telling that it really is just about Chova when it comes to mid. Top lane though, very competitive. Zay is not having the best time so far, as domestic Doran has again shown up with a vengeance, just been playing exceptionally well, as he so often does.
He has so many solo kills. You remember one of the matchups was against Jiwoo. I mentioned just Jiwoo because he solo killed Jiwoo at least 2 times.
No, it's
3.
It's definitely, it might be 4, it's definitely 3.
Because Jiwoo's just left in the lane against Doran Zambessa like 5 times in a row, and Doran was like, okay, I'll just collect solo kills. Zayas doesn't have any, which I think is the most surprising part of that.
Yeah, I think the solo kills part of that little fake news. Everything else, Doran has just been really good. He's been the classic domestic Doran we love to see. Good on tanks, good on playmakers. He can definitely make a game a little volatile if he wants to do so, but in the current form of T1, that actually plays out well. As Peanut looking good, all smiles today. And I can only hope that we're treated to a nice free game. No 2-0s here, please. We've been having a lot of those the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Nothing but 2-0s. Telecom War, complete disaster. Give us a free game or Humble Life in T1. Come on.
Yeah. So one thing I'll tell you is that so far I have worked 4 days, and only one of them has been a 4-gamer. So, you know, maybe leaning towards a bit of a longer day with the Valdez influence today.
Oh.
And, you know, me and Atlas are here, and also Degon is here. That doesn't happen very often.
No.
So maybe it's like some sort of, you know,
I mean,
nice little ball of energy we got growing.
Didn't we have the Veld analyst like a little while back?
Yeah, we've had it here and
We've
there.
dabbled.
Yeah, we've dabbled.
It's not called. It's definitely the most unlikely trio to be there. As highlighted, this will be Carria's 600th game. As every time we see this, I get so sad that Gorilla didn't play just one more.
I know, it's
Just the one.
it's disturbing. Just 499, it doesn't sit right.
It doesn't.
It's not okay.
It feels wrong.
Like if it was 399, I'd be like, all right, fine, whatever. But 499, really, one game away from 500. But yeah, hard to actually control that. As T1 coaches looking very chill, wearing the nice shirts. You know, we got the jacket over here for Dandy, and yeah, if we do go to 3 games, you see like every coach has got a notebook. The drafts have been very influential, I have to say, into some of these games. At least the Legend Group games. The Rise ones, you know.
Yeah, that's
a different story.
That's a whole different conversation. You know, I don't think we can really
have that
draw the
later.
lines there. We will.
Talk about that
we
later.
will have that later.
Yes.
And T1, their drafts have been divisive for as long as this core has been together, right? The 4-man unit of Carrier, Guma, Faker, and Owner. I think recently it has been their strength. I think they have really leaned into the high level of predictability because funnily enough, the fact that we do have Fearless does not take away from how railroaded a lot of the tier list drafting is.
Yeah.
And it sometimes gets kind of fun in game 3, and obviously in the best of 5 is a completely different scenario. But T1, looking at, for example, the knowledge that Senna was going to come in, slamming the Varus, or the Aphelios Thresh rather, stuff like that, I think they have been always very willing to go and throw very wide curveballs in draft, sometimes to their own detriment. But in the form they're in right now, I think it's been working out well for T1, whereas Hanwha, outside of, again, Viper, and I think Delight in recent times, the rest of the map, the top side, have been struggling a little bit to find something that really works for them. Even Zeka's Yone, which for, what, like a year and a half, even now is still getting banned. I don't think his individual performance was really what we're used to seeing from him. And I don't like this. The Aurora ban helps a little bit, but still, we've seen the Gwen be answered more and more. Doran is a really good Gwen, though, but it does kind of tie into the larger theme of being predictable. As Nocturne Ori would make sense to pick it away from Owner, but nope. It's the Wukong.
The Wukong is just too strong nowadays. We've seen it lose here and there, but that wasn't because of Wukong. That was because the way the games are playing out. This is like an S-tier jungler in LCK Pro at the moment, and it's great with Orianna as well.
I'm pretty sure that Wukong versus Xin is the only Xin that has won has been Owner, because his Xin is not okay.
Is he playing it, do you think?
Might, with this setup.
Maybe Nocturne, though. Unless they ban it, because with the Galio, there's a lot of value there. Thinking about a blind.
I think it's
Or not
Nocturne.
blind, this is just a hover.
Yeah, I think it's Nocturne or Xin. And Xin in this matchup isn't great, but obviously Owner is an exceptional Xin. Nocturne to me makes a ton of sense as well if you want to play together with the Galio. They've played that before as well, but instead, going to be the Jarvan. T1 continuing their prio on this pick and also kind of mitigating the type of picks that Viper can go for, because you do need to be a lot more respectful, because this crazy amount of backline dive here.
And Bessa is going to be slammed down. Rumble was available, and you could have gone for like insane wombo combo team fights. It's got a good lane into Gwen, but instead, it's going to go for more of a carry flanking kind of scaling pick, so offering a little bit more color into the draft instead of just, you know, a one direction kind of thing. And let's see what the rest of this draft looks like. So far, it's very much following the formula of we pick the top side and then we pick the bottom duos. That's just the way it works most of the time.
Really, the only surprising thing is, as you highlight, that it was Mbessa over the Rumble that is picked up. But the Mbessa I think has been pretty solid. Recently, there was a period where we just picked her into Rumble and she just lost every time, and it was just not really doing it. But Gwen's early laning phase has really been mitigated compared to where it was before.
And you know who the best Mbessa at that time was? Xiu.
Yep.
Good times. Good times back then.
Yeah, I remember that. That was fun. It's fine. We're not talking about that now.
Hey, DK won yesterday, okay?
They did. I mean, not in a negative sense, but you know I'll get carried away.
Yeah.
Poppy and Nico both feel like must-bans against Carrier. I think that Poppy in particular, he really stands alone with what he can do with the champion. The Sivir ban is interesting because I think Sivir has been on the rise, justifiably so, with picking Sivir. Kind of, yeah, well that, but also like picking Sivir into Jarvan, I think you're kind of having a great time if you're the Jarvan in that.
Yeah.
Sivir doesn't really get to leave ever. Rakan pick up, another pick that both delight. Back when he was on Breon, had incredible performances on one of the big reasons why they won so many team fights back then. And also a pick that Carrier has looked crazy on. So I really like both teams very aware of each other's strengths here with these picks so far.
I feel like if you go Jhin Bard, you have enough damage just because of the Gwen. So it does kind of work out, especially with Jhin in his current state. It's a huge comfort pick for Guma. The Bard is very good into what they already have. And with the Sivir ban, I think that one was kind of on the cards. Because as you mentioned, like with the Jarvan, you're not really worried about the Sivir unless you're picking something that is really bad into Sivir, which is Bard. So Bard comes out and Jhin comes out. This has been a T1 staple now for a couple of weeks. Not a big surprise here.
The Jhin Bard, I mean, I can't remember the first time, but this has been something that they've gone towards for so long now. Carrier, definitely the best Bard. Really, the only one that comes close is Duro, which I think is weird to say, but he's been the only other one that I think is consistently picked and looked good on it, as it will be Lucian Rakan. Not necessarily a laning phase that you look at and go, huh. But Rakan makes a ton of sense with the rest of the comp, and Lucian does actually answer a lot of the issues that are presented, right? You have an easy way to get out of the Cataclysm. You can actually try and get out of the Bard ult as well, because so many other AD carries that you want to pick here against Bard Jarvan just don't get to play the game. And it could have actually not been a horrible Ziggs angle here, but you might want to save that for a little bit later. With that top side, I think you could have, and just, you know, like they dive me, I drop the bomb myself.
Yeah, and best stuff for AD, you know, it's not like they have a huge amount. Yeah, Wukong too as well. They don't have a huge amount of tankiness or anything. Yeah, definitely could have been nice.
But angle. Lucian makes sense. I think Lucian, you have a lot more laning pressure, even though with the Rakan lane, you're obviously not going to be relying on that too much. And really, for Humble Life, it's been about, can Viper carry? This is a pick that can carry, particularly if you get a man in the early to mid game. But with a Wukong, do think that's going to take a little bit more time, right? You're really looking at 6, whereas Owner really, as soon as he hits 2, can start making an impact on the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, Galio Jarvan's actually really scary, so might be a little bit of safe laning for Zeka early on. We'll see how he handles that, because, I mean, there's so many tools in this kit as well for Humble Life that can do so well in team fights. I just want to see them get there, as we will, as we're hopping on the Rift right now. Alrighty, here we go. Game number 1, the Saturday Showdown. T1 up against Humble Life Esports. It is Orange Day, not just because I'm wearing an orange shirt.
That's every day.
And wearing orange shoes.
That is
that you guys
also often
can't see.
He does wear those a lot.
Yeah. They're good. They're very comfy. I've had them for a long time. I actually might get a new pair soon. Might be the retiring of the orange.
Why? Are you not just going to get another orange pair?
Well, it was a pretty, like, I wanted this type specifically, but they only had orange. So I was like, oh, that's kind of risky, but I don't know, it'll be cool. So I just got them.
Kind of done with it.
But now it's like, okay, if I get a new pair, am I going to do orange again? Feels like kind of a gimmick at that point, you know? Might as well just go for normal.
Maybe in the future, but maybe that's your thing now. You're Brendan Valdez, the orange guy.
Orange guy.
Yeah.
I don't really. That doesn't really. What does that even?
Doesn't
mean?
resonate with you. Well,
yeah.
As Atlas has shown us, anything can mean anything if you just sell it well.
Yeah.
Words are malleable, Valdez.
Especially because I'm from New York, which is, you know, New York City is the Big Apple, right?
So, so it feels
very much the opposite
unfair.
of an orange. I'm like, I think orange is like a Florida thing, you know?
Okay, well, we're getting into a whole
What is happening here?
cultural baggage that I'm not really familiar with.
Don't
I'm
think
not
the orange
American.
guy-
You know,
I
I
don't
don't
think the
get
orange guy
it.
thing works. I'm just saying.
Okay, well, if you don't want orange shoes, don't get orange shoes. That's fine.
Fine, Chronicler.
Yeah,
I
well,
won't.
you can.
Only because you said not to.
Early laning phase looking good for Zeka here. As you would expect, Galio has a lot of these matchups where he is just going to take a beating early on. I do think that this one in particular is quite rough. Really, you want to try and at least get a little bit more time in the lane before you have to back. So the early TP is a nice win for Zeka there. And then in the bot side, we do see the Jhin Bard, as I think expected, really take over this lane. Barriers used on either side. We see this a lot just for trying to trade as well as possible. Viper not having the best of time so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's low range against Jhin Bard, so you're just kind of sitting there dying.
He also has Rakan.
Yeah, Rakan's like, I'm going to hit a Q. Wait, no, I'm not. And then Bard heals more. It's like, huh. I guess I'm just useless. So, I mean, they knew what they were getting into in this lane. As Viper gonna
that is
early.
Nice bit of symmetry. Both Viper and Faker just being forced back early. Level 2 bases. Oh, nice cancel there. It's gonna make their upcoming setup in the lane a little bit easier.
Nice trade here from Faker. You could see that Zeka was not really expecting him to get that aggressive, especially underneath the turret, but he still has this flash.
Ooh. Nicely done there by Faker, because Zeka did TP back, which means that he is not going to be able to heal up. As there's Keria.
Yep.
Binding though.
There's Peanut as
fighting.
well. Also, Owner is there. Sorry, Alex.
No, a lot of people.
Delight was there for like a split second, you saw?
He did show up.
Yeah.
He was
But
late to the party.
it's Bard, so just kind of decides when he wants to fight and when he does not want to. And that time he did not want to.
And it's not like, you know, fashionably late. It's like, no, they're tidying up. The party's over.
Yeah.
You can't join.
You can help tidy up, though. That's a nice thing to do.
Well, yeah, that is polite, but if you show up to the party, it's already gone, don't you just leave? Or are you just like, hey, host, I'm just going to help you clean up and then leave?
Yeah, I think that's almost weirder.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't do that.
Oh.
Okay.
I think it depends on how close you are.
Yeah, it depends on whose party you're going to.
Because we do have the lane swap to come through from T1 here, so Guma and Keria, I think, trying to get the most out of their pressure that they do have. As an owner, again, these ganks, very strong.
There it is. Nice flash from Zeka. Is it going to matter, though, as in goes Owner? And that is first blood. It is perfect from Faker and Owner. And even Zeka flashing the first bit of it, like there wasn't much he could do except play more safe.
What a beautiful 1-2 there from Faker and Owner. Faker sets it up. Still gets the taunt, as you highlight, despite the flash. And then Owner, as always, shows up, hits a flag and drag on a stationary target. Not the hardest play for him there, but take another look here. So Faker, even though Zeka flashes the knock-up from the Justice Punch, not able to get out of the taunt. And enough damage there for Owner. Like that he also invests the flash, like both of them flashing Darwin Jarvan. That flash, it's fine, but it's not that crazy important. Not really relying on it the way that Orianna now is flashless in the mid lane against Galio, Bard, and Jarvan. Particularly the Bard, I think, as soon as Keria gets it on, which is still a little bit away, but the impact he can have by even just throwing an ult. And then Zeka just kind of sits there, golden, watching the Galio walk up to him and channel a max range taunt.
Yeah.
Not fun.
That's the Orianna experience, right? You're feeling very good, you're putting on a ton of pressure, and then you get ganked, you lose your flash, and all that pressure is just like down the drain. And you're like, huh, well, why did I pick this champ again in solo queue? Definitely speaking from experience.
Yeah,
here.
I was about to say, you want to talk about this? Well, it's like,
It's a thing, it's a thing. I mean, even Jhin as well. You were talking about Bard, but like, also the Jhin can get into the action if they end up doing like a lane swap or any kind of like objective rotation.
Oh, this is what we talked about!
Oh, the flash binding is perfect from the side of Keria, as even the ult comes through. Owner tanks the turret way too long, and now Faker getting pretty low. That's kind of a bit of a blemish there on a perfect gank.
Delight, you were invited again, and you're late again! Man, he's gotta work on his timing on these party invitations. That's not. Unfortunately, the slow teleport not going to be able to help him. As Doran is definitely stronger than Peanut.
But is he stronger than Peanut and Delight and Zeus eventually? They are very deep in the jungle, though, as Doran is following here. Lots of needles in. He gets knocked back by the dragon. Now he's just going for Delight, who does have his flash. And so he can just flash on over and get away. But kind of a strange skirmish there in the T1 jungle.
It's a big deal that Owner ends up going down there. I think slightly overestimating his own tankiness there, because if he doesn't go down and they just get Zeka again, he doesn't get a counter kill. That mid lane matchup is not getting better, right? It's going to be only easier for T1 to just apply that pressure, keep him under the turret, and dive him on repeat. So it's a pretty big win for Zeka that he's able to pick up a good amount of gold. Still, Humble Life is moderately fallen behind, but I do think that even though the T1 teamfight is still good, I think that's where Humble excels, right? The wombo combo that they have. As we take another look here, I think Keria, in hindsight, probably could have tanked one additional turret shot.
There's a lot of damage going into Viper right now, and the Jhin ult is still available. 1 and 2. Viper has to flash away. In goes Zeus as he's trying to get out of his own dive, and he gets away. Viper, what is happening here? He's still getting chased by the Krugs.
Well, Kruglord's in the game.
I know.
They're gonna be careful.
Oh boy. Zoom in on Doran.
That's amazing.
Our observers are too good.
They knew. They knew. That's still, even though you don't get the kill, it doesn't matter, right? You bully him off the turret. He doesn't get his waves. Flash now forced. And the play towards bot side didn't end up working out. Doran gets covered by Owner, is completely fine. The T1, I think pretty happy with that one. But I do want to highlight again, as I tried to get into earlier before we had some plays on the map, Humble Life's comp is going to excel in specifically the 5v5, where they have exceptional engage, a couple of really good teamfight ultimates, and a lot of mobility. I think T1 are a little bit more reliant on like the initial engage working out, right? Going in, finding the CC, blowing up a target. Because in longer skirmishes, where Zeus, Peanut get to use both their sustain, their mobility, and Viper just gets to do a lot of separate rotations, it could be rough.
A little bait here as, okay, gonna dash away from that one. Definitely hard for Bard to lock down this duo, so that's probably part of the reason why Viper did pick this one up. Able to get away from Jarvan, able to get away from Bard, and that he did right there. Doesn't mean that T1 are going to start up here on the Grubs. And let's see if Peanut can steal. He's got a blast cone nearby. And 2 do go over to T1, and they leave the final one here for Peanut.
We see this very often, right? What happens is a team will push out the lanes, will then get the grub, get the second grub, and at that point your lanes are pushed in. You kind of have to...
Oh,
no! Come on!
Oh, how does he do it? How does he do it? Like every time, it's insane.
And you know,
just that guy.
Keria steals objectives with Spellbook, that's cool. Owner steals objectives with Smite, that's cool. But Guma doesn't have Smite. How does he keep doing it?
Just play Jhin or Jinx or anything else that he steals stuff with. He's just so crisp. And so we got a little bit of something going on over here, but nothing really amounting from it. Although,
that
was pretty cool.
Give Peanut something, man.
No.
As we can see, Zeka in pure 1v1, he's still fine applying pressure in this side lane. And this is a big deal because I think Humble Life can play as aggressive as they do there towards that top side, even though they didn't end up getting anything for it. Because Fabe is being kept in his lane as...
I mean, he doesn't have vision. That's crazy. Like the gamer sense there.
Yep.
He's 10 out of 10. It doesn't get better than that. And that was a sign there hoping for Guma to get a penta. We'll see if he does. Maybe not on the Jhin.
Yeah, Jhin isn't really a penta champion. Let's be real.
Yeah. Smolder, Zeri, Even Sivir.
Jinx is good.
Jinx.
Jinx is great for Panas. Aphelios can, but I don't think it's quite the same level.
Yeah. Ezreal's good because you can chase people down.
Kai'Sa
That's
can be
nice.
okay in
Yeah.
specific games.
Definitely seen Kai'Sa pentas here at the LCK.
I do like, though, for Hanwha that they're able to stay within parity, right? But it's going to be the team fight that I think is going to be the big test for them so far. T1 has looked better in these skirmishes. That looked like they maybe wanted to contest, but Dragon's already gone. Zeus, though, applying pressure to Doran here.
Yeah, he can easily get into the circle and punish this Gwen quite a lot. Up a level, too. Not a full level, but like a half level. As
Good
Doran
on
does
CS
hit
as
10.
well.
Yeah, he's doing very well. Keria going to get out of dodge.
This is kind of a funny game because even though there is a lot of CC, a lot of it is tied to ultimate specifically because everyone is so mobile. So like, Delight actually hitting a W on a Bard realistically shouldn't be happening. You really need to invest your ult. Same for Bard, right? Against the amount of mobility that's there on the enemy team. So, kind of wondering if these fights are going to remain looking this goofy, where it's just everyone kind of dodging, weaving in and out. Is not going to get the double tap there onto Guma.
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, especially from T1's point of view. Kind of an interesting binding there, expecting the dash.
Oh, Zeka. That is Sork Pen boots.
He do the damage.
I do. Well, I think he kind of went for the middle ground, right? But I would expect him to build damage from here on out. I think Seraph's into the enemy comp is very warranted. The shield actually does make a big deal. But not going for the Mercs that I think have been a lot more popular. Maybe a signal that he does intend to build a lot of damage from here on out. I think we had Chovy with some, when he hit the 5-man shockwave and it did like maybe 10% of the enemy's health because he went Rod of Age.
Still hit it. Oh, nice dodge there from the side of Keria. This binding comes in, but here is Peanut right on time just to say hello and then turn right around and get back to the Krugs. So just keeping his top laner safe, as you do.
Gold's basically even. This is what I want in a game one.
You know, I don't even feel like the tempo vibes are heading in one direction or the other.
They're not. No,
right?
Very
it kind of just feels like we're on a very even playing field right now.
Because what I really like with both these compositions is I think that when Hanwha was playing at top form, team fights was one of their biggest strengths. It was something that they were able to rely on very, very well because Peanut, Delight, their team fighting as a jungle support duo was kind of crazy. But then you look at the T1 comp, who obviously have been team fighting really well recently, but it's specifically their ability to make these very snap decision plays, right? And I think that their comp has, with the Bard, with the Galio, with the Jarvan, a lot of those tools as well. So I think both teams are also happy where they're in. Because T1 doesn't need to win the early game, right? It's nice as a Delight.
Yeah, the calling goes into Guma too, so he can't really join the fight. Delight took a ton of damage, but the Jhin was none of it. It was mostly just owner. And now HLE are like, yeah, we don't really have a Rakan at the moment, so we're going to back away.
Ooh, we do have the, as you highlight, the calling being used. Faker has TP, so does Zeka. We might have an actual 5v5 on our hands for this Herald. There's Delight running back as fast as he can.
Yeah. No startup here, though, from the side of T1. Oh, I say that, they actually have.
Yeah, the position was a little...
Yeah, this looks a little weird on the mini-map, but either way, just getting to work here.
Zeka's running, Faker's TPing!
Yeah, we got TPs all over the place. The engage here on Keria is not that great as the Rift Herald will go over to Owner, and now he's just going to ult in and get out as Delight in the front line has to flash away. And now Zeus trying to frontline here as well. Faker doing a ton of damage here to Zeka, who is just left alone. Rest of the team just ran away. Owner's running into the mid-turret as all of this is happening. And the last couple of shots here from the side of Guma won't quite land, but it's still a gigantic teamfight win to T1.
Guma will not find his old teammate. Zeus gets out, but HLE taking a big beating there, losing the Herald, investing a lot. And not really finding anything, and it's that layered engage from T1. First, a lot of pressure applied to Peanut. they tried to just kill Keria. I think that was the call here. Try to kill the Bard. So much utility will be gone the moment that happens. But he just gets out. And then it puts the rest of the team in an awkward position. This flank from Faker.
The ult on Azeka is what kills him.
Yep. He's able to not position or reposition at all. And trying to go in on the Bard, out of all the members on T1, it feels rough because he has both his flash available, obviously, but he also has the portal. But if you go on someone else and Bard ult defensively, you're also kind of cooked. And it's yet another highlight of why Keria has a skin on the champion. Now, for Hanwha, that's just one fight. I don't think if they lost like 2 more people, the game state will be really dire. Probably going to lose their... or actually, I think the Herald already did come down. I assume Nit based on the health?
Yeah, no, in the middle of the fight, Owner took the Herald and ran it into the mid turret.
There you go.
He was like, I'm too far away. I'm going to try to, I guess, Herald back into the fight. And instead, he just hit the turret. Meanwhile,
going deep on
Owner,
the light.
He's so strong into this Rakan, especially. And he's down to Boogie if you want to. But Owner, yeah, he's just going to get away.
Drake pace is a little low this game, which I think benefits Hanwha if T1 were... Oh, Faker. I don't think he meant to hit that wall. Could have otherwise been... I don't think Peanut dies, but a good amount of damage onto the Wukong. Not going to be the case.
Still the Drake probably just going over to T1, which is 2 first Drakes. And even something like a Chemtech I feel like is extremely good for Gwen. Oh, it's just Hextech. Okay. You know, maybe that's what you got to do. You got to be like, hey, Chemtech would be great here, and then it just doesn't happen.
I love me smack stack. Oh my, also like think of the plays that Ambessa, Wukong, Galio, Gwen can pull off with Hex Gates.
Yeah, I mean, some insane stuff, and also if you get the soul.
Doran, does he know?
It seems like I know, but it doesn't matter because the light kind of messed up Engage. What world are we living in?
So I think Doran, my guess based on that dash, I think he knew, yeah. Based on the positioning of Zeus, and he was ready with the dash. So Delight thought that he would be able to...
Just run at him.
Just run at him, and then Doran dashed back preemptively, which is what I think prompted Delight to go for the W.
Because it made Delight look very silly.
It did.
But I think what you highlight is really important because Doran did play that very well.
So it's one of those things where... as a person, you're way better at responding if you're anticipating, right? Like reflexes are reliant on...
As opposed to...
Well, I guess that goes for any animal.
A cat playing League of Legends.
You don't know. Cats can play League of Legends in the future.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that.
Not Bobby, but you know.
Not Bob. No, he cannot. Charlie though probably can.
Yeah, if we give her the tools, I'm sure she'll find a way.
She'll be too anxious on stage though, I think. Charlie.
Oh yeah, okay, but you can just play solo queue, right? That's fine.
Yeah, that's true. We don't have the technology actually. Maybe in the future, as Otacon is spawning, and the tempo vibes are certainly in T1's favor. The actual situation in the game, I do feel like, you know, if Zeka actually flashes away from Keria's ult, if they are the ones engaging, because you have Wukong Rakan. Like, it's one of the most broken engaged duos, and then add an Orianna on top of that. So, like, Hanwha Life do have some insane tools. They just got to use it, and they're not that far behind. So, looking forward to when we get a real 5v5 here.
Both teams are just poking and prodding, telling as well that I'm pretty sure that's the first turret that falls this deep in. 21 minutes almost before the topside turret has fallen. Zeka will be answering that. I think Faker should be, there we go, with the Shadow Flame. Want to highlight, Faker is one of the few players that we see actually go for this like full damage Galio build. So don't be fooled. This is not your tanky Hollow Radiance. He does crazy amounts of damage.
Yeah.
Have to be very respectful. And then we look at the other side. Zay is now finishing his Shojin. Viper sitting on second item, whereas Guma hasn't hit that yet. I don't think that timing window is really going to matter, though. I imagine that Guma will be able to get a base in before anything happens. As the Light will get tagged. Jin sets him up, but they didn't really want to, because they don't have a lot of vision in the jungle there.
Yeah, just a little bit of poking from Jin and Bard. It is what they do. We're taking a look at the items here. Still just the Seraph's Embrace for Zeka. He has died 3 times, so he's fallen quite far behind. He's 1,000 gold behind Faker. who is a really strong Galio. Level 14, matching Zeus, who is basically... Zeus has just kind of sat in the side lane the entire game, so the fact that Faker is kind of on par with him in levels is kind of insane. Does have 3 kill participation out of 3, so that's part of it. But yeah, definitely going to be one of the big tools, and as you mentioned, he's actually going to be doing damage, so... Doesn't feel like he absolutely had to go damage in this game with the Gwen, but Galio with damage
Doesn't need
nice.
to, but it's T1, right? Like they like playing as aggressive as possible. I think in that light it does make sense. Guma taking a big beating here. Minus the flash.
Nice little run to the side. Also, Peanut, he decoyed and then he stopped moving. I'm not sure exactly what that was about. Because it did look like they wanted to go in on that, but perhaps Peanut was having second thoughts.
Not a bad trade there for T1. Like getting the calling. Don't think that they're gonna use it as a timing though, as we have Owner clearing the topside jungle. Able to build up a decent gold lead. He's also sitting at 2 items, whereas his opponent is not. Well, as I say, that Peanut
You
finishes
said
his...
not, and the item got bought at
Literally.
that exact second.
Yeah, that's that's my bad on the read, you know?
No, it's your
it's a curse.
insanely good ability to curse stuff. I mean, you're the best in the game. I've never seen anyone close. It's crazy.
I don't.
I don't know how it's possible.
Is this we're doing like the I'm saying I'm not the chosen one, and they're like, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
you are.
you are.
No,
I'm
it's
not.
true.
I'm not. Zeka should be. Oh, Guma.
Oh, yeah, don't walk straight at the Lucian. Didn't see him on the side there. The root does come down, though, and an option. And the flash away here from Viper. As Willie even go down. One more shot could do it, and there it is. Guma finishes him off. Didn't even need Owner. And that is just Viper out of the play. The guy who's been carrying this team on his backpack, you know, and now he's the first one to go down.
And that's just before the third Drake spawns. Possible soul point here for T1. I think Our Life, they have to contest. A lot was used. 3 ultimates there, but there's still a member down.
Yeah, I mean, how do you contest this? It looks like maybe they just won't. I mean,
Oh, that's rough.
Hanging out, but yeah, they're just going to have to give away Hextech soul point here.
That was a symphony of a play. Every layer of that was beautiful. The fact that Guma doesn't even flash, by the way, I think knowing that the calling wasn't up as Our Life maybe looking for something off the back of this. I understand why they feel like they need to go for something. T1 just keeps getting away with it.
Yeah, and with the X-Gates, you know, Viper's able to come back a little bit sooner. But that the difference in 80 carry summoners now is pretty gigantic. Like, yes, Viper is Lucian, but if they commit to him, they can still get him.
It really... and we're going to get the replay, so I'm not going to talk about it. But, like, here we go. Specifically, the layering of what happens here, right? So, starts off with Viper obviously unloading with red buff onto Guma. Guma has a rough time at first, but is able to get away. Then watch this, the ult from Keria means that Delight can't block the shots. And then even though Owner, in hindsight, didn't need to go for that ult, he's there. Doran is behind him as well, by the way, just to ensure that there is no way that Viper lives. And I think this is one of those scenarios where if you're Viper, you're afterwards probably like, oh God, but it's his burden to carry this team. He's been the most consistent performer. 2 back-to-back POGs or POMs for a reason. But that play right there, T1 read him like a book. And now they got Sword on Hextech Sword. We don't even need to got the comp. We know it's broken.
It's just broken. Like, that's all you need to know. And it's very true. Oh, the root comes down, and Delight is Rakan. So he's fine, but thought maybe if they got some kind of binding or follow-up, CC could have amounted to something. Now the Otacon's here, which is why there's so much pressure, and there you go. The engage comes in, and the cancel does come through. As Delight, now he's going to go into his ult. Owner goes in, he's going to get ulted here by the Bard, and he's got the Galio on top as well. Zeus immediately just exhausted, and he can't even join the fight. He doesn't even want to anymore, as the rest of his team just disappears. Double kill goes over to Doran, and Zeus is like, well, what do I... And he even gets rooted! Why is he still here? The fight's just over. Zeus is just a free kill. And he is Ambessa, so maybe there's some miracle here, but... Yeah, Guma's just going to shoot him down, and that is that. This game kind of feels donezo, Chronicler.
Felt like there maybe was a shot. Nope, no shot for Hanwha Life. The cancel from Peanut there looked like it might have been enough at first. The engage thwarted, but that ultimate from Carrier, as well as the earlier arrivals, Delight, you have to steal this. If you want there to be a game, he gets found out. And
It's
also,
early.
there's also 2 smites on the enemy team. And also Guma is there. So really, when you think about
also
it,
Carry is
it's 3
zoning
smites.
him. Yeah. True, Guma does have an innate smite. It's something he was born with.
So the start of this fight, I think, looks good for Hanwha as they get the cancel onto Faker, but it's the... Doran is just way faster than Zeus. I think if Zeus is here, doing something about this backline, it might actually be playable. But he just
Look at the run
arrived
value.
too late.
It's insane.
Gwen gets to the fight first, and Doran, leaning heavily into the T1 shenanigans, just immediately pulls the trigger, not wasting any time. And that second late arrival might have been the difference maker. I don't know if it would have been enough, right? I think the Bard counter engage was already crazy, could have stalled enough, they get the cooldowns back. But it ensured that there was no angle for Hanwha Life. And T1 definitely going to take this game, barring any crazy situations happening, which, guys, Hextech saw in a minute. Like, even if
I mean...
there's just... They're too clean!
They're too clean, they're too good. I mean, the team fighting, the way they were able to group up so much faster than Hanwha Life Esports every single time and just manipulate the fight so much better. It doesn't even look like Hanwha Life are on their level at the moment, as we got Carrier coming up for a little gank onto Zeus. And now a TP coming in, I'm not so sure, but we do have a bunch of damage coming out, and look at that, Carrier just booms him down. And an escape here, a heroic exit. Meanwhile, Carrier's kind of left alone, but he's still got Flash, and Hanwha Life, you had one opportunity, as now Viper's like, well, maybe I can take a 1v1 against Guma. Absolutely not, as in comes Faker, in comes Owner to help him out, but it's still T1 all the way.
Is it a clean ace?
I mean, it might just be. They're not even able to kill Faker at the end of it all. It's just insane. It's just an absolute stomp of a game 1, Cronny.
They got 1 kill! 1!
And 1 turret.
This game was so close for so long. And I really did believe that. But the moment it's not close anymore, T1 does not let you play the game. As Zeus, they're trying to... This is a Hail Mary, right? Game is already lost. So I like the attempt here from Hanwha Life. The fact that it's of everything, Carrier's redemption gets the kill is deeply funny. Then Faker repositions as...
Boom damage. Speaking of which, we got
big
1,110 gold over to an Ambessa. I'm not sure if it matters.
But I gotta keep going. They're losing Hextech Soul, so...
Yeah. There's Hextech Soul. It immediately is going to help them out in the fight. And now Delight, okay, able to help out Zeka here. But, yeah, it's just a pipe dream at this point, as we got redemptions for days on their side. Meanwhile, Doran just 1v2ing the whole team. Peanut just going to stand still, fake decoy, and Viper's just all by himself. Doran has been such a huge impact in this game. It has not even been funny. T1 are going to stomp Hanwha Life Esports into the ground here in game number 1. And boy, was it not close. It was for a while, and then it was just lights out.
Close until it wasn't, and it's so hard for me when T1 is playing like this to pick a main character as well, because Faker's Galio doing oodles of damage, baiting people in, setting up a lot of the engages, Owner being everywhere he needs to be, Guma setting up what felt like half of the plays there, and then Carrier's Bard. What?
That's all you have to say. I'm sold. Carrier's Bard.
Yeah, I got no words. What can we say that hasn't already been said? The game was close, and then the team fights were not even remotely so. And you can see on Hanwha as well, that's where they were expected, I think, to kind of at least get some trades in the game. At the moment you get to the actual 5v5s. But even those, not comparable.
Yeah. No, it really wasn't. You know, if I had to pick a main character, it would probably be Carrier. I think just when you play Bard to this level, the impact you have is just so obvious, and it's very flashy.
It is.
And it's also a guy that's made his name on this champion for such a long time now. So for me, he'd be the guy. Everybody else played amazingly as well. I feel like for Hanwha Life Esports, you had so many tools, and we didn't get to see them use a single one. Not one.
Not a single Rakan
None.
engage,
Nothing.
Wukong combo. No, none of that.
Nothing. No shot.
None of that.
Just zero. They need to show a lot more. And hopefully they can in game number 2. Guys, we'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
잘 빼야 돼. 콜라 있냐? 나 쏜데. 가비.
나 땡기긴 한데
그럴 수 있어?
내면서
가면 오고. 나 천천히 맞을 수 있어. 이제 봐줘. 빼기긴 해? 마공룡이긴 해, 얘들아. 그거만 하자. 나 오긴 하네. 우리 탈까? 우리 너 빼기긴 해? 우리 보자. 안 탔어, 안 탔어.
형 2대1이야 현준이 형 잡으면 끝나
우리 풀은 모르겠다.
뭐 여기 오면 끝난다 어우 나이스
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space. It is 1-0 for T1 over Hanwha Life Esports after a slow and measured game exploded into a huge couple of team fights for T1, and they never looked back. Digon here alongside the Atlantalist and Wadid to break down that game number 1, and it starts there with some itemization about the Galio here, Max.
Yeah, and I actually quite like the draft on the side of HLE. I was into it, but let's have a look here because it's lack of damage that is a lot of the criticism for Galio. This doesn't look like a lack of damage to me.
You might think that they have Jin and Galio and Jarvan in the same team. That means you have no damage, but I think Faker was smart enough to just build full AP, and I think that's the reason why T1 could snowball even harder with their comp.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking that this probably wasn't even the plan from the very beginning. It's an identification of what the tempo vibes were in the game. Understanding that you can then push your lead ever further, and that's what makes him the GOAT. You know, identifying where the tempo vibes are at any moment in the game.
Well, one place where the vibes were vibing were in the mid lane. That seemed to be a focus early on by T1.
Yeah, I think it was such a great setup by Faker. Like, he forced the flash out, and the follow-up by Ono was just clean. And I think this is the only way that HLE could lose. I really think so, because I feel like they have selected matchup on the top lane, and also they have Lucian on the bot lane. So if Orianna was okay in the laning phase, I thought they could have like better mid game, like in terms of the team fight.
Yeah, and you could feel the pressure on Zekka as well, because even though he was getting chain ganked, he was still trying to play as far up that lane as he possibly could to get that pressure that the Orianna should be able to get against the Galio. And when that kill actually came back against Ona, I thought that things were probably going to be fine. They weren't fine.
Well, they were fine up until this point. I think the gold lead at this point was only 200 gold. Then here around the Herald, they pick the wrong target to jump on into. Wadid really loves this play right here.
Just look at the slow-mo. Look at the bait. Keria actually positions himself to bait out the engage, and he just canceled the Rakan's engage. And Rakan has no W, no dash. There's no counterplay. Like, there is nothing you can do if Wukong and Rakan's ultimate is wasted like that.
Yeah, and if his Q doesn't go off, he gets charmed, probably killed at the beginning of the fight, and then doesn't get to press any buttons for the remainder. This could have looked a whole lot different. And it really does just epitomize what we were talking about before. This is the difference in this matchup now. It's that Peanut's getting baited into these plays. His form isn't necessarily up there, but man, Keria is just so good right now.
Yeah, props to you, Wadid, because we rewatched that a couple times. I was like, what do you mean? It's the flash immediately after the knock-up and the cosmic binding that holds the two together that stopped the whole engagement.
Well, I think Keria just all planned, you know, like the position-wise, like when Bard stabs up like that, if it's other players, you might think it's a misplay, but I think Keria, he just knew that he cannot get one shot there if he pressed the button, and he made it, so he proved himself.
Again, from that point, still tit for tat, still close. This was the team fight that broke things open in the mid lane. Yet again, another Bard play leading to some exclamation points by T1.
Again, it started from Guma this time. It was Viper who actually tried so much for this game. Like, he was the one carry that he could actually do something in the team fight. So he tried to actually like punish the Guma, but here the outplay from Keria, he just ultimates a Rakan who blocks the ultimate from the Jhin. So it was just clean team fight again from T1.
It was just so duped, and that was mid-battle dance as well, managing to catch him in the Tempered Fate. And from this point on, it's like this is the thing about T1 that makes them so deadly, is it's not only you've got to pick in the mid lane, we've seen DNF do that, but it's the fact that you then lose Soul Point, you then lose Artican, you then lose everything else on the map from that point onwards, and it's the give them an inch, they take a mile, but I mean, that sounds like a broken record because it's been so true for so long.
Well, like HLE couldn't even get the lost grub as well because Guma just
that's the power of tempo vibes. And this is what I was trying to explain earlier on in the day. If you're trying to swim upstream like HLE were against the flow of the highly powerful and volatile tempo vibes that T1 have at the moment, it's so incredibly hard.
But Hanwha go to blue side. In the draft, we did leave out a couple of things. Aurora still available, Rumble still available. What do you want to see here by Hanwha Life Esports as our Hanwha Life predictor here, Max?
I don't even really care about what happens in the draft. Personally, I need to see them actually bounce back and look hungry. Because this looked like they were defeated on the Rift by about halfway through the game, and the rest of it was played out as a pleasantry. Like, what I want is for them to be focused on this second game. Maybe that's what they were thinking about while they were losing the second half of that first one. That's why things didn't look necessarily hinged. Because otherwise, this will just be like the KT series all over again.
I mean, from my side, Zeka is doing pretty well in laning phase, so I just want him to get helped a lot. So just please, HLE bot lane, win the bot lane matchup, and bring your support to the mid lane to get the vision control. And I think that will help HLE enough.
Delight does need to keep up.
All right, we'll see what happens here. It has been a lot of plays here by Keria. Will he close it on out to 2-0 to make that man on your screen a very, very happy Doran? Or will Hanwha Life Esports battle back? Let's find out.
Thank you very much, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown as we're getting ready for game number 2. And I just hope it looks a little bit closer than game number 1. Because we were having a good time, the tension was building, and then it was like the rubber band snapped. And we were like, oh, well, I guess we can't play with the rubber band anymore. It's broken now. It's very sad. And
you just reminded me
find something else to do.
Of like my worst afternoon ever in 3rd grade. That was where I was having fun. I was being distracted in class.
Yeah.
Painful.
And then you didn't have anything else.
No. Was I gonna do draw on my homework? Yes, but that
play
wasn't always
games on
very
your
well received.
calculator.
I did also do that. Yeah.
I don't know if I did that when I was 8 years old though.
Well, I don't really know what your the grading system doesn't translate, right? So I assume, as in like I don't know what grade corresponds to what age.
Yeah, but you know how old you were when you were 8 years old.
Oh yeah,
right?
well I didn't do that when I was 8.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
No, I would just play my Game Boy. You know.
But not in class.
Well, no, they wouldn't let me get away with that. I tried a lot though. I wasn't very well received.
Weird.
I know, I'm such a rule breaker.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
Rise ban here on the blue side, especially after the first couple, and now Rise is getting more popular, and, well, it's Faker.
Are we banning Nocturne here, or are we banning Xin Zhao? Teams have mostly gone for Nocturne. I think Nocturne, it's harder to play against T1 as a team. Xin Zhao, it's harder to play against Owner, the individual. So we'll see. I feel like either would make sense.
Ban one, pick the other.
Yeah.
You know, give Xin Zhao to Peanut. I mean, Trundle's still available, though, so something to think about. It's not like Trundle's a hard counter into either of those.
It's annoying,
obviously,
though, for
but
sure.
it is annoying for Xin Zhao. There's the Nocturne ban.
So Nocturne ban, first pick Xin. Unless we're really going into some weird counter picks, but I feel like it's one of those champions that just, even if you counter pick him, like, the level of playmaking is still there. Maybe T1 decides to ban something when it comes to comfort here. The Yone ban could come through again.
Yeah, Talia, Aurora, also their bans on blue side last game, so they go for the Aurora. And Azir is also available, so they say we're scared of Nocturne, not of Xin Zhao, and we don't want to give Faker Azir, but Faker's just been playing a lot of Annie.
I think
situations
it might be
like this.
Annie's in.
Yeah.
Would make sense.
So just
Strong 2v2 as well.
Just giving the strength of this Azir to Zeka and hoping that he can carry.
Talia, also a no-brainer. Talia's in, would make sense. Instead, it's going to be the Talia Trundle.
Blind.
Pretty big Trundle blind hater, but then teams just keep picking stuff that's good or bad into Trundle into it, so we'll see. I do like the Talia Trundle interaction where you can pillar people through the stones. That's cute. Yeah, once upon a time, Zeka on Azir would have made a trust. His recent form hasn't really given us a lot of reason to do so. And then the Senna, it is a hard carry pick. Senna Alistair is crazy strong. I assume they're going to be banning Aphelios at the very least. Because we did see Genji get dismantled playing that.
Yeah. I feel like T1 are smart enough if you pick this early on enough to be like, okay, we got to punish that. Right? Because Senna Alistair is incredibly strong if you just let it do whatever it wants.
So are we picking like Aphelios here, or do we want to go for a top lane pick for Doran that then can't really be counted? You can slam Sion here and not really be punishable.
We didn't see him talking at all Guma. So,
Oh. Okay.
Sante.
Bit more
Comes through.
surprising, I think. I was really expecting the Doran sign. But Doran, again, has been in great form, so any front line will do. And you also know they can't answer with a tank because you have Trundle. So that is just not really going to work out. Galio is also not available. We'll see if they maybe throw like a Camille Man just to be sure. That's been one of the things that both T1 of all teams know how good Zeus is at the pick. And though we have seen a lot into the Xante is there is the Jace. And that does come through.
Yeah, definitely a good one up against the player and in the matchup. So not a bad idea. And for the side of Hanwha Life, do you ban Aphelios?
Like Aphelios Poppy?
Didn't we see a Thresh ban against Keria last time out, and then they got absolutely smushed?
It just feels like
There it is.
There's too many angles, though, right? Like, I think it has to be Aphelios Poppy.
Aphelios Poppy sounds good to me.
But there are more counters to the Senna if you are willing to go that direction. I don't think this is a Ziggs game with the top side that they have. Can't really get away with that when it comes to the damage profile. So there was a Zinzao ban here. You can also try to call the bluff and hope they don't pick Poppy on 4 and then pick Poppy yourself for Peanut, which I do actually think is good. Can even play Poppy top into the Cassante. And they are going to agree. Pick the Corki instead. But I feel like if T1 do take the Poppy here, you're just kind of sad. Nico is also open. Keria has prioritized that over. And it will be the Nico to come through here.
Yeah, and I mean, there's only so much that Alistair can do against this champ. You can't really react on time, you know, unless you're actually inhuman or a robot.
Or you know, right?
or you know ahead of time, right? So you need to be ahead, you need to have good vision, but Keria's Nico, just like all of his other champs when he's in form, is really deadly. And I think it's a fantastic pick into what they have. It's going to be good for the lane. Thinking about Aatrox here.
That's a classic. Osea's pick that obviously has a large and complicated history of. Got Beanbite in 2022, then took it, became, I think, our best, particularly the lethality Aatrox player in 2023.
Oh, God, I remember that.
That was not okay.
That champ was so stupid.
It was. It's very silly. Because it did the same healing as normal Aatrox, and he felt as tanky, but he was also lethality.
Yeah.
As that is a Peanut classic to come through, and I'm pretty sure he's going to go for a hybrid build. You don't really want to go full tank into the Trundle. And then he rounded out with Sivir. Not really anything too crazy, but a pick that does make sense. The laning phase, I think, actually quite impressive here for the T1 bot side. And had Hanwha Life been in better form, I think you'll look at this draft and you go, I actually think there's a lot of playmaking potential. You have a ton of safety for Viper as well. But given the form, Faker is going to be able to have impact in side lanes. Owner is on one of the strongest junglers on the patch. On what I think is still a good matchup, even though I don't think Peanut's going to go for the full tank build. And you have a losing bot lane. Doran on a matchup where he's just going to be able to be fine. You know, he's not going to prio, but he doesn't really need to. I think T1 are really happy with what they've set up here, and particularly after last game, Hanwha Life, they've got to convince us, Feldas, if we want to go to free. And thus far, I don't know if I'm believing.
We do want, but we don't know if we can get.
Might be too much to ask for.
Yeah. Big Zeus fans in the audience. Understandable.
Aatrox sword on that as well. That was nice.
They saw the future. So this dad of two, looks like daughters, has come down to to watch the games instead of taking care of the kids. Priorities, am I right? I mean, that's why I'm here, you know. I just came to work instead of looking after my kid. Definitely the right thing to do. Guys, we're ready to jump into game number 2. Let's do it right now.
I think you're selling yourself short though there, Mr. Feldas, because you are providing by working.
Yeah, no, but that guy said, he said, I'm not at work actually, but.
Well, I don't think he was working.
He said to them that he was working.
Oh.
I think. I mean, that seemed to be the you know,
Well, we're not.
the idea.
I'm also not. You know that. I'm not going to pretend to know what that guy's up. That's okay. I'm just trying to defend you from your slanderous comment towards yourself.
Just kidding.
Well, I'm not standing for that, Valdez.
Sorry.
Right,
No self-deprecation here.
Please.
Chronicler would
Only
never.
I can do that. You're not allowed to.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
This lane, I think, is going to be a little bit of a disaster for Life Esports. We saw game one was very much, it was super even, right? This Delight is going to go in and take a bunch of damage. It was really even up until a point. And T1 did have a little lead. And the tempo vibes, sure, you know, whatever Atlas wants to say, they were in their favor. But then the game kind of ended after one big team fight. But I think this game might look a little bit different.
Because the early laning phase is going to be worse?
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
I think there might be a bigger early lead for T1, which might shape this game differently.
The Q. I think he thought that was going to kill the minions, and it didn't. Carrier there turning into a ward so that Delight couldn't headbutt him away.
He's pretty good at this champ. Or, no, just this game, actually. Very nice combo here from Zeus. But Doran is Cassante and does not care.
I think Doran in general hasn't cared, and I think it suited him very well. You know, he's together with T1 just embraced reckless abandon. Might have abandoned a bit too much here. I think if Zeus went for the Q on him, could have actually done a good amount of damage, but not going to be the case. Zeus up a pot. But as mentioned, all the Doran needs to do is not die, and he'll be able to do a great job providing safety later on.
All he has to do is not die, Chronicler.
I don't think he's dead. He has Cookie still.
Yeah.
He's fine.
It's just he's getting a little bit bullied.
Well, he's gonna fight back, you know, he's Doran. So could he get solo bowload? Yes. Do I think it'll happen? Probably not.
But Zeus, so far in round 3, 0 solo bolos.
Very true.
To the 6 of Doran. Unless they got some in game 1, which I don't think Doran got. And Zeus, I'm almost 100% sure, as looks like no knockback there for Faker. On cooldown still. Or perhaps he used it and then we saw the end of it. And still, just a very good trade for Faker as he's doing well into Zeka. The old counter that we always used to see of Talia into Azir. Not really a hard counter, of course, but still has a very good laning matchup into the pick.
Still very comfortable. At least for Viper, this lane state isn't too bad. It's pushing into him, and he is very healthy, so not going to be too worried. We do see Faker, who want to remind everyone, back in spring, this matchup, we saw it go very differently, right? When we were looking at April, when we were looking at May, early March, Zeka was, I think, very clearly the second best mid laner, but the tables have really turned. I think we've seen it in this series, we've seen it over the course of really starting at road to MSI. A Faker and a T1 that just were able to dispatch so handily of Humble Life after that reverse sweep. And felt like even in the previous game, we're still not seeing the Humble Life that we saw at the beginning of the year, whereas T1, they're only getting better. Yeah. Which we're even getting to the point where I'm seeing a lot of... Faker.
She says, I dare you. I'm just going to throw some rocks on the ground, and Karyo's here as well.
Yeah, we're seeing especially a lot of new age T1 things, because obviously we've had years domestically where T1 were both domestic and international titans, but in recent eras, that hasn't been their thing. You know, we're a single game away from making it last year to Worlds. We've seen that even the year before, they weren't necessarily the favorite coming in. And they're really good. Early and so it's scary, Valdez. You know, well, as soon as you get something, we're afraid of losing it.
Yeah,
but maybe just enjoy it. They're good.
Maybe they'll just keep it up until Worlds, and it's not too early.
That has happened.
I am worried that it's too early, Chronicler.
Well, yeah. What was the last team? I'm trying to think what the last team was that actually like showcased a crazy level of dominance and won. Like it's probably Dom won in 2020.
That sounds right.
Because I think 2021 EDG was the first seed of the LPL, but it was a lot more up and down when you look at their path there as well.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people were looking at Dom that year.
But Damon's spring in 2020 was also really rough.
It was not good, yeah.
I think they got like 6th or 5th, maybe 5th.
wasn't that great. Then that's when after that Ghost came in, right? Like towards the end of that, I think.
Yeah.
And then they just rapidly ascended.
Everything
but that is the
changed.
last time, because in 2022, the favorites were what, like, we're probably looking at Genji, T1. Trying to think back with
Carrier's baiting this 100%. Like, this combo comes in, and Zeka gets extremely low, and now the Divide is on cooldown. Delight's just in the jungle, flashing away. Like, everything's already fallen apart. Like, it's little things, sure, but it just does not look good. HLE Esports T1 running some of these early trades.
trying to, and the 2023 was JDG were the big favorites, who obviously were dispatched of by this T1, only with Zeus in. And then last year, was it Genji?
Genji again.
Genji and BLG?
Yeah.
Were like the big two front runners.
And then T1 happened.
They did.
Little all out here on a Zeus. We don't have any world ender from Zeus. He's just like, yeah, cool story. Doran.
This is feeling eerily reminiscent of Game 1. So far.
Yeah. You know, a little bit more leads from T1, but not nearly as dominant as I thought it would
Peanuts
be.
on his way.
As I say that, though, Delight getting extremely low. One, you will do it! And that is enough. They're still going in. Viper gonna get rooted up by Carrier, but the squad is coming over. Peanut is gonna land that kill on a Carrier, but look, we can't even get Viper to help. He's too low, and Owner goes in and just chomps him in the face. 2 kills for the Trundle already.
Oh, that ultimate from Peanut not hitting the mark. Delight going in too early. And we're 8 minutes in. It's a 1.5k gold lead, Feldes.
What were you just saying, Chronicler? This game is looking a lot like game number 1, huh? Interesting timing.
I've made a lot of statements. I make a lot of statements.
Sure.
We constantly make them.
Okay.
And I think the execution is a little better here. They might have been fine. So Delight goes a little bit too far forward to get the stun. And then this ult from Peanut just doesn't hit the mark, right? They are able to dodge it, which means that Peanut has to invest his flash to get the kill, and because he doesn't have flash, gets pillared back, gets subjugated, and just dies.
Viper.
And because he dies, Viper just gets immediately chomped upon.
I mean, Viper could have left, but he's like, no, I want to help you out, and then he just baits himself. And
Viper is also sitting at like 14 stacks.
yeah, because he's laning against Sivir Nico with an Alistar. This is how you punish this combo. This is how you take advantage of a combo that's very strong late, and you don't let them get there. And that's something that you mentioned early on that T1 has been doing so well in recent times. Is now Owner does not have a splash, and Carrier is here, gets 3-man knockup, but Owner, very tanky, is still going to go down. Rest of the team here from T1 looking to follow up. Zeka just a little bit too low.
Good ult.
Comes in onto Guma. It's a very intense fight here, as now we got a bunch of damage coming out from Faker, but Guma's in a rough spot.
Delight!
Big engage on a 3 from Delight. Might be enough, and that it will be. Carrier still going in for the kill, misses the Q entirely. And finally, HLE Esports have done something today.
And off the back of Delight's Alistar, we might have a game on our hands after all, Veldes. He's looking. We're not gonna jump the gun, but it's a really nice play onto Owner. They know he doesn't have flash. Look at getting him on top of Viper. Normally would be a mistake, but they do enough damage. Zeka also survives for quite a long amount of time. And I want you to focus on Delight here, because this man doesn't have Alistar ult. Peanut extends the play with his ult. And then here, Zeka gets flashed on by Faker, ends up dying. But they want to keep going. They have to keep going. They see the weakness. And then there is the 3-man knockup as Viper is unchecked in this fight. And that is what we talked about. It's the really entire squadron can keep Viper safe. I do have to say Viper is going for a build that I think will do a lot of damage, which is good. That's nice. You know, he's getting gold and he's turning it into stuff. If you're wondering what we're talking about, we've seen some experimental Senna builds that do not do damage. It's aiming, yeah. It's not good. We do not like it. We don't want to see it again. Viper not falling for the same traps.
Yeah, and he's actually ahead in gold on Guma. Must have gotten some of the shutdown gold from that fight. Actually, maybe not shutdown gold. Oh, he probably got a kill on Trundle at least, so some shutdown gold, but he also just has 3 kills. So, yeah, even though the laning phase was a little bit of a disaster, still doing very well. Delight looking to get in, and he is just going to flash right at them and really hard force this fight. Doesn't really amount to too much, as now the exhaust comes in. They might be able to kill Owner once again, as the Subjugate, though, is helping out quite a bit. So, Home Life trying desperately to get this fight going and don't really have much to show for it.
Peanut's alone, he doesn't have flash.
Yeah, he might just go down here. Looks like T1 have enough controls. That guy, he wants the angle, but he doesn't have Divide, remember. He used it onto one Trundle. And so that's going to be the end of Trundle, or rather, the end of Humble Life Esports, as 3 of them are going to go down in the play in what was a very over-forced fight by Humble Life Esports.
Just let him die!
Just
it's
give
fine.
him the Drake, it's fine too.
Just let Peanut die. It's okay. Peanut dying there, it's unfortunate they get Drake. It's okay. You giving over 2 kills for no reason, you can't do that. Viper and Delight did not need to die there. Could have just left. After a ham-fisted engage that T1, I think, responded well to. So let's go over everything. Giving up the Drake, it sucks, but it's fine. Delight trying to overforce the engager when the rest of his team is not in position.
So forced.
Not great, but understandable given the game status. Oh no.
And now Zeus, who was doing very well for himself in the lane, is just going to go down as Doran, with the help of Keria, who just seems to be everywhere in both games, is going to get another gank down and another kill here for Doran.
And if he gets the snapback on Keria, if Keria doesn't flash, he gets the snapback, he gets the Sundered Sky auto, especially as Aatrox with buildup, he might actually be able to at least kill Keria, maybe get out. But Keria flashes, so he just dies.
Doran has a Bramble.
Yeah, no, the turn on Keria was a good call. He's not killing Doran.
Well, it's funny because like he barely had any items. Like he didn't even have a Sheen, I think, or maybe he did.
No, he didn't.
Yet still they were able to kill the Aatrox through all of that.
So one of the advantages of the fighting is that Viper has kind of caught up with his souls. It's still not great, but it's a little better. Downside is obviously that they are 3k cold behind with an Infernal Soul on the map. And that's not good.
I think you were right in some aspects that this game is looking a bit like Game 1. It's happening a bit sooner, but it's a game-changing soul that T1 are getting all the dragons for, and they have, you know, a lot of tempo. Not even tempo vibes, just like
actual real tempo.
Actual real things. The tempo.
Well, are you slandering Atlas?
Well, nobody can understand what it is, so, you know.
But he gave such a clear lecture on it.
That's true. Yeah, I still don't know. Anyway. They have a ton of tempo, and it's just happening all a little bit earlier. And it does feel like the floodgates were opened after the gigantic win in Game 1.
It also kind of has us question the Humble Life decision-making, which was one of the best parts, I think, of this team, and the reason why they were our LCK Cup champion, why they won first, and was because it was really hard to actually take them down. It's something that we now associate with Gen G, right? The kind of ability to always make the right decisions, but like Delight going in there for that initial engage, it just feels tilted. Viper trying to save a clearly dead Peanut and just getting ulted by an eco that he like kind of sees walk at him.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel like the Hanwha. And then we also have to be honest, T1 is in crazy form right now, right? We've seen
they are.
In the fact that they were as good as they were at MSI, the fact that they have been able to break the streak of Gen G, and we also know what the peaks of particularly the core of this team are. But even Doran, let's not forget, reigning LCK champion.
That he is. And now we got a little Rift Herald fight. That one's going to go over to Owner. Zeus trying to do something. It's not really amounting to too much. We got rocks on the ground, but also the Nature's Grasp. But they just kind of run away with Sivir because you're just all really fast, so you don't really care. You're much faster. Baker going very deep for this one, but the Nico ult's going to help peel for him at least, but Keria goes down. And yeah, Baker getting a little bit caught. T1 still trying to fight in the 4v5, and they're winning handily as the Sivir and the Trundle are just way too fed at this point.
This game is done. It's just over. I can't believe I'm saying it, but I'm calling it.
The ref is calling it's a mercy rule.
The fact they don't kill Faker there, that's a I don't know if it's a game backbreaker, that's a mental backbreaker. The fact that Faker, yeah.
What?
It's
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Did he cancel the, I think he canceled a mid-blast going knockback.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Happened.
And, you know, I didn't see it clearly enough, but that does make me happy if that was the case. You know, disengage cone's not really a thing.
They have Doran, right? So Doran doesn't care, and then everyone else stands behind him and with the ult. But it's this re-engage that I think really signals what T1 as a team are. The fact that they try to go for this play, Zeka only gets carry out, Faker is fine. And then, like, Zeus comes in, he was already walking top, because who re-engages there? T1.
Yeah.
T1 re-engages there. Faker doesn't even if Faker dies, this whole play is great. And he doesn't. As reminding us that as every now and then we do see, there is a lot of skill expression with Trundle. Very nicely done. And it's a 5.5k gold lead. Okay, at least we can kill Faker, right? This time, guys, one time.
Yeah.
Maybe he has flash.
It's kind of the classic. Oh, no, it's not going to happen. And even the ult is going to be coming into, but guess what? Guma able to block.
They got him!
Faker's still going to go down.
Woo!
And
all right,
they did it.
They lost Soul Point. They're also losing bot side turret.
But they got Faker.
Yeah, they did.
And they flashed and used ults and everything. So, yeah, just a bit desperate, you know.
Well, Faker flashed, so that's, you know, that's something. Oh, they're going to lose an
sure,
as well.
But, you know, when you're behind, it's like...
Well, I know, Vel. That's trying to... I don't like being the it's over guy. That's not...
You were the guy, like, literally 3 minutes ago.
Well, I know that. I'm regretting it. I'm trying to backpedal.
You don't like being that guy. You're like, this game is over. I remember. I was there.
Well, I did say that.
Yeah.
And I do think it, but I don't want that to be true.
You know, we all came into this one expecting a banger of a Saturday Showdown and, you know, a 3-gamer that could be crazy. Maybe we'd, like, rival the T1 Gen G Game 3 with, like, the Toby Victor moment. Nope.
It is important to note that
happens
I think
sometimes.
if the game continues the way that it has, as I think we were trying to kill Faker again.
Kill Faker again.
Didn't happen.
Peanut doesn't have ult or flash.
No. Well, hopefully they'll be able to get out. So, with this loss,
okay,
you know, both the Gen G and the T1 series end up being what looks like very, very deflating 2-0s against Hanwha. Might be time that current form Hanwha, we already kind of suspected it, which is why the predictions were the way they were. But I thought that they would at least be able to put up a fight, even though they didn't against Gen G, you know. That was a week and a half ago, almost 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But no, it looks like T1 and Gen G might be the only one in that category. Hanwha that used to belong there, I think, is clearly dropping.
Yeah.
With this loss to, you know, we are definitely better than Nongshim and KT.
Are we back to a 2-team region?
We are a 2-team region, yeah. And it's T1 Gen G, which does feel thematically very fitting for the LCK.
Also, I don't want the viewers to think we're overreacting to just one series. Like, this has been an ongoing thing since Road to MSI.
Well, we keep assessing, right? We keep looking, and it's just the level of gameplay.
Reassessing, and it just keeps going. Against Hanwha Life Esports, Zeus nearly dies. And,
Yeah, and again, when it comes to, like, Hanwha Life also just 2-0 Nongshim, they 2-0 KT. They're not near those teams either.
No, they're in a tier of their own, unfortunately. But, yeah, solid third place after this, I would say.
Very clear, still. But very clear both in a positive and a negative sense, right? They're not close to KT Nongshim, but with these double 2-0s in the span of only a week and a half, I think that's where we're at right now. Fortunately, as the team on the opposing side can tell them, form is not stationary, and it can move, and it can pivot. But
Form
right
is
now,
temporary, class is permanent.
Yup.
Everybody's heard it, and yeah, we're just hoping Hanwha Life Esports get back on the horse at some point. As T1 have here in a big way, going for the Otacon.
Not the Dura horse though, that was terrifying.
That was actually
I love
nightmare
it.
fuel.
It's my favorite thumbnail ever.
It's so good. Yeah. Okay, Delight's gonna get in. He has Flash.
Yes,
and
Smite.
he has Smite, which is what I meant to say, and that is going to be the Smite going the way, and there we go. Carrier gonna force some flashes. Big engage once again. Nice defensive
Zeus
from the side of Zeka. This is pretty gigantic. Zeus on the flank here. And they are gonna do a bunch of damage. The Otacon still does go the way of T1 though. And now they're just reassessing if they want to go back in after already kind of losing the fight. It was, I mean, a trade of support, so relatively close. So T1 sticking around, still have the big gold lead, and now the Otacon.
I love the timing from T1 there, because if Peanut has his ult and they go for that play, I think they might actually get wiped. Because Zeus will actually be able to get a reset, get the movement speed boost. Instead, Peanut's ult is not yet up. So their main tool outside of Delight to ensure that everyone's locked in place isn't available. Imagine this whole sequence with Peanut throwing an ultimate here, right? As the TP from the Aatrox comes in. Delight, nice attempt, doesn't quite find it. I think Carrier going a little bit too deep. The disengage comes through from Zeka. And then right here again, look at the timing on that ultimate. Could have caught those three in the choke point with the health bars the way they were. I think it would have been a easy setup as...
No disengage cone this time. He does taxi over to the Krugs.
That's cute.
Which is skill expression, which I do enjoy.
They have to fight for their game in 20 seconds, Valdez.
Yeah, they do.
They have pretty severe item disadvantages.
At least he got a back in. I mean, it just still doesn't feel good to back at all, but...
Actually, you know what? Looking at the spikes, it's not that horrible. It's not good, but it's mostly 2 items against 2 items.
We have double anti-healing from T1 as well. I mean, Bramble Vest and full Morellonomicon from the side of Fakers. Zeus and Viper going to be doing a lot less healing.
Look at the wall from Faker here. I think he's trying to split it up. There we go.
Yeah, Zeus seeing it the whole way. It's a bit early, but I don't know if he's gonna... It's just gonna come down to a flip, actually. Peanut gets in and he does steal it away. So that's one thing for the side of Hound of Life. Locket's gonna keep Delight alive, and now we got a big one on the side of Zeka. Immediately just dies, though. And the damage, the wallets, they're just too gigantic for T1. We got a TP coming in here as well. This is looking like Doran goes straight into the team. He doesn't care at all. Finally goes down, but it's going to be a trade for Viper, and they'll take that any day of the week, I would say. Guma already up to 6+ kills, and T1 now just running them down.
Oh, Doran happily giving his life.
Oh, Baker, you just had to do it to him, didn't you? Meanwhile,
Kuma's like, I can get him. No, Kuma, don't do it. Did a flash, but I you shouldn't have gone for that.
Soul?
They did stop Soul. They did stop the game from actually ending, as it is at first a bit of a fragment and engage, but they do get a good amount of damage down on Doran, and then Zeus looks like he's stuck in the pit, but Zeka identifies a great window, nullifying the carry-out ult. It just doesn't matter, because Faker is full health throughout all of this.
Yeah. He also dies immediately.
Yes. That did also happen. And then Doran TPing, because why not, you know? Ends up getting him, like, actually does end up getting him 2 kills. Also, it's Doran. I feel like he's probably the one going like, guys, I got him. I'm Cassante.
I'm going in, I have 100 health.
I don't care. If I die, it's worth. And it was worth.
Yeah. Regardless of if they got the kills or not, in Doran's minds. But yeah, they did get the kills. Blue buff taken here by the side of T1. Chronicler has already put in his POM vote just now. And the wall's coming down. A little bit of a broken up engage here from both sides. You can see that Humble Life can't really engage on that ult. It's just kind of for peel. So.
Okay, so the gold lead has somewhat stabilized. Say that Humble Life somehow get another dragon. We are eventually going to reach a point where the game's playable for them again. Now, T1's going to start Baron literally on spawn.
T1 Baron.
T1 Baron. They're looking for the fight, right? So you can see Carrier and Doran both off, trying to create some chaos.
2 Talias in here. The engage from the side of Carrier, gonna catch 3, and the disengage does come out from Zeka. Meanwhile, the flank from Delight is pretty good, and now you've got the damage from Viper over the top. They're actually doing it, Chronicler. Humble Life Esports chasing him down. The damage from the Talia and the Sivir not quite good enough. They got him! Zeka and Viper and Zeus remain.
As oh, cameraman, no! You didn't have to do him like that! The back-to-back elation into depression. As Keria, I think, getting a little bit too hyphy there. He, yes, gets on top of the backline, but there's no immediate follow-up, and it kind of baits the rest of his team in a bad position. Guma goes forward.
They're all standing on soldiers and Aatrox.
Yep, and the moment Aatrox gets a kill, with 9 HP, Zeus watches his whole team fall, and we have a game. It's back! It's not over!
We resurrected
I was
the game.
wrong!
We resurrected it. You're so good at cursing. It's crazy. I can't even believe it.
Okay, but it did already pack battle, and as we were getting into that, I was talking about how eventually the game will be playable. I just didn't expect it to be right there. I'm just saying.
That is true. No, that was, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. There's always angles. I just thought Hanwha Live thus far wasn't playing well enough for the angles, but guess what? I was wrong. And I'm happy, because maybe it gets us to 3. Now, we don't know that. You know, there's still a lot of factors working in favor of T1 here. They have Soulpoint, they have Otacon. But the gold should be mostly equalized, as is Rebel Baron power play for Hanwha is going to come through. Viper is approaching that 100 Soulpoint, currently sitting on 80. He will be an issue.
Yeah, definitely will. And just trying to siege here with their Baron and their Senna for the range. Thorin going to pick that one up nicely, but you can see that Faker also not even really able to step up here.
That RFC's done. This is not a good time as...
Zeus, bunch of damage.
Spooky. We'll be able to get healed up, and they do have mid-prio, so in theory, T1 should be able to get towards the soul here.
I mean, they're showing a lot of presence in mid, and they're not allowing this mid-tier 1 to go down, which is extremely important for contesting the objective.
I do feel like someone on Hanwha Life could have gone top, but they don't have TPs. So they actually can't afford to get max value out of this Baron buff.
Yeah.
Because you know T1 will start a fight as soon as someone shows in top wave. Does make this a very awkward situation, because T1 can't. They have double TP available. Could even send someone top. Looks like instead, Viper, oh, that was a bouncing blade he did not want to take.
Yeah. Well, at least they have healing for days, but it's still not going to feel very good. The amount of zone control they have with the Azir is quite nice. That wall doesn't do anything.
But T1 can get this up, right? So I think they were trying to look, maybe someone is off position. Not going to be the case. And the soul denied yet another dragon.
I'm so happy we resurrected this game. It's back from the dead. It was over. We tried our best too. We're like, it's, you know, it's 2-0. We were hoping for a good series. All
We're
of
already
stuff.
being like, you know, if they get 2-0'd here, Hanwha might be in a...
We're talking about tier lists. We're like, all right, well, now they're here.
And now if you're a Hanwha, then you're like, oh, these dumb casters.
Yeah.
They had no idea.
Well, now we got Faker TPing into
I don't know about that one.
This. He's got a lot of help.
They double TP.
Yeah.
That's actually a really big investment, especially considering the play doesn't work out. They do not allow them to go for a dive there, but that might be an angle for Hanwha Life to actually start applying some pressure to these side lanes.
Yeah, this game is now once again in a tense spot. It's kind of like the opposite of game 1. You know, it was very, very tense for a while, and then it was over. And this one, it was like it was over for a while, and now it's really tense.
I like it.
Yeah.
So I assume Death Dance is going to come through for Zeus soon. We have Peanut with Blood Letters, which is going to make Zaka even more of a demon.
He's gone just like full AP. Now he's finally building some tank.
Yeah, you're still somewhat beefy, and this is one of the few occasions where like you're actually playing to Trundle. Building pure tank stats is just bait, right? It just isn't going to really serve you well. I kind of would have loved if he had just gone the full support build after this route and just go like Knight's Vow, Redemption, McHale's. But looks like we're just going to go towards probably a Renwins. It's normal tank stuff as there it is, the 100 point about to be hit here. For Viper.
Yeah, and I mean, T1 have this comp that has, you know, Sivir.
Little zoom.
Yeah, it's got some scaling in that facet, but And Skooma is incredibly fed.
Oh, T1 still.
But like, their engage is also just Nico against Asena, who is a fountain laser from miles away.
I think their engage in normal cases is fine. The problem is they get severely outraged. Like the scaling on T1 is actually really good. Like Cassante is a Manas, we have Talia, we have Sivir, right? Like I think these champions kind of, you know what they do. They are really good in late game scenarios. Skooma also finishes his 4th item. But that doesn't really matter when you are facing down a Maokai that you can't engage on, an Alistar you can't engage on, and an Azir that now we'll have a Senna at 100 souls, plus the Azir, plus the poke from the Maokai. Like, you're actually just gonna slowly get whittled down, and it reminds me of Peanuts Maokai, which is not something we have really prioritized recently. But let's not forget the streak this man had. That was for a reason, with many games looking early, like this one.
Yeah, he's really good at just turning it around, and I think the entire team does very good at turning around team fights. You know, if you go all in, you know, even the Aatrox too is just very good at like picking up the scraps after a failed engage and then really turning the fight on its head. So every piece of this comp is heading in the same direction for Life Esports. We do have over 100 stacks now for Viper. We're hiding on Bush.
Well, tense moment there.
Yeah, the wall comes down. It's going to knock Doran into the team as Zonya's here for Zeka. Not 100% sure.
I think they were expecting an engage there. That's so much blown by Hanwha.
They're just pressing random buttons. I don't know, man. Like, this is...
Well, it's 2 for 2. So Peanut and Viper ult, and then Guma and Faker ult. Now, obviously, Guma ult, not the biggest. For T1, I think you're really just looking at Carrias, what he can do with that. Zeus, red buff is not worth it.
Well, he says it might be worth it. It takes a bunch of damage.
Oh, although I know, I'm no 2-time world champion.
He's a 2-time world champion. He must be right 100% of the time.
Yeah, that's the Barrel's law.
Exactly.
As we do have, as you would expect, it spawned.
Yeah, I mean,
so we're starting it up.
They have the super fed Sivir, and they have vision control, so T1 will start the Baron. That's just the way it goes. No wall here for Faker, and the poke is insane, as we expected. They're going to pull in the Alistar, though. He gets incredibly low, but will survive. And, yeah, Faker's still not here. Redemption does come down, going to heal them up quite a bit. And the 80 carries, really the focus is on them to carry these late game fights. You can see the damage numbers heavily in their favor at the moment.
And here the biggest difference is, again, it's the range for Viper, but it's also the peel that's there. The peel on Hanwha is crazy. They can enable Viper to carry these fights. At T1, I think they're feeling the pressure, right? They know that they're in a position where if they just take the 5v5, they're probably just going to get poked down slowly. So they try and throw Hanwha life off.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to root at Cassante. In comes Faker now, looking for it. Zeka gonna dash over some rocks. Faker nearly dies on the hunt. Comes through, but now everybody's rooted down. Doran might just die, and down he goes. Life Esports are doing it. Delight's gonna get low. So will Zeus, though.
And we hadn't really seen them ever since Busan, but it looks like Life not letting T1 get away with it again. We are continuing this tense situation, this standoff around Nash. Side lanes aren't real in this game, by the way. They're not a thing.
Faker wants to make it a little bit real, although maybe he's just TPing another
No, that's so he can get to the fight.
Well, he's got to be careful. There's a whole team right in front of him.
Oh, look at the... That's one auto from Viper!
Yeah.
I think maybe like a W from Zeus, but mostly just Viper approaching 120 on the souls, i.e. done.
Doran down for 8 seconds, no TP. HLE start this, but they're going to give away Infernal Soul, and they're getting poked down a little bit. Redemption's certainly going to help here.
Oh, I don't know about that. Giving up the soul, that's big.
Just giving up a soul, just giving away Infernal Soul. And they're even delayed on the Baron here, but it's at least going to be the Baron for the side of Life Esports. They need to get value out of this Baron.
I'm never a fan of this trade. At no point.
There aren't, like, very specific times where it's okay. This is not one of them.
I don't think it is. I'm kind of wondering. I want to see the setup as we get out of this. Look at that. You see the autos from Viper. Literally, like, I think he three taps Faker. As you highlight Zeka as well. Zeus has gotten to the point where, especially with Death Dance, you can see this Aatrox actually focus him down as a mistake. You just don't have the time before you get shredded. Infernal Soul, though, absolutely ludicrously strong. This is one of the scenarios where, like, on Doran and Owner, it doesn't feel quite as potent, as for the first time we have a little dip of blue there. But Life do have a really large amount of pressure for now. Zeka will have his TP up very soon. I think they need to park him in the side lane. And it might come down to an Elder flip, Valdez.
Yep.
Whoo, boy!
That's Legend Group, baby. Wait.
Wait.
doesn't quite work. Carry it to scouting. Just saying hello.
So, if you're Hanwha, I think you're trying to look to end the game on this push. If you can, somehow get that done. We see Viper QSS at the ready as well. Look at the heals. Look at the range.
Yeah. Faker trying to join now, was in the topside. Kuma nearly dies. Just trying to clear the wave. He's not able to. And again, if they can end it on this Baron, they've got a minute 20. They're going to look for the inhibitor at the very least. Faker looking for the wall angle. There he goes. Takes a ton of damage just for existing.
Zeus found the little corner.
Yeah, he's totally fine. And yeah, that's one soldier hit and maybe an auto from Viper. And Guma's down to half up.
He's just, he can just order the turrets. He has the range.
Yep,
with RFC. There's nothing they can do. Can't believe Zeus put himself in the corner. It's crazy.
Oh, the engage they're looking for it. They're not going to get Viper though. And the Zhonya's comes down. The root is on to Zeka, but the follow-up is not there. Zeka, what was that? He goes back in, just dies for nothing. Not like this. And now T1 on the chase here. They want as much as they possibly can get. They're going to get Peanut as well. And the TP. They want to get even more. How much more can they get though? Viper not able to back. And that is going to be 4 kills. And T1 will look to end this game.
No, not like this. Not like this.
Oh, don't show me that replay.
No.
Don't show me that replay.
No. Hanwha. Zeka, why? Oh, yeah, you have to. Try and pull the wave. That's the wave they're playing of.
It's a nice try. I think he's late.
They know.
Yeah.
They're not going to let him get to it.
He got the range minions.
The cannon is still there. Sage just has to try and base.
Yeah, they can tank.
10 seconds on Zeka. They might be able to salvage this somehow.
I don't think so. They can just tank.
But then don't forget, they don't have to wait. Yeah, no.
No, they have.
Oh my god.
They have the minions. They have the tanking. Zeus comes back. Okay, here's Zeka. Wait.
Can they clear the wave?
Wait for it. Carrier just gonna get the knockup. Just hit the Nexus, they say. They hit the Nexus.
Oh my god!
They're not hitting the Nexus. Doran getting in there and they hit it. They finally do it. T1 just making it interesting. And HLE, they cannot pull off the game 2 comeback. We resurrected it and then immediately T1 put it back in the ground where they said it belonged.
Zeka falling for the trap that every Azir player has.
Oh, that play.
It's the shuffle that shouldn't be, as they were out. You can play that game as patiently as you want with Viper, and I think that part of that was the fact that the Soul did go over to them, and they're like, we need to make a play now. That wasn't the play though, as the 2-0 does come through. I'm happy to see shades of the Hanwha Life we know is in there towards the mid to late parts of that game, but I'm sure a lot of words going to be said about how it ended. Clean 2-0. Nothing to see here.
Whoa. He's Sivir in real life. Says Gumayusi, carry. Carry. Just gives us the bow, the wave, the thumbs up, the bow. I was just getting ready to see if he did anything else. But yeah, wow, that game 2. That was a bit of a roller coaster in itself. Not quite the KT roller coaster, but it was up. There were some ups, there were some downs, and then at the very end, T1 were on top once again. Skuma is very hydrated. Hydration check, guys. Make sure you're drinking enough water. But yeah, this early to mid game was T1 like miles ahead. We had like a 6,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. We were talking about tier lists and stuff. And then somehow, some way, Halma Life Esports made a bit of a comeback, and you know, it started here. You steal away the Infernal Soul. Keep in mind that T1 could have gotten Infernal Soul there, right at in this fight. Wasn't meant to be, and it got a lot closer later on.
I'm gonna need some moments. You know, I don't even feel like what I was saying earlier about Humble Life really holds true after how they fought back in this game. But at the same time, the way that it ended made me like, no, wait, were we right all along?
True, yeah.
I don't know.
I do
What a day.
think that T1 in some of those fights were very overconfident.
So,
right? Oh, don't look. Yeah. I mean, he's trying, you know, he's trying to make a play, as you mentioned.
and again,
But-
to me, that's a combination of, like, they know they have to try and end the game in this window because they don't have Infernal Soul.
Yeah.
But I'd argue that this is one of the few games where I might actually be winnable, even...
Azir Senna with 130 stacks, yeah.
Yeah.
You have massive range advantage on Sivir, who's the main carry.
Oh,
I think you're right.
If Zeus got to pull the wave, with how close this ended up being, literally an extra second on a respawn timer. Maybe if Viper dies immediately, that could have been the difference maker. You know, that's what we're looking at.
The wall is very nice, by the way, from Faker. Just holds them at bay just a little bit longer, especially Delight, who could have added some extra CC earlier on, as they're just like tower, 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 which is Nexus. Yeah. Guma still did the most. I mean, he's Sivir bouncing a bunch of stuff, but I feel like the most impressive damage was Zeka and Viper, especially when T1 kept running into them in a couple of fights in a row. But yeah, we had that little peak there, a little mountain.
When we dare to believe in a free gamer.
Guma Yusi, second POM so far here at the 2025 LCK, and his Jin was fantastic. His Sivir was also great. I don't think I would have voted for him personally, but
I imagine there was a lot of it. I was a Faker voter. I think that he was crazy in both games. I think Galio, self-explanatory, but even at Talia, a lot of the team fight flow came from him.
Yeah.
But Guma, as highlighted, both in the Sivir game, and I think particularly his setups in the Jin game were just a highlight of why that champion works so well with T1's playstyle.
I really would have wanted to go for Keria, but then after like all those engages that
The
were
Nico-
so forced.
No, the Nico was, he went a bit too hard on the Nico game.
Yeah, he was really feeling himself because he was having a fantastic day, and then unfortunately it kind of ended with, you know, they still won. They still won. Keria still had a good day. It just, you know, kind
The
of
fun vote is obviously Doran for his TPs.
Yeah, his TPs. He had a Gwen game that was very good. He did not hit 1,500 kills, but he had like 5 or 6 kills on Gwen, so he was getting very close actually in game 2. But Cassante doesn't pick up a lot of kills.
I am sad that we didn't get a game free. I was getting excited about it. It would have been fun.
Yeah. Nowadays, just a lot of 2-0s, I guess. I mean, this was the one that was supposed to be very exciting. It goes back to what we were saying, and at least we got this game 2 that was interesting, because there was potential for it to just be like a T1 SmackDown, which I'm sure T1 fans would be happy about, but that doesn't make for...
It's way more fun as a caster when we're wrong, when we want a team to like do well, and we're like, I don't know if they're playing that well, and then they prove us wrong, and we're like, yes!
Yeah.
Let's go! And then this is kind of deflating, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's very boring when you show up to work and you're like, I think it's going to go like this, and then it goes exactly like that. And you're like...
And it didn't, but then it did.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For Hanwha, positive sides, I do think that that second half of that second game, that is the Hanwha that I want to see going forward. We know it's still there, right? The decision-making for the first game and a half, I think, was really not on the money. They kind of pulled it back, but man, what a joy it would have been if we got a third one.
Yep, would have been awesome. As we're prepping for the interview, not quite just ready to jump into that one, but going to be hearing from Guma for just the second time this year. And
he does have
it's been a tumultuous year for him.
Support that kind of naturally draws attention to himself.
Yeah.
So what can you do?
Well, guys, we are ready with the POM interview. Let's jump down to that right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview chatting station, joined by Guma Yushi on the side of T1, who just got their Saturday Showdown victory. In your chase for second place, this win was so crucial. in round 3, you already secured your 4th win in a row. How do you feel? I'm just really happy that we're able to close out this week with our round 3 going undefeated, and I'm just really happy that we're able to defeat Hana Life Esports today. And you know how Keria kept sweeping all the POMs? And today you were the one to earn the POM, so was Keria disappointed at all? I think all of our teammates are actually doing really well, so it's really hard to contest the POM. But, you know, I'm really happy that I am able to get the POM today. Yeah, I mean, Keria was pretty good. He did really well today. I don't think Keria was that disappointed today. I think I probably deserved today's POM, honestly, after he took all the POMs in the past. And in game 1, we were reminded of how strong Jin and Bard comp is, and you guys pulled off such a perfect wombo combo. Is Jin Bard usually this good against Lucian? I think Lucian is really strong when you use a tanky support like Braum, but because the support was Rakan, I think it really gave us a good angle multiple times. And your crazy teamfighting power just had everyone in awe. So when it comes to the details of teamfights, what do you value the most? Since it's always a 5v5 teamfighting game, I feel like you definitely do have to focus on the details of the individual player fighting and taking part in those trades. So I think we just have to make sure that we are all really mechanically solid. And in game 2, the opponent quickly took Senna Alistar comp, but it looked like you guys were delaying your bot picks until R4 and 5. So what draft strategies should you have in mind? I think it's because all the good picks were taken in the early phase of game 1. I think that's what they did, and we were just trying to come up with a counter for those comp. And in game 2, the game was becoming more and more challenging, and the enemy's range advantage was tough to deal with. So how did you find the turnaround point? Yeah, the Azir and Senna had really long range and was giving us a tough time. And I feel like towards the late game, any sort of variable could have turned the game around for both sides, so I don't think it's weird that it actually went this way. And we have a milestone to celebrate. Keria has reached 600 games, so would you like to congratulate him? Keria is not the first one. I was told that he's second LCK support to reach 600 games. And I hope that we can keep on working together. And congratulations! And your next opponent is Gen G. And since you're the one to shut down their streak, you must feel pretty confident. So, any predictions? Well, to be honest, in the top of the ladder, it's not weird for anybody to win. So I just have to make sure that we're not getting ahead of ourselves, and we'll make sure that our guards are not down and make sure that we're able to win the next one as well. And any message to your fans? We have been undefeated in round 3 so far, and I want to keep it up all the way through rounds 4 and 5. Thank you so much for your support. And that's the end of the interview with Kumagishi, and back to the space. Thank you.
Gumariz! He gets his second POM.
Don't you mean thank you, dear, for the translation, ayaya?
Thank you, dear, for the translation.
Thank you.
Please put ayayas in the chat. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at our predictions. Thanks, Max.
I wonder what happened.
Yeah, this is where you get one back. Look, I felt like maybe the tempo vibes were going to shift, and you know what? They did. And then Zeka said, no, not today.
Well, you're a lot chilling here. I mean, like when we were actually thinking about the highlights, he was actually mad at it. Like I was like surprised that like, oh, Keria outplay. Oh my God, Tion is playing so good. But he's the one who was actually mouthing on HLE. Like, what?
I was. I did feel like perhaps they could be better than they demonstrated here today, especially in game number 1. However, the turnaround did happen. The tempo vibes were so in favor of T1 throughout this entire series until like the middle of that second game. And then you make one mistake.
That's all you need when you are T1. Just that one mistake to take control of that game as we take a look at the final team fight one more time. The craziness that ensued on the top side of the map. This is where Max's, Professor Atlas's predictions went to die.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about the team comp as well, because this is one of the game where Azir can just free hitting the target. You are playing against Trundle, Sivir, Xante. No one can reach to you. But you know what will happen? He's gonna let them reach you.
Yeah, this is the problem. Sometimes when your melee range is the Azir and you're alone, it's less powerful in a team fight.
It's okay. Think about recalling maybe. Yeah, let's recall. Things are good. We'll come back on in, and then we'll just take this tower. Everything's fine, right, guys? Here we go. All right. Walk in with the minions. Oh, God. I thought it was okay.
And honestly, yeah, from this point, it's fine. And then...
My soldier's here. No, not there! Oh, God.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I think also this is from their strategic mistake as well, because they decide to trade Nasher for the Drake Soul, and I think that is the one where they put themselves in the timer.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost like it's a greedy or an impatient play to go for that. It's like we can shut the game out right now type move instead of continuing to deny that soul and play the slow game, which does play into their composition.
Well, it was a strategic decision by T1 to make that call, and Keria is now standing by on his 600 plus games here.
Thank you very much, Digon. We are chanting for Keria at the Korean Analyst Desk. Joined by the Korean Analyst Desk, we have T1's Keria, who reached 600 LCK games. Alongside the 5,000 assist milestone you earned last time, you're now here with over 600 games in your career. How do you feel? I got my 600 game. You know, a lot of emotions are clashing right now, but I'm just glad that I'm able to securely continue my professional career. And this is actually your game history. Let's take a look. Such a huge milestone with the 600th game, and you commemorated it with your signature Bard pick. With so many games under your belt, what is the most memorable game? I feel like just from looking at this history, I think the most memorable one was actually my first game with Tom Kench. And right before then, I was a trainee, and I was just thrown in. And I think I was, you know, I was actually filling in, and I was going against Tushin. So that's probably the most memorable one that stands out to me. So Keria says that his first game was the most memorable. And for further, even more exciting discussion, we'll take you back to the space. Thank you.
Start cheering for Deer? Let's cheer for Deer! Yay! Deer! Woo! Thank you, Deer. Again, 600 games for Keria. That first one on Tom Kench. And yes, again, against the old logo KT Rolster, and then the Leona against T1. And then from there on out,
I feel like we can ignore the Leona and Braum games. Like I don't think that really speaks Keria to me. But the fact that he starts off with his Tom Kench is kind of awesome. I kind of love that because this guy is the aggro frog, and I'm so glad that comes all the way back around from his very first game.
All right, so Pummit time, because us here in the space thought it was probably going to be Keria.
Whoa!
Never mind.
Wow.
It was a smattering of T1 votes all over the place, but Guma getting it from Media and Soup and Vienna.
I'm very surprised there's not more Faker votes.
I should have voted for Doran.
I'm surprised there was no Bulgaria vote. This is
voted for
crazy.
Doran.
All right, let's get to comments here to get to the bottom of this. How did this all shake on out? Let's start with you, Wadid.
Yeah, I mean, normally when athletes signs a long-term contract, they play worse. That's how the world
Yeah, they
works.
get complacent, right?
Yeah, I mean, but this guy is not a human being. Like, he's
this is
just the
Faker.
goat. He's the god. He's just so good. He's back.
Run out of words?
Yeah, I think so. Wadid's vocabulary is suffering,
my
but
vocabulary
Faker
is
is definitely not. Not from the complacency. Dagon, back to you.
Yes. All right. No, it's back to you.
All right, yeah, no, Kerry just has the immaculate vibes. He just rode the tempo throughout the entire series, and even though the Nico is a little bit fast and loose, sometimes you just go on a bit quick down that wave, and he was still riding it. It's no worries.
Yeah, still had the play there on
Yeah.
the Nico at the very end.
We did that one highlight, and who started off that play?
I mean, especially
Zeka,
with the
but
Bard
other
play.
than Zeka, yeah, it was Keria. All right, let's see. Kronny, the GOAT, is never scared, so a Faker vote there. So we still have not had a Guma vote yet. Weird. All right, let's see.
Crazy.
Here's the owner vote for Helios. Even on a simple champ, he puts on a circus. I like it. Like
Yeah?
that. He is quite the entertainer, able to make it happen there. Owner, T1's man of the match.
I didn't
Without
know.
the.
I thought we were not supposed to
I
talk
thought
about
we were not supposed
parenting
to
in
talk
this,
about
in this
parental
series.
unity.
What?
Prince didn't get the memo.
Weird.
All right. Well, T1's mom.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
there we go. That you could do it on the
The other way around.
Guma's Cloud Templar with he played so well, I almost lost it. Full on Guvir, wave clear,
Sprint to the bath.
sprint to the back.
There is so much to unpack here. It's almost too much.
In the prompter, they said Guma Sivert. Yes, I know that part, but I don't know the sprint. To the
What about the sprint to the bathroom thingy?
I mean, he's on the hunt for the porcelain, I guess.
All right.
I don't know.
Who am I speeding up for Cloud Templar?
All right. Thank you for that breakdown, Yundo. Guma Jin, Guma Siver. Thank you, Pony. Guma Pony.
That's imaginative.
Yes.
I like that.
All right. Well, again, votes from a smattering of people with comments still equals a 2-0 victory for T1 in that big battle for second place here. Still possible to catch Genji, unlikely, but still possible. And T1 now just one series behind Hanwha Life Esports.
Tempo vibes here for the T1, Professor.
It's looking good.
Yeah.
Continuing to move up. I'm still waiting. I still feel like summer regular season is not a time where T1 should be winning too many games. They have to hold off so they can win Worlds again, right? That is how it's supposed to go. And I'm feeling like maybe we're peaking too early, and it's making me concerned.
Well, don't worry for all of you that want more analysis like that from Atlas. It's
never happening again.
He's still here. And so are we. It's B&K FearX versus DRX. This one's going to be a great battle of the X's. Let's see who comes out on top after the short break in this game of the Rise group.
연타 바로 때리기는 하는데
대장군님!
아니 이러면 어떻게 되죠?
다 죽었습니다, 대장군님!
이러면 페이브리온
잡아.
연승
이게 무슨 소리야! 전멸을 했다고!
네, 소린가요?
야, 나 펜타 안 돼, 이거? 형들, 제발. 야, 이거 끝내놓고 나 펜타 좀 제발. 정신 차려.
야, 하나 부던가!
야, 한 번 해줘. 해물 형. 야, 나 줘. 나 먹었어. 아이, 야, 진짜. 아, 진짜.
코드랑 거의 확정이에요.
주르륵
코드랑
어, 위쪽에 레이저.
이거 패스이 나오는데요. 패스이 나오고
아니, 펜타를 준다며! 거짓말이었어.
아 기억나죠? 애들이 준다 했다가 뺏은 거라서요. 그래도 이번엔 안 준다, 애초에 줄 생각이 없더라고요. 그런 친구입니다.
거짓말이었어.
펜타 먹으면 이렇게 너무 기고만장해지기 때문에 줄 걸 그랬나요? 사실 POM 멘트로 그 자식은 펜타를 주지 않고 뺏는 친구야 조심해라고 하려다가 마음만은 그래서 담아뒀는데 여기다 이렇게 풀 수 있어서 너무 감사합니다 롤스. 문범이 형이 뺏어서 그러려니 하고 있어요. 기회가 된다면 이번엔 또 줘야죠. 제가 원래 한 번은 먹고 한 번 주는 스타일이라 솔직히 뭐 별로 기대는 안 하고요. 다음에는 펜타키 줬으면 좋겠어.
Thương bởi cả sứ chiếu cuối đến từ đai nữa. W trúng lao vào đánh, sẵn sàng quay trở lại tạo sự đột pistol bị kẹt lại và tôi bị bắn chết bởi Ben nhảy vào nhưng ngay lập tức cũng đã phải bốc hơi. Taki đi bắn liên tục đến Betty nhảy tới nhưng bị chớ. Đó là quán xanh cho team Second Wave.
Start off the fight. 100 Thieves, a lot of focus out onto the Alistar, but now the flank attack from Team Liquid's ready to back him up. 100 Thieves still scrambling, trying to get away as Ayla's first to fall. APA barely staying alive with the True Shot barrage, ripping through 100 Thieves' health bars. APA finally dies, the River's going rhythm, and Yawn is unstoppable. He's feeling it, he's styling on him. 100 Thieves are out of there, and Team Liquid go 5 for 1.
Yawn, what was that fight? That was crazy.
This guy is locked in. That fight was insane from Yawn.
First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I wanna bring it back.
交代杰孙武这一场阿卡丽的血量比较惨，能不能将其斩杀？卡玛立刻套了一手 RE， 同时俊伟一魅惑在杰身上登场，但是369一撞起来2个，漫天飞暴风雨人被打出来，小航直指佳琪，369两个人在线一支这个佳琪显得有一点点意外啊，同时佳琪要被链子给链住，啊什么要给卡纳维捕杀，我已经看出来了，4杀闪电过去 ，Q 技能再接一下柱子 ，Penta Q。Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, I'm raising the roof. Tenta buscar o Ayu, ele ainda sobrevive, volta o dano, Tuts agora pode fazer a linha de frente, vem o enraizamento, é daí pra base Amber eliminada e aqui um abraço! É triple kill, ele não para, o dano quer mais, no peita, é só mais um e tá lá! Ele subiu na cadeira! Tá aqui! Na volta da fúria da terceira etapa, o jovem caçador Tatu é o seu pentakill na LTA, jogando de Jax 6/0/0.
소비도 역으로 위험해요.
소비 잡았고요.
한진이 그 다음에 한번 기어 흔들고
역공 페이크 도착.
아지르가 찌르며
찌르면서 올라온다. 페이크가
따먹히고
토스다.
위아래 갈렸어요.
이러면 위험하죠. 캐년 위험.
네, 물론 넘긴 것 치고는 좀 더 정리를
아야가 들어가요.
하긴 해야죠. 아야가 들어가요.
태왕.
확실하게 좀 쓸어 담는 느낌이었어요.
아 이게 쏴주면
해 마라. 약간 다른 국밥처럼. 아 이러다 역으로 싸먹힙니다 우공한테.
이거 만개를 정면 두 명.
근데 지금
정면파.
얼리고
정말 미친 않다.
진짜 미쳤어요.
완전 싹 다.
그냥 임롤 원복 컴보.
makes me stronger.
Hello and welcome back. We are ready for the second match of the night, and it is, of course, our Rise group matchup. BNK FearX up against DRX, and this one should be in favor of BNK after their big win over Bro, who only one person was able to quite predict Chronicler. Do you know who that was? I just don't remember, so I was just curious if you knew who got the BNK versus Bro prediction right.
I don't.
Oh. Okay, well, we'll have to ask someone else. But should be a good matchup because why are you pointing at me?
It was you.
Oh, yeah, that's
I was not going to let you get away with it.
I forgot about that.
If you want me to compliment you, you can just, I happily do that.
I just wanted to set it up like this.
And show everyone how good your reads are of the teams.
Yeah, I just have a really deep understanding of how the teams work.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Where are you in the standings for predictions, by the way?
I think I'm tied with Ox at third place. Not Ox, it's someone else. Ox is pretty
Wolf?
low. Maybe Wolf, yeah. Ox took a lot of chances, let's say.
A lot of gambles.
In round 2, and they didn't quite pay off. But yeah, predictions aside, BNK are looking good. And, they just defeated their main competitor for being second place because DK at this moment are really far ahead of everybody else in the Rise group. So, BNK looking good. DRX, they're kind of the ones hanging on for dear life, trying not to get 9th place.
And as we can see, actually a pretty, out of all the teams, actually I think one of the most even standings, and it's because both these teams, and I'd say Bro as well, have zero consistency. On one day you can be like, man, out of those 3, that team is the best. And then right now we're like, well, coming in, we thought it was Bro, except you, because you're a genius. Then now we're all like, oh, it's definitely BNK. So I kind of need DRX to win here today, because I think it'd be really funny.
It would be really funny. Vikla getting the Rookie of the Year. Wasn't that the year that you wanted Kyle to get it?
And he should have, yes.
Well, Vikla got it, and he earns his POM against Bro as well. And will he lead his team to victory once again? As he did have actually a really nice series up against Bro. So that's a nice call out. They're facing off after 114 days. The last time was April 10th. Whereas BNK's hypercarry Diablo, who was kind of like going off the rails in that series against Bro. Like sometimes he looked great, but sometimes just insane. And Teddy proving why he deserves the starting spot.
We actually have only a single person on the broadcast on our side predicting DRX today.
What did?
Yep. He's the only believer. But the last time, again, these two teams faced was a 2-0. But I'm not going to pretend that we know what happens. Because guess what? We don't. We don't have any idea. This is as close of a matchup as you can possibly get on any given day. Is it a Sponge carry? Maybe. Is it Raptor and Diablo? Could be. Is it Rich? Probably not, but it could. Well, we don't know.
But like, you know how we had that point about Vikla coming back to form, like his rookie form, whatever? I feel like today is like another one of those stories where like somebody random comes back
Someone's
to form,
pop.
and we're like, what the hell?
Gonna
Maybe it's Yahoo, because everybody else like has had their moments, right? I feel like even Rich, on the side of DRX at least.
No, I think Yahoo's actually had more moments than Rich.
Really?
So yeah, Rich has not had a great
Maybe it's
play.
Rich then. He's rediscovering his hot faker level form.
That would be good.
They might need it. This Clear's been looking a little better too. The matchup though is going to be Diablo versus Teddy. That's the key player matchup because these are the two guys that get talked about the most, and they're kind of the keys in this meta.
That's not a good kill participation for Teddy. Well, which I mean, it's very good that is that high, good for you, but also your team should be able to get kills without you. And it's 87% rounded up of the kills involve Teddy.
Feels like 80 carries are generally pretty high just because, especially in this meta, it's like team fight after team fight, and the 80 carries always there. Otherwise, you're not team fighting. Even early on, you know, there's some one item spiking carries out there.
Yeah, but, you know, don't your mid jungle maybe win a 2v2? Maybe a top solo bolo?
That would be nice.
That would be nice. Not this team, though.
No. Maybe Sponge can do it by himself. But the 2v2 thing, not really a thing.
That might be my other matchup that I'm looking towards today, because I think if Raptor doesn't play well, BNK don't look good. And if Sponge doesn't have a good day, I think DRX don't look good.
Yeah.
True. I do say that. I'm not going to lie. Andil did actually have a crazy performance against DK, even though it wasn't enough to get them the win. So we'll see, as we actually have the live prediction updates coming through here. And Veldus right now is looking good. So far this week.
Honing in on the 10 out of 10.
Big.
It would be crazy if Dgon got it and then I got it. And then what I would do is I would just put the same comments. I would just put a broken clock is right twice a day.
Nice.
I'd just say the same thing.
Yeah, because you're the only one, right? Because you were the only one that predicted BNK against Bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should go back to being a Bro.
The only one in the running. Definitely could get one of these three wrong. This match and then the two tomorrow are the three that are left.
But you do need BNK to win today.
Yes. We're also getting the overall standings. I know who that 79 out of 101 is. It can only be one man.
Yay.
It's Mao the GOAT.
Okay, let's not be overly complimentary. That'll make everyone feel worse.
Oh, we haven't added this week's results yet. So
I think it's a good time to do a check-in. Because let's be real, this is a free gamer. And both these teams are, so actually BNK are not known for going long, but DRX are so known for going long that I think we're gonna be.
I don't know. I feel like BNK can force fights. They just know how.
I don't think they can. I think they only know how.
Yeah.
I think they will.
Well, that's the thing.
That's the thing.
Are we on the same?
Yeah,
are we on the same? Okay.
We agree.
I thought you were saying that it was going to go long because of DRX.
We're talking about phrasing.
Yes. Phrasing.
Yeah.
Talia.
Our sentiment is similar.
Talia and Pantheon once together, now on opposite sides of the ban scorecard.
Aurora also taken away, probably to set up for a B1 Gwen, which has been the main thing people go towards, because they're like, no counters. I do think there are other counters to Gwen, but we don't really see them come out often. Yeah, do I kind of have to go towards things like the Jax, which is fine, but then you have Ixa, Juwani, and you know, you can do that. Can be done.
So they banned Wukong on blue side, which really I feel like goes even deeper into your analysis, Chronicler, of a first pick Gwen. Because, so they're just going to ban it away because they also agree with Chronicler. And, you know, the writing was on the wall for that one, so that kind of makes sense, especially with the Wukong
don't
ban.
B1 Trundle, don't do it.
B1
Rumble.
Rumble?
Okay with. Yeah, I can live with that. And then...
or Varus. Varus is up.
Varus is also good.
Wait, they just gave Diablo Varus.
Yeah, that is a big risk. Is it the Teddy...
Ziggs angle?
Ziggs? Oh, well, not if you do that.
Rumble, Ziggs, Zed.
As, yeah, we'll see. DK did do that. That did happen.
So I'm actually tied with in second place.
Barely behind me.
Yeah.
What did is...
we're catching up.
What did is slipping. Well,
yeah, he was up there.
Me and Wadid were tied.
Yeah.
Beginning of the split.
There he is. Yeah, you can see it. Well,
slipping.
Okay.
Not there.
No, he was there. You couldn't see him?
No.
Look, he's right there.
Now I'm getting worried.
Very obvious.
We do have the Trundle to come through. We'll probably see a...
Wait, this is blind Trundle.
Support. Yeah, no, I know.
But at least Wukong is banned, so that's...
Yeah, I feel like at some point we're going to remember that if you pick anything AP into Trundle, he really struggles.
Now, that's not the meta.
That's not what we do.
That's not the tier list.
No, that's not what we do. I know. I'm aware. We just pick the Nocturne, which has been, I think, also picked a lot into the Varus. Also gives Raptor a ton of agency. And in these type of messy games, I think a Nocturne that is just so straightforward, I like it a lot. It's very, very much a we see enemy, we press the button. Now, I think this combo is a little bit overdone, but I think it's fine. You don't need to do the combo. I think that's the main thing I want teams to kind of get through their head is you don't have to play with only that. As I actually don't mind this Jhin pickup. I think there's a lot of matchups you can go into the Orianna that are fine. And with this, you have a really good combo with the Rumble. And also, I think Jhin is one of the few AD carries that gets to play into Varus and not be bullied.
But what about into Orianna Nocturne?
Bad, yeah.
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 So they just pick Orianna Nocturne, and you say, I want to play very far back. Like, Teddy was talking a lot. I think he understands what he's doing by doing this, by picking this into Orianna Nocturne.
Well, it's also, if you are alone and they use 2 ultimates on you and you die, but you have another carry in mid and you have a Rumble and a Trundle, like, I think it's fine.
Maybe. Depends on the game state. Depends. There's, like, too many factors.
There are a lot of factors.
Yeah. You know, like, was anybody else there? Did they do reciprocal damage? Are we fighting before an objective? You know, how fed are we? There's a lot of things going on in this game.
A lot of things.
Yes. Mbessa, one of those things.
My favorite thing with Rise groups is we talk about all these things, and very often they don't matter, and it's just someone walks into a lane where they shouldn't be and just dies, and it's like, well...
What do you mean? That just happened in the last game. That was Legend Crew.
Yeah, that was a little different.
It was a little different. We're still trying to decipher what Zeka meant by that.
I do love that Yehu Akali ban. Akali has been a counter to Orianna for a long time because you can't side lane against her. Post 6, the lane is not fun because you are just at the threat of getting bursted down. You do have a really good time the first 6 levels though. Like, that's fun. But then once she gets rolled, it's not very fun anymore.
Yeah.
So we are looking for what, like... Kellen Renata? Question mark?
The Jhin Renata. Galio banned.
Kellen.
Oh, Kellen, sorry. Yeah, or like Braum? But that doesn't really... I don't know.
I think Braum into Trundle Rumble feels kind of...
Yeah. It's not quite the same angle.
They could go for it. I think really, if you can get away with it, I think you do just want to slam like Rakan. And with Alistar, I actually think you can. I think you don't really get punished. Because I do think you need an extra form of engage. So it's what? It's Rakan or it's Rel.
Or Nautilus.
Yeah,
but not into Alistar. Not as good. But it's a better duo.
I don't mind the Rakan. I think the Rakan's fine. I don't think this game is going to be about lane. And I think Rakan works really well together with the rest of the team as clear Aatrox into Rich Rumble. That's fine.
Yes.
I think Rumble is still good, but he's not... Outside of Doran, he's not really solo killing people.
They have so much damage. It's kind of crazy. They're frontlining by putting their face into the enemy team. There's the Renata. And that's an old Kellen classic as well.
It used to be exceptional at this pick. Actually really good. There was a large period of time where we were like, That's
Just
a
kidding.
quick look-see. Yeah, so we're gonna remake the lobby, but I assume we're gonna go through it very quickly. And up until that point, we'll keep talking about what is the Yehu pick going to be. That's the real question, because he's giggling a little bit.
Yeah.
If it just ends up being like...
So Renata almost definitely is going to be picked.
I do think it will be Renata.
It makes sense. He was hovering it.
Also, because Yehu, I think, is the guy that's like, I'll pick Silas, and then if you're playing Silas into Renata, it's not nearly as fun as that. Is a very cool draw.
Give me Yasuo.
Okay, I don't know the reference of the right anime. I do know the one of the, sorry, of the left. The right is obviously Naruto. That's, you know, that's a no-brainer. One Piece, I'm hearing. Yeah, with the art style, I can see it. I'm not a Doflamingo. I assume this is Kion feeding me this information. Our resident other anime expert. Much
no, it's Yundo.
It's actually Yundo. Wow.
Yeah. I feel like whenever you're like, it's somebody, it's always not.
Someone else. Yeah. It turns out Jisun actually has extremely elaborate knowledge of plants, and you're just like, how? How do you know these things?
Who do you think would... Who do you think... Oh, well, I was going to ask you, who do you think would have the most knowledge about plants, but Jisun just said she had none.
It was not her.
That makes it a little bit more obvious.
I don't think any of us have green fingers, honestly. It's
what?
An expression. Is it only a Dutch expression? It's not a thing anywhere else?
I don't know, honestly. Here we are, hanging out.
Well, here you go. I think it makes sense.
So apparently, the Champ Select is valid. The Champ Select is valid until the Aatrox pick. So that's the information we're getting.
Makes sense.
And that's exactly what we expected, because while he did hover it, it's not 100%.
As a reminder, so we have Aatrox, Nocturne, Orianna, and Varus on one side, which obviously crazy drafts, really, really strong. And on the other side, we have the Rumble, the Nocturne, and then Jhin and Alistar. We don't know the mid lane yet. Yeah?
Rumble Trundle.
Rumble Trundle.
You said Nocturne.
Oh, my bad. No, Nocturne on the other end. I probably prefer the BNK draft so far, especially given knowing how they play. I have seen Diablo make some plays on Varus that scare me to my core.
But it's perfect when you're going in with Orianna Nocturne.
Exactly.
And Aatrox. And then you just like do a crazy amount of damage and you like do like a melee range Q basically. And then you die and then Aatrox cleans up. And you're like, my job here is done.
I could see Diablo do it.
Yeah.
I could see it. Now I'm trying to figure what other obscure knowledge we have within. Well, we obviously have. We have you. I'm the garlic expert, says Jisun with.
She knows the old meme.
You know, I did actually. I sent you a picture of my garlic yogurt with eggs this morning.
Yeah.
It was great. It's really good.
Eggs and yogurt sounds like a lot of fat content, though.
Yes.
Because of the yolks and the and the dairy.
Yeah. It was great.
I mean, you are Dutch, so I guess it doesn't really matter. That's like what you eat all the time, isn't it?
Yes, that is the Dutch.
That and oatmeal.
Yeah, and bread.
I feel like you don't eat that much bread.
Oh, yeah. In Korea, I don't eat that much bread.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, in Korea. When I'm in the Netherlands, I eat
And why is that, Chronicler?
Well, because you know, when you've had Dutch bread, it's really good. I love Korean food, but you know, we've had a lot of ongoing discussions about some of the things they consider bread. I'm not on board. As we'll be
okay, Chronicler.
in here soon.
Whatever you say.
Well, yeah. Don't pretend like you're not with me on this one.
I just think it's different. I would say that European bread is it's goated.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
it is the best.
Should I ask you about Korean takes on pizza? Is that like, because you kind of set me up with that one, fellas. You want to give your opinion on that? Ooh, okay.
It is the rel, actually.
We do pivot. So the rel, I think, is kind of the middle ground. You still get a good amount of engage. It is a much better. I'm trying to ignore everything that's on the prompter. It's swerving me off. There's a rel that is a great ball delivery system that is much better engaged, but also have a laning pressure. I think Rakan in lane is kind of weak. I didn't expect that, and I don't think we should have. I'm not a huge fan.
It's a Yahoo classic.
It is a Yahoo classic.
I don't know if Yahoo has classics yet.
This is one.
But this is one of them, yes. You mentioned the Akali.
I'm
Yari's the other one.
I'm looking at this DRX chart. I'm just not really seeing it. I feel like it specifically to me works as a pick comp.
Yeah.
Where you like
that's what it does.
You charm or you W someone, and then like you pillow them, you kill them, and then you move. That's it. That's the. And then look at the opposite end, and you have a really strong topside 2v2.
Yeah.
You have great engage. You have, I think with Nocturne, you can set up a lot of fights in your favor. I think BNK are looking good. Now, does that mean anything? No, we're in the Rise group. Nothing. Anything can mean anything at any given point.
Anything can mean anything. Thank you, Chronicler, for your insight. But it's true. It's actually true when it comes to the Rise group. And we're just getting ready, rather, to
oh my god, the
game
dragon bullying the little desert fox on that fence. No!
Oh, that poor little fox. Wait, that art is like way too realistic.
It's well done.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Well, this is a very nice composition. A lot of pick, great lanes, great 2v2s, etc. This is a composition. Let's see what happens as we're getting ready to hop out of the rift for game number 1.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
And you know, fellas, it kind of goes both ways. Because I know there's restaurants in the Netherlands I can take Korean people to that would make them very upset. The things they call, quote-unquote, Korean chicken. Or,
oh, boy. Yeah.
Or Korean-style bulgogi. And it's kind of painful to me, let alone if you're an actual Korean.
I mean,
that's just how it goes.
I feel like the first place you ever take someone to, if you're taking them to Korean food and it's outside of Korea, is barbecue. Because it's always like the
that should be safe.
The easiest thing to get close to.
Yes,
right?
that's what you
that's what I think.
That's what you think. I've been to a place that did quote-unquote Korean barb. It was not. It was not. I'm not even sure it would qualify for barbecue. No, it's just like, like the meats. It's not the right cuts, and it's not the right sauces, and it's not the right banchan. It's just everything is wrong.
Yeah.
I can't really put it into words.
It's just wrong.
But it's just wrong. And again, I just live in Korea. I've lived here for a few years now.
Yeah.
I big fan of Korean food, but yeah, that's just how it goes when you have your own food elsewhere. It's like when people here try to do their take on the stroopwafels. I'm just like, no, leave them alone. You don't need takes.
Yeah.
That's just a thing.
If you guys are curious how to spell what Mal just said, it's spelled like stroopwafel.
Stroopwafel, yeah.
Yeah, just because, not all of us are Dutch, and that doesn't sound anything like what it's spelled like to us non-Dutch speakers.
It doesn't, yeah, okay, well, fair point.
Yeah, I'm just trying to offer some information. You're trying to spread the word about Dutch culture,
Yeah, it's stroopwafels and cheese. That's most of it.
You guys eat a lot of fish, aren't you? Like near the
We are. Yeah,
water?
we're basically just coastline. So fish is very popular as well. We eat a lot of one of the classic Dutch snacks is raw herring with raw onions.
Oh, it sounds great.
I'm not fond of it, but it is.
Sounds awesome, Mal.
No, well, even domestically, it is a bit of a divisive dish. We also have a lot of fusion food that's like, depending on who you ask, is nice. Some people would say not so much.
What is American food? Is it just pizza and hamburgers?
Well, I mean,
is it apple pie?
Like the pizza already is kind of a contentious topic.
Yeah, well,
I know what you mean.
Okay,
you mean New York style.
I'm being very New Yorker right now.
Well, I get that. I get it. Okay, so both junglers see each other. I don't think anyone should be in any danger here.
Yeah, Nocturne is not level 6.
All right, back to. So, for me, right, American cuisine. I think of a burger. That's the first one. And then, yeah, you have like a lot of the fusion foods, right? Like Chinese American, Italian American. I feel like those are just fully fledged cuisines at this point.
Yeah, I mean, but that's kind of how that gets started, right? Like you bring a cuisine somewhere else.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And you kind of like make it your own in that country.
It's also one of those things where if you go back far enough, like tomatoes, for example, are now considered a staple, but they weren't introduced anywhere outside of the Americas until, what, 1600s, I want to say? Think of how many cuisines are like, oh, tomatoes, that's our thing.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, it really hasn't been that long.
In the grand scheme of things. For us, it's been quite a while.
It's been our entire lives, yeah.
For us, little humans here. Nothing much is happening in this game, guys, so we're talking about tomatoes. I hope you are enjoying the discussion and
what is your cuisine?
Discussing
chat?
amongst yourself.
Share in chat. What's your national dish?
Cappuccino.
You know, because I know we have a very wide audience, so I'm sure we can get some great dishes that maybe we don't even know about yet.
Yeah. I have to say, Korean pizza, some of it is really good. Some of it is like, let's see how many toppings we can fit onto this slice of bread. And I'm like, you know what?
No.
That's not okay, actually. And it's just becoming something totally new, something totally different.
Which some might call good, and some people might be like, no. Mac and cheese and wings, yeah. More suggestions for American food.
Hamburger helper on there.
I don't know. Oh, nice sidestep there from Vikla.
Yeah, still doing a lot of damage. He hit level 6 first. And now Vikla is like, well, maybe I can hit 6 soon. He's actually like 2 minions away, maybe 3.
All right, so they get Dragon.
2.
But yeah, the actual national dish of the Netherlands, for all of you that don't know, is delicious, but not very aesthetic. It's just a mashed potato, and then you mash either kale or spinach or carrots through there as well. And then you add smoked sausage and gravy and mustard.
On top or like mixed in or?
No, so this is, again, as classic as it gets. I was going to stop, but Raptor isn't 6 yet, so nothing's going to happen. So you take the mashed potatoes, right, and then you mash the kale or the spinach or the carrots, depending on what type you're making. You can also add little bacon bits if that's your thing. And you add a smoked sausage on the side, and then you add some mustard on top or ketchup or whatever.
On the sausage?
Well, on the sausage, or just on the side, and you eat it with the stumpled. It's like mashed bowl, basically.
All right, Diablo, smart idea here. He sees Rich running at him level 6.
Good flash.
Yeah, it goes on in, though, and now Diablo's in a lot of trouble, as I don't think there's anything that Kellen can do to save this guy. First blood given over to Rich on the Rumble. Maybe it's his day to have a day out.
Ondil being the big one for me in that play. That was crazy. Actually, setting that up, it looks like they were looking for a collapse on him. If Diablo has barrier, maybe there's a play potential, but instead, just giving over a freebie to Rich's Rumble. And Ondil was also on a tear. I think in, what was it, the DRX DK series that we had at the beginning of this week. That man tried his hardest. He was not at fault for them losing that series. Starting off very well here, early on.
Yeah. I got a lot of other suggestions for American food from Digon, from production. I can't see the name of who's writing. There's, you know,
that was
stuff like Texas barbecue, apple pie, clam chowder, mac and cheese, Tex-Mex.
Yeah, apple pie one I don't get because I feel like that's just
soul food. What is soul food? Oh, we're getting the zoom in.
Was cheese son?
I mean, we get the live here as well, as that is the flash away from Sponge. And now that the chain's here on Ondil, he's actually going to taxi over the minion. Pretty nice. Flash away by Teddy, but you're not getting away from the Rel, as he is blocked by so much. And he's still going to get away. Even a little bit of extra damage came in there from Raptor. Yeah, it's technically a fight win to the side of B&K. Looks like they might get the grubs off it.
Okay, I'll talk about this first. I don't want to.
Yeah, talk about the game.
It's throwing me off. Almost had too much action there. Actually, nice job of getting Teddy out. Giving over a kill would have definitely been rough. Also, do really like this early Hex Drinker from Claire. We've been seeing this a little bit more. I was looking at who was typing, and even though like I can only read who is typing in the prompter, like the little text that says who typed it, and I know I was right. So I don't appreciate being called up by G-Sun, which you guys can't see, but very upsetting to me, obviously. Because G-Sun on the prompter was
Got him.
Yeah. So do we have more food suggestions? What else what's the Australian national food?
Gumbo.
Like we got Atlas in the house as well.
Cheesecake? Isn't that like a New York thing, like New York cheesecake?
But that's still American.
Yeah, but I guess. Yeah, we're just gonna ult away. Trade of ults. Not really amounting to all too much. Philly cheesesteak, fried chicken.
We are in Korea. I don't.
Collard greens?
That's a barbecue side dish, right?
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a barbecue side dish.
Southern food, that's why. I don't know what it is. We need Wolf for this. Actually, I guess Degon is also
Have you not watched the
from Virginia.
Netflix show about barbecue? It's great. I would recommend it. After this game, obviously. But it's fun, you know, it's barbecue. It's
cooking show? Or?
Yes. Yeah, cooking show.
I like cooking shows.
You'd enjoy it. It's great. Very fun panel of judges as well.
You know, nowadays, Chronicler, you know, I'm a recent father. My kid is 9 months old now. Actually, on today. 9 months old. I don't have a lot of time to watch things. The time that I have, I play games. We have a little engage here onto the Trundle. As not the easiest target to take down, but I guess eventually, if given enough time, they can do it. Maybe.
Right?
Vikla coming in. He's got some AP.
No!
And he pressed his Q, and he took it down. Nicely done. That's actually a good kill fed over to Vikla, who's had some minor struggles in this game, but never died and is actually in a really good spot now.
Is it the Vicdemption arc? Is that what we're witnessing here? He's been playing well.
The rookie of the year form is coming back.
Yeah, I still can't.
I'm gonna mention it every single time.
Is that how you feel about Doran and Pace?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Probably. I mean, I don't know. Do you feel as strongly as I do?
I feel very strongly, yeah. Especially given where Kyle is now.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's fair. Well, he got a little engage here as just trying to face check into them. That is a very nice Magnus Storm. As now the Jin ult is going to be opened up. Diablo walking straight into it as
Rich is here.
Going to flash straight into the Rumble as well. Rich is just getting so fed in this game, but DRX are still not winning this fight, as that is going to be a win there and a win up here for BNK. Clear just getting turret plates and BNK getting even farther ahead.
It's a bit of a mess, but I think when all is said and done, probably BNK are happier with this. So we go back to the beginning of display. I'm happy to see that BNK have also identified the law of Sponge. Just kill Sponge. Just kill Sponge. And then
that's the law of Sponge?
That's the law of Sponge.
I thought the law of Sponge is either he does amazingly or he doesn't do
well, or he gets focused and just keeps dying, which I think it's really also pointing that Callan is doing the exact same thing Andel did at the beginning of this week. Just finding the jungler, taking him down. But the big difference here is that Rich shows up. He TP'd in, Snow TP for his lane counterpart. But because Teddy still dies, it's a 2-for-2 trade. But the top lane got battered, which is why Clear, even though he's down 3 kills, is not that far behind in gold.
Yeah. Looking for this dragon. DRX got the first one, you remember, with some of the shenanigans on top side, and Sponge just kind of took it down for free. So after all the fighting, BNK are now ahead 1,200 gold, so they just get this objective essentially by default. And Raptor going for the Hexplate. This has been kind of the standard build nowadays. I mean, we haven't seen that much Nocturne, but we've seen enough, and we've seen enough Hexplate to the point where it's like, okay, everybody just seems to be building only this item now. Stridebreaker is fake for some reason.
I like Hexplate a lot more, yeah.
Even in the past?
Yeah, you're just an ult bot. So, like, you might as well lean into it.
Yeah, I just felt like sometimes in Pro, especially LCK, like,
I feel like
never really got value out of it.
In the current meta, there are way more fights, so you actually like get an opportunity to play it, to press it every single like 3 minutes of how the objectives play out. Yeah, we need other national dishes though. Like, what's Atlas's?
So,
what's Aux's?
Wait, first I want to ask you: do you know Pop-Tarts?
Yes.
Lunchables?
Yes. Just for like, I have never had
bagel bites.
No. Well, I know them, but I haven't had them.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, because pop culture is
Tostinos?
overwhelming. No.
Pizza rolls?
Sure.
There's a... You know about like a powdered donut? Those little like powdered donut, the mini balls. Yeah, those are
really good. Donuts in general. Although the original donut.
Where are donuts from, actually? Do you know?
Well, I mean, it's fried dough, so like it's not really. But I do know that
somebody did it first, right?
Well, I mean, this is one of those things that I think got developed independently wherever you had people having dough.
So like everybody had fried donuts, and then we have like what we know as the donut.
That one is Dutch.
Originally,
really? Yeah. What we know now is the donuts. I'm pretty sure based originally on the oliebollen, which I'm saying Dutch. It might be Belgian. Not 100% sure, so don't pin me on that.
Yeah.
As Max says, Vegemite sandwich for Australia. That tracks. For Dan, what would it be? Like, I don't know the Irish one. The UK one would be fish and
potatoes.
Chips, obviously. I guess, yeah, but I'm sure they have actual nice dishes, not just...
Potatoes are nice.
Well, I know they can be nice, but they're not a dish.
A lot of damage here, and Yehu's going to be forced to Spirit Rush 100%. In fact, I almost think he did it late because he just took way too much damage. And, yeah, I mean, if you get into a position against Orianna where it's like you're 1v1, you just took a QW to the face, like... She's just gonna chase you down.
As our Orianna expert, also, that's where Vikla building, like, the safe build, right? It's not even damage. We've seen a lot more aggressive builds coming out from Ori's as well. As
a little fight brewing, trying to get onto the Rel. The engage onto the Rel. Not sure about that one. Has to lock it. The damage from the Nocturne is non-existent, though. As finally, here comes Clear trying to do something, but Rich is zoning everybody away. But Clear getting some resets in the back line. Actually gigantic. And oh, the flash forward. Gonna force the flash here out of Rich. Is now opening up. Oh, trying to get Raptor. And now they just stand here. And no curving of bullets for Teddy, who is desperately trying to save these fights for the team.
Ooh, not even close. Woo. Yeah, we're getting actual action. That's nice.
I know.
I did kind of enjoy talking about food, though. You might not know this, but I'm a bit of a hobby chef. So, you know, I was enjoying it.
You should make an account and post stuff there.
I actually do have one.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. But it hasn't been used recently. As we have to turn onto the Rel here. If you damage her before she engages, she actually isn't that beefy. But it's Clear coming in here, being the big difference maker. And also Sponge on a merry chase to take down Vikla. That means that Clear and the Admiral just have free reign. Then good flash there as we are not done.
Yeah, we're just running after Raptor, apparently.
Another 5v5!
Yep. It is BNK, and DRX are also picking up the pace. I'm proud of them.
You're on vision. Well, also BNK don't give you a choice, right? So DRX just have to...
Yeah.
You have to go, because they will.
It's Infernal Soul again, by the way. I don't know if you mentioned it.
Ooh, very nice.
We're just getting all the hype souls today for some odd reason. It's been a lot of Mountain and a lot of Chemtech in recent times here at the LCK. Trying to set up for this fight can be difficult if you're getting poked down by Varus. Also, as Red Team trying to push into the Banana Brush, as in goes Raptor. Going to force Teddy out of the fight, and down goes Sponge! Sponge is just out! And look at this, Kelly gonna keep Teddy around. As BNK, they say, we will fight you, and DRX were not ready.
And that looked a bit messy for BNK at the beginning of the fight. A little bit disjointed all over the place, but then guess what? I think the Nocturnal doing so much heavy lifting there in these type of chaotic scenarios where one team has full vision, the other doesn't. It's hard to make a play as we take another look. Kellen on a crazy angle here. So Vikla goes in, and this is what I'm talking about. You see, even though they split up in different directions, the members of DRX are just very easy to collapse upon because they're alone. They just got picked off one by one. That's 2 kills. And now the game rapidly snowballing away from DRX.
Yeah, and as we know, and as we mentioned many a time, BNK will take this lead and they'll throw it at you. They'll say,
oh, yeah,
we're going to fight again and again. And they'll be very aggressive and sometimes over-aggressive. So if you're DRX, you just got to wait for the one chance where they make a mistake, which here is getting burnt down, but it's not going to happen.
Are they our second most aggressive team in the LCK?
Well,
I'm looking at Kellen. I'm saying yes. Should he be here?
Yeah, no, probably not. Looks like he's dead.
He is dead. That's just before Drake as well. Thank you for proving my point, but I think it's them. Like, T1 is first, obviously, but I'm pretty sure BNK is second.
I feel like BNK are first.
But not in a good way.
No, yeah, in terms of just aggressiveness. Like, in terms of just trying to seek out as many fights as possible, I think that they are #1. They don't back down.
I think it's close.
Even if they're losing.
I make an argument for Iris. Ondil?
Oh, the charm misses for Yehu. And now Ondil's just kind of... yeah. Down will go Yehu. Raptor's going to take him out with the ult, and now he's going to get on top of Shelly and drive in a little circle. Okay. Equalizer comes down. Rich is very much out of position.
What is happening?
I don't know.
I guess Rich is dead.
Well, Ondil got out. Yeah, Rich is dead. He is 4v1. Did a bunch of damage, so his damage numbers are going to look good. And clear.
I want to remind everyone that the R5 Ari did come through. I don't think this is down to Yehu specifically, but it does. Just the whole drop kind of feels disjointed. No notes for Andil though.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see him continue the form that he's had so far. And because we are in the Rise group, I don't think this game is truly over. But it is starting to very quickly get worse. As, like, Ondil going in here when the rest of the team isn't ready, and then there's the TP that comes through.
I like how Raptor just ults away from
Raptor. Yeah,
it's like, yeah, cool story, Cal.
And then here, Raptor's like, oh, I'm needed. Which I think you can just go forward and jump into the wall. But he didn't know exactly where Ondil and Rich were, I think, so maybe he was afraid he would, like, jump into them and die. Yeah, I did also, while all of that was happening, like, Callan TP'd to mid instead of into the fight.
Classic. Yeah.
I love the Rise group.
The Rise group is great. The vibes are amazing every time. But yeah, it's a 5,000 gold lead 20 minutes in. And the comp for BNK is kind of playing out the way we expected it, right? We both mentioned how, you know, there's so many threats in this lineup that it feels like DRX are trying to throw everything into Diablo, and sometimes they get them. Like, they've gotten them twice, and it just doesn't work because they have too many threats. As here we go, going to turn off the lights, and giant magnet into a lot of them, but Vicla's still going to go down as he got caught in all of that. But there's still many threats. They got one, they didn't get all of them. Clear very much tanking it in the front line, but still going to get that reset.
Eddie? Okay, he's fine. A little ambitious, but
oh, Diablo.
Dead?
This time he got left out to dry, and maybe that's Otacon here for DRX, down 4,000 gold. Or maybe not. They don't have a jungler.
Take it away, Valdez.
Okay, I'll break it down here. Okay, your turn.
So let's take a look at how this fight starts. Ondale continuing just a great form. Here, finds a really nice engage. The ult this time just hits front line, so it doesn't really do that much. And then Clear here, actually, he probably can just not flash and they can extend that fight because he gets the reset, but he didn't want to risk it. And then here, because everyone kind of goes a different direction, Teddy just gets to set up. I feel like he was very close to just getting focused down. Oh, Ondale teleporting cow. Very scary.
Yeah. Very confusing. Trying to fight over the control ward. Kellen is very much caught out, has to flash out. And the Otacon, of course, was not taken by DRX, down 4,000 gold.
What did these teams mean by this?
They're just vibing, they're hanging out, you know. It's Rise group territory. DRX, they need to be fighting for their lives because they're currently in 9th place. Very nice shockwave. Last one wasn't. This one was very fantastic. Gonna catch the two of them. Raptor, though, baited in. They do get the kill at the very least, but Vicla going down.
Diablo might be in trouble.
Yeah, Diablo is going to flash away, but oh, he's not able to hit the Q sweet spot, and that is going to get the kill onto Diablo. And now the chase here. Vicla having to heal. Everybody's just on the run. And do they extend? Yep, they're going to get the double knock up in here as Clear goes back in and immediately just dies. And yeah, who wasn't even there.
Yeah, I do get that final play from Clear because I think he's trying to play for either like the Triumph proc or Sundered Sky. Everything else about that whole sequence, though, I am mystified.
Baffled.
Baffled. I am not surprised because we do kind of know this was going to happen. As we take a look. Great shockwave, no notes. Kill onto Sponge. Kill onto Sponge. That's Trundle. So he does go down, but it takes a little bit too long. And then here Diablo. So he goes in, then flashes, walks back in, which he definitely didn't want to do. And then he can't really charge the full Q, so he can't actually hit the Ari. And then here, Andil again, man, with these knockups. Clara thinking, I'm dead anyway to the burn of Rich, so I'm going to try and salvage the play. Doesn't quite work out. That's Otacon taken by DRX, and as we knew, this game nowhere near.
Far from over. Far from, there's no way to know.
And I was skeptical, but it is actually a Rich angle so far. He is toasting.
Return to form.
Oh, we didn't know, but we knew.
we said, you know, maybe that was one of the angles.
Diablo does play for damage dealt. He does not play for KDA.
No. He doesn't care if he dies, honestly. Like, if he gets a bunch of kills and a bunch of damage, like, he did his job.
It is kind of refreshing. I don't think as an AD carry it's necessarily always right. But this game has been messy, right? So as Varus, I think you are going to be in the receiving end of a lot of that. There is a lot of backline dive as well. We do have possible Infernal Soul Point here for B&K. As Diablo is alone without flash, there's no follow-up though.
Well, they're trying. They're trying their best. Okay, that's going to be the end of Kellen. Just like that. Big shot into Vikla. He's zoned away. Raptor gets taken out. DRX, big fight here. Looked a little bit silly and slow at first, but they found their angles.
I take back the no follow-up. There was follow-up, just not onto Diablo. That doesn't matter. And DRX, a full tempo swing. A gold lead now for them. I don't know about, guys, just take Drake. Oh, I don't know about this. Oh, there's a fat Aatrox. I'm not so sure.
They're going to go for the turn. It looks like with Andil.
But this is Baron is just spawned. Like they have a lot of, and they have poke Varus and a lot of damage.
And Andil spotted. They know he's here. And they know that the Baron is slow as well. Like you mentioned, because they know they have time to go in, but after they spent too much time, actually, Sponge, he's got the smite, and he has the Baron. So DRX pick up the big objective, trying to flash away here and get to safety. And the root comes down. Looks like
Raptor's on the way.
In a little bit of trouble. As, over goes Kellen, and he might get traded out for that. Yes, he absolutely will, but a bunch of damage. It goes into the Rumble.
Oh, Nocturne doesn't have ult. So this definitely is good for DRX, but they do lose Soul Point. And losing Soul Point I do think is a big, even though it's not quite Soul, for these two teams, I think losing Soul Point is a big deal, Valdez.
Yes.
As maybe look a little silly, because this, at first this looks like it doesn't really do anything, but it doesn't matter. They can just segment one by one. As the rest of B&K are kind of caught off guard because they were setting up for the Dragon already, which means that there is no counter engage, right? There's no clear going in, there's no Vikla. And if you do collapse onto Nocturne, and obviously he doesn't get to play the game, he's only good when he gets to be the one that jumps in. And then here things get a little silly as Kalin, Kalin autoed, that was his own auto to make sure that Rich died, but then he also condemned himself to an unfortunate demise. Definitely worth, not even jokingly.
Yeah.
It's a good timer. Because his death timer was obviously a lot lower. Did look very funny though, as now a gold lead is there for DRX, but also the Red Bull Baron power play is 600 gold, and I think they might get one more turn. There's an outer!
Yeah.
Still standing in bot! Richest TP! Please! Please, DRX. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no, oh no, oh no,
Send it again! Send it again! We're going in, they found Teddy! They found Teddy here in the back line.
Teddy, no!
Teddy's just out. Raptor might pay for it, but they're using so much to try to get him. Sponge here on the left is not able to do the same on a Diablo. And now the equalizer, not quite gonna get Raptor. He is burning, he's trying to survive. And yet not show himself to Rich. Rich goes back in. He picks up two. Return to form for Rich, but yeah, it's not gonna salvage the fight anyway.
That even, Valdez! Oh, I love me some Rise Group. As Kalin arguably doesn't even need to go for this TP because they just leave Teddy out to dry. Why is no one appealing for Teddy? Can't leave him alone. And then Rich tries desperately to salvage the fight and actually does a, I'd say, admirable job of doing so. As Diablo's like, oh, it's fine. I have the shield from Orianna. It's not fine. Just walks up, dies ceremoniously. Gold is actually basically even at 28 minutes.
Yeah, it makes sense. No, this is the way it should be. It took us a little roundabout way to get here, but we got here all the same.
All right, so now on the next timer, we can have DRX take Nash and then BNK take Soul. And we get to see again who wins that trade.
That is an option for DRX. They don't have to give away Infernal Soul, and they shouldn't.
No, I don't think they should. I'm just worried that they might. I hope not. Almost have Def Cap done for Yehu. Rich is pretty far off of his Zhonya's, which is unfortunate. Claire, by the way, is gaming. Somehow still has a gold lead, and I think a lot of that is ambient gold, but also he has a 40, 30 CS lead? Which felt like it has come out of nowhere. I'm having a hard time.
Is it 50, 40, or 30?
It was clearing the wave. It was 35, okay? He was clearing the wave as I was talking.
Yeah.
It's really, you know how in an open world game, and there's just too much stuff.
Trying to catch Diablo. He is a big caught here, and he's got a Trundle on top of him, trying to peel for him. The entire team, but Yehu goes in, and he goes back out. He is so mobile on this R. He finds the angle. Raptor going to be caught out here as well. And the timing of this, pretty nice, as you see Clear. Trying to get on in. The charm is going to miss, and he just wants to reset desperately. Somebody try to give it to him, but they're not quite going to. The pillar going to catch Vikla. He doesn't even have any mana. He doesn't have a way to get out of this. He's just dead. There's 4 kills here for DRX.
If that was a little more decisive, they could have actually looked for the end there. So Diablo gets caught. Doesn't find the sidestep. Nicely done by Teddy. Yehu ensures that this play works out with the flank right behind them. And then they don't have any cooldowns left. Raptor just dies, and the front line is just tanking this Aatrox, so they're not bothered. And every time, all of these fights feel like they start with either AD carry just getting piled onto and dying. Teddy, though,
as it should be.
On the chin, having a lot of value. Now, no objective is up, so we'll see what DRX actually got out of it, besides a gold swing, but let's be real, the gold swing doesn't matter. Do they get tempo kind of on the dragon? But they are not sitting at soul point. So it's basically even. And we get another go. That's the way I like it, Valdez.
It's basically even, as you mentioned, so anybody's game from here. It will just come down to execution in this team fight. 5v5, straight up. Side lanes don't really exist, although Vikla did a good job of pushing in mid.
Oh, Amdo has flash. Benny looking to set up.
He wants the angle. He's going to cleanse and go on in. He finds the Nocturne, and that's not quite the target I think that they wanted. Shockwave! Goes Yehu, the Shockwave, gigantic. Going to catch that entire front line. Sponge as well. The follow-up from Kellen is genius. And now Teddy doing an insane amount of damage, but he was alone. Let's be real. And that is Infernal Soul here for the side of BNK.
And it looks like, again, just the threat of a soul alone is enough. DRX know they can't afford to give this one up. They're forced into a position where I can't believe that they didn't get to set up objective control. they won a fight, like, so decisively.
They did.
How does BNK get in a position where they can contest? And all these
questions don't have answers, Chronicler.
No, will be answered in the next episode of Rise Group. Coming to you right after the break as the Nex is about to fall.
Yeah. But they will get the kill. Diablo ending up 6-6-12. Pretty satisfying KDA, but it's not a good one. Oh, it's like 3, actually, but...
Man, if Diablo would have actually gotten the 666, it would have been thematically consistent.
They just look confused.
Well, I mean, also probably very annoyed because it felt like that maybe the tides had kind of turned on that game. And that final fight, every single fight basically is always reset. We don't know what gets a lead out of it. It's just taken at face value. In that one, the engage wasn't quite there. I think Amdil going a little bit too amp. Follow wasn't there. Multi-man Shockwave. So he didn't get to have the impact, nor did Rich. Really, Now that I think about it, every time a team was the one that actually pulled the trigger on the fight, I feel like they just won it.
Yeah. Proactivity. B&K's figured it out.
So P.
Although sometimes they just randomly didn't as well. DRX did a good job of catching out some people occasionally themselves. Although it really felt like Teddy was doing a lot of heavy lifting, you know? Even though Rich has got this big damage bar, you know. It felt like Teddy was the one that was like setting up picks.
It was Rich and Teddy.
Yeah.
For me, were the two. Sponge, unfortunately, one of the negative consequences of the Sponge and Yehu. That's Sponge did more damage than the Ahri. That's not. Now Ahri isn't known for her damage numbers, but I think we also saw it in the game. The Ahri pick didn't hit the spot.
He fell very far behind. It wasn't really a good one for the comp and more of a comfort pick for him. Didn't quite work out. But let's see what happens, guys. As we are done here for now, we'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
우리 하나 여기 와 이거. 알이 갈려 있고. 천천히 해봐. 여기 럼블 진 여기 있다. 박았어. 얼리면 더. 아리. 더 뺄 수 있나? 나왔어. 오케이. 앞라인 그라드 봐. 앞라인 봐 우리 앞라인. 야 진. 그리고 높을. 높을이야 높을. 나 뛰어 끝나지 않냐? 내 럼블 따라올게. 해봐. 럼블 이퀄 없는데 이거.
바로 때리기를 하는데
대장군님!
아니 이러면 어떻게 되죠?
다 죽었습니다, 대장군님!
이러면 페이브리온
잡아.
연승
이게 무슨 소리야! 전멸을 했다고!
소린가요?
야 나 펜타 안돼 이거 형들 제발. 야 이거 끝내놓고 나 펜타 좀 제발. 정신 차려.
야, 나는 부담가.
야 한 번 해줘 해물 형. 야 나 먹었어. 아이
코드랑 거의 확정이에요.
주르륵.
코드랑
위쪽에 레이더.
이거 패턴이 나오고 있는데요. 패턴이 나오고
거짓말이었어.
기억나죠? 애들이 준다 했다가 뺏은 거라서요. 그래도 이번엔 안 준다, 애초에 줄 생각이 없더라고요. 그런 친구입니다.
거짓말이었어.
펜타 먹으면 원딜 너무 기고만장해지기 때문에 줄 걸 그랬나요? 사실 POM 멘트로 그 자식은 펜타를 주지 않고 뺏는 친구야 조심해라고 하려다가 마음만은 그래서 담아뒀는데 여기다 이렇게 풀 수 있어서 너무 감사합니다 롤스. 문범이 형이 뺏어서 그러려니 하고 있어요. 기회가 된다면 이번엔 또 줘야죠. 그냥 원래 한 번은 먹고 한 번 주는 스타일이라 솔직히 뭐 별로 기대는 안 하고요. 다음에는 펜타키 줬으면 좋겠어.
너무 맛있다.
다른 길을 택했더라면 내 삶은 조금 더 평온했을지도 모르지. 천년의 세월이 흘러도 이 마음은 처음과 다르지 않으니 세상에게 잊혀져도 괜찮아. 오로지 신념을 따라서 나는 이곳을 지키겠어. 나와 함께 하겠나?
Oh man, gonna need some soul food after that one, as it was a back and forth affair between DRX and BNK FearX. However, the Foxes get it done, and they're up 1-0. Digon here alongside the Atlanta list, and Woodid's already losing his mind.
Yeah, this wasn't a great fun game for Woodid, unfortunately, and it began with me also not feeling too happy because I saw the DRX draft and was like, what is this ever supposed to do? And it made me a little bit depressed. It started off okay, you know, the Rumble and the Trundle, and that's kind of cool. But then Ari Jin, I just don't think really gives very much, and now Woodid, do you want to talk about some support play that happened in this game?
Oh my god, I mean, it was really good in the early game, and they were actually setting up for good plays here, but I just don't know why Andel is like hesitating too much. And at the end, he decides to flash engage on Kalin, while Nocturne is hunting for his AD carry. And I feel like many times when DRX is ahead, they just decide to take a fight really like difficult. Like I just think that they can just simply go on the front target, simply just deny them from the fight. But here again, like they got the set, they have the vision control, they can just go on one target, the front line, which is Aatrox, but they tried to went on a deep ward and it's not working out.
Yeah, Vicla's flash there was pretty good, but the fact that the Alistar is all the way away from anything, and then they do kind of die. The thing that I do want to say, though, is this is the Bank Derby, you know? And
Bank Derby,
like banks, it was a series of deposits and withdrawals when it comes to the lead in this game. Because we thought it was kind of all done and dusted, didn't we? B&K were just going to be able to cleanly close it out. Wasn't really how the game went.
No, definitely not. And like Bank, there was scaling interest the later the game went on. Where we had this fight here, around the Drake, it is sole point. You got to get in there if you're DRX.
Again, you are flashing on Nocturne, and Nocturne is just gonna ignore you. Boop! He's going on the damage dealer. This Alyssa is not participating on any targets here again. I mean, it's not only Andel's fault that this is happening like over and over again. I think it's just DRX's team fault that they cannot find the correct target whenever in the team fight. I really think that you can pre-plan the fight, right?
Yeah.
Like before the team fight happen, you can actually talk with your teammate that what are you gonna focus on this team fight? What is our main goal in this team fight? Then you can easily just work on it. You don't have to like communicate it during the team fight, right? You already know what's gonna happen on the next team fight, but I don't see it from DRX. Like they just don't know what's gonna happen and just randomly jump into the situation, which means that they're just completely lost in the team fight.
Yeah, and they did show us how it's supposed to work, right? Because they clawed their way back into the game. It's a composition that does single target pick extraordinarily well. Unfortunately, they decided to opt into a team fight and stacked up and died.
I like what Wadid is saying there because it kind of felt like DRX found the avenue into fights, which was Rich. Hey, Rich is fed. He'll lead us to victory. But there really wasn't too much planning, and it showed in Sponge's score, who finished 2-8, who really wasn't very impactful in these fights and felt like he was lost in all of it.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt sad that it was only Andil looking for the opportunity whenever you have Ari and Jin and Rumble in the same team. I think anyone could help Alista, you know, to open up.
Yeah.
But I feel like like everyone is just like, hey, Andil, you can engage, and you're just waiting for the moment, but nothing is happening.
Yeah, it's almost like this is what they're used to as a team, but not actually what their composition is actually good at that point in time. So this guy on the screen right here gonna have to see a little bit more.
So much pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can feel that. Like whenever you have to engage and your team is expecting you to do something, but it's not only support's fault. Like I just want him to be more relieved, and I think his teammate can definitely help him.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of pressure on the opposite side, we've talked up Diablo and Kellen, but specifically Diablo, who has been pretty good, you know, especially up until this point, but he was running into melee range a decent amount of the time here on the Varus. He hasn't had the big pop-off performances lately, and he wants to function. He wants to be one of those top 80 carries. It feels like now we're starting to see the other edge of being that aggressive here, Max.
Yeah, and Diablo was kind of like this in Challenger as well before he made it here to the LCK. He actually really impressed so many of us with his play as he debuted here in the LCK. We were all surprised. We were like, where is the overextending, the melee range that I'm a little bit too aggressively positioned, Diablo? We are seeing some hints of that. Fortunately for BNK, this is the Rise group, so their opposition not necessarily going to punish quite as hard, and they are still able to steal the victory.
Yeah, I cannot say that the draft was optimal as well because they gave up Varus for free, and I think this time around they are blue side, so I'm just expecting better.
Did want to do the first highlight as just Varus being locked in.
Oh yeah,
and just kind of calling it a day.
We could
from
do
there.
that, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what 80 carries end up coming on through here. A unique draft in game number 1. Game 2, will it be 2 series wins in a row for BNK FearX, or will DRX have something to say about that? Let's send it back on over to Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you guys for that wonderful breakdown. I like the idea of the Varus lock-in highlight 1 because it's so true. Especially with the comp on the side of DRX. I think from the blue side here, they're really going to have to improve things and make us a believer that it's not just another kind of a sweet day, you know? Because we had that a couple of days in a row already.
There is absolutely no way that we can know who wins this series until the final Nexus falls. Because even that game, if we were sitting here and that final teamfight goes differently, DRX win the game. That's the end of it.
That's true.
So really what I'm trying to get to is we don't know anything. Nothing we know matters. Let's enjoy the games. It'll be fun.
It is fun, yeah. No, I like kind of sitting back and seeing what happens. Kind of reminds me of, you know, before I got into casting, just being an esports fan, just watching, you know, just being like invested, but also, you know.
In your case, that's a lot longer than for me, though.
Yes, it was quite a while ago.
That's what, 13 years?
Over 13 years was, yeah, because I came to Korea over 13 years ago, so.
It's kind of crazy, Valdez.
Yeah, we were talking about Korean food, I'm like, or not Korean food, well, we were a little bit, but American food and Korean food, I'm like, I'm a little bit Korean at this point. Like, I've been here for so long.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, obviously, born and raised American, but when you spend enough
New Yorkian, let's
New Yorkian, yes, true. With my pizza, that's definitely from New York. I don't know what where that came from. So we do have coffee.
That's how people from New York say coffee, right? Wada's more Boston.
Wada's like, yeah, that's Boston. Probably trying to figure out how to spell it. Water.
I feel like we're rapidly losing the plot.
I think we're kind of getting the same bands here.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, I feel like we're
Please don't
already...
leave Pantheon open.
We're already going for the same vibes.
I mean, we are.
Well, okay, so
it's a Rise group game.
The topic of game 1 was Pantheon's banned, everything's okay. The topic of game 1 was food. Let's figure out a new one for the second one. But something that's universally beloved and applicable to everyone, and Zinzo gets locked in to the surprise of no one.
I mean, it could have been other things.
I think it is the highest prio pick that's still left. Like Poppy, it's high up there, I do think.
Yeah, but you're right, it wouldn't have been picked before Xinjiao.
No. I think Skarner into Zinzo feels great. Also, with how messy the last game was. Vi does very different things. For Raptor, I actually like Vi more. I think Skarner, if you can draft around it and execute as a team, it's better. But Skarner, to me, is always best when he's great counter-engage. Is BNK a counter-engage? No.
That's why I was like, or Vi, we could just engage. What is going with this Vi, though? I do wonder, because Ari's gone, Talia's gone.
Rise works.
Rise does work. Oriana's gone, you know, all these different things.
Also, you can use Realm Warp to dive into the enemy team.
You can.
2 out of 2 so far.
You can also use it for great macro plays and quick objective takes and stuff like that. But as we know, that's not going to happen here. Just saying.
So Galio Camille?
Galio Camille does feel pretty nice.
So we can also go like Victor. I was going to say Victor or Cassio. I don't like it though. I feel like it's one of those things that in paper makes sense, but then
as long as it's not Cassio, I'm okay with it.
No, I'm also not really okay with the Victor. I feel like this champion hasn't looked good since Spring.
Spring, yeah.
Which, you know, it's a while. We're at match 108.
Spring, like the season of...
The season.
Yeah.
Well, we can
not like of the LCK.
No, it's not split. We can still call it spring. You know, like the rounds happened in spring. That's
True,
fine.
Yeah. Renekton.
Rich Necton, also a pick away from Claire. So what are you going to play here? The options are, what, like Ornn? If you want to really
ton of money
crazy.
Because he's rich.
I love Gragas here. I think Gragas goes really hard into the entirety of DRX already. I think when you're playing into stationary carry like Victor, it does really well. It's not what we're getting. I think Ornn is most likely for Claire.
Camille. You're not playing Camille. Quinn?
Okay, let's not.
I don't have any real ideas. Nico. I was going to say, like, Nico should be high proud, but she always gets picked in, like, second rotation. But here we go.
Oh, my God. What should be Claire top 80 Nico?
No.
Yeah.
Wait, it could be.
I don't think it is. That would be very funny. So, we do see the Nico, which is really good with Vi. Like, again, we're just picking a dive comp here. Nico also, I think, is good into a lot of short range, as we have on the enemy team.
Nice Karma ban, by the way.
I really, really like it. I think Barrel, of all people, has been really on a tear on the Karma. Picking it into the Nico quite a lot. Makes a lane really hard to play. It also takes away some of the burst potential that's there. It's also just good into Vi. Just a lot of reasons why you don't want to play into that one. BNK, man, I know they just do the one thing, but they do it well. I feel like they also are pretty, like, when it comes to the drafts, like, we pick dive, we ban things that mess up our dive. We're not letting them. Not doing it.
Yeah.
And then we slam, I was going to say we slam Kaisa.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was thinking the same. It's perfect.
It's good ban for DRX. Good ban.
Yeah. You could just go ahead and save your top pick if you really want to, but you could also wait until they pick their bottom lane, unless there's something prio that you desperately want to pick up. Something like a Corki, which...
That's good.
Yeah, I've really had like a turnaround on Corki. I thought it was really bad at first, and then I was like, you know what? This just does crazy amounts of damage.
I also, it's a pick that has good laning pressure, that has safety. The biggest issue is that obviously in late game fights, outside of them being really messy, you can't hyper carry the way you can with a lot of other AD carries because you need to get in range. But it is a very strong early lane bully that is good in skirmishes and has a lot of built-in safety.
Playing Victor Senna into BNK seems like it's not a good idea. Even though it's Teddy Senna.
Yeah, I don't love it. I do think Anders Nautilus is great. And I think that this is the type of comp where if this was against Bro, this DRX draft,
It's amazing.
foolproof. Cassante, oh, the clear Sante.
Yeah, he was hovering it before. There it is. Cassante locked in for clear. And we've been seeing a lot more Cassante nowadays. I feel like there's been a little bit of a turnaround amongst our pros saying that, hey, actually, no, he's pretty good.
As long as you don't blind him. Which, even that, I think Doran blinded him last game, but it's a second game pick, you know?
Yeah.
Game 1, that's Rumble, that's Gwen. In this case, Gwen is just consistently getting banned, but we have a lot of teams just letting it through in game 1 and then kind of letting it be. We could look at these drafts.
We did. We talked about them, actually, decently.
Do
we could
they
talk about
matter?
them a little bit more.
I'm going to say probably not. I probably not. On paper, it would.
Yeah.
DRX outscale, I think, by a pretty substantial margin. But BNK, they're gonna give it their all. They're gonna fight a lot, and we'll see. I hope we get a game 3 Veldas, because it's been 2 days in a row where it's 4-0s. So I want to say
I like the
Demon
Kellen,
Hunters.
the Kellen Alistair. Hoping for Lolly Knight angles for some of these teams. Will it happen? We'll just have to wait and see. We got Vi here for Raptor. Definitely could get some good work going on this one. We'll see if he's got it going in game number 2. Let's hop onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, game number 2. Off we go.
So the topic of game number 1 was food.
Yeah.
We need something universally approachable for game 2, right? Because food everyone can relate to. Everyone gets it. Everyone has their own preferences. What's next? Like, just video game. Like, what video games have you been playing? What are you looking forward to? I could start by sharing how happy I am that Arena is back. I love Arena. It's my favorite.
I knew you were going to say that, yeah.
It's so fun. I'm so glad it's being. Oaks play a ton. It's wonderful. Love Arena. I'm glad it's here. It's just, you know, you just play and then you high roll. And if you don't high roll, you go 8th. And that's how I like my games.
So that's how you play all roguelikes.
Yeah. Well, no. You can also be like the, I'm going to try and get 820 and make the best decisions on every single... No.
Yeah.
No, we ball. We go crazy, Veldas. We just pick what we like. And we try to hard force the same thing every time, and if it doesn't work, well, concede.
I feel like you can do a little bit of both, at least in Arena.
No. No compromise. No,
okay.
I'm joking.
Where it's like you can take the gambly stuff, but you can also have like a solid build behind it.
You can for sure. There's definitely champions and setups that work better.
But you do the thing where you random every time. Right?
Oh yeah.
For like a random champ.
So sometimes you get like the shard for a for a champion you like, and then you're like, okay, what do you have? And then like, okay, I got this. Let's do it. Let's lock it in. And outside of that, yeah, I don't have any games I'm super looking forward to right now, because well, I basically, like, the last 2-3 months for me have been crazy, because there's been a lot of games that I've loved.
Yeah.
And I'm just we're kind of chilling.
Well, we're climbing nowadays.
We are playing a lot of it. Yeah, it's going well.
We did reach the peak. I would have been there.
Is it time to tell the story?
Well, yeah, I think so. I mean, my story was just that my baby started crying at 1 o'clock in the morning, so I had to leave.
We were in the final level, by the way.
Yeah.
So if you don't know, you climb a mountain together. You're just a bunch of goobers climbing up a mountain. You can help each other. It's very funny. And we were in the final level. And me and Ox actually made it, but we had to leave Brendan behind. We had to abandon him!
We got a big trade here. Vicla's like, yeah, I'll go for that level up and root you. Nicely handled, actually. Totally fine.
Unfazed. Just like Bryce when he was like, nope, you're not making it to the top.
That was the end of that.
Made for a good story, though.
I still unlocked the next Ascension level, or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Which is funny.
I guess
wasn't even there.
as a party we did.
Yeah.
So it makes sense, you know, like if you would have gone down, but we would have.
Yeah. So I was Gollum, right?
Well, yeah. Because Ox almost beefed it at the end, and I had to like carry him back up. So I was Sam, he was Frodo.
Yeah.
And then you were left in the fire.
It's in the fire. Oh, such a Gollum move. Little trade here, and it's actually very nicely. Okay, Diablo, what is going on? There's
finding his barrier.
There's baiting, and then there's Genius. Nice hook, though. Very nicely played. The double root comes in, and
they're committed.
Nico, and yeah, they're just gonna go all in, because why not? Diablo with the double kill. It's still a good play for BNK, even though it's messy, as you would expect.
What? Okay, we're doing the lane swap. I'm like, okay, so. Shout out to Ondale, saved that from being a complete disaster. Because that, I think that Valkyrie in was actually a good play from Diablo because he's still barrier and flash.
Yeah.
The real issue arose when Raptor was like, I'll hold on to my flash. Should not have done that. Because I think you actually get the clean 2-for-0 trade. So we have a little bit of damage maxing here from Diablo, baiting them in. But again, the trade is what matters, right? Because they just are setting up for this. So I think that's a good play. But then right there, if Raptor flashes on top of Ondale...
I don't know if he had the frames to do it, though. The hook was so well timed by Ondale.
Maybe. I think you
it's really close.
I think you can definitely flash on top of Teddy, though. Just like flash up instead of down.
You can go on Teddy, yes.
Flash up on Teddy, kill him, and then I think you can just literally one-tap and actually tank. So definitely really well played by Ondale. I think a decent mistake there by Raptor. All said and done, the gold for DRX is on Ondale, the gold for BNK is on Teddy. Or on Diablo rather. It's still a big win. It's still good. Could have been better, but it's BNK, so like let's be real here.
Let's watch the next part, you know?
Sponge.
Let's tune in for part 2.
Do it.
Nah, he's not gonna do it. He's learned in his time at the LCK.
But yeah, I don't have any releases that I'm really looking forward to, because all the, you know, Donkey Kong Bonanza and then the 100 line that I didn't shut up about for like, what, 2 months?
Game of the year, right?
My game of the year, yes. Yeah. Round 2!
We are diving again, and Rich has level 6 in Flash, and they all run away. They're like, oh, he's level 6 now, let's run away. That's exactly what they did.
That's fine.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Vikla just phase rushing. So
running
strong, that rune.
So fast.
Yes.
So speedy.
So swift.
How about you? Well, actually, I know you're a man of not... I feel like I play way more different games. You did get us on Doom, though. That was fun.
Yeah, the Doom game
was
fun.
really good.
BF6 is coming out soon. That looks fun. Might play that with Achilleos. We'll see.
Of course, she's so American.
Hey, at least it's not Call of Duty.
That is true.
That's the most American thing. Outside of course, League of Legends. Well.
LT is doing fine when it comes to international performance specifically.
Sure.
They've been a lot better.
West, yeah.
Yeah, FlyQuest is good. I don't think there's any saving this one.
Hey, you never know. You know, like, it's a best of 5. They got 3-2 against 2 really good teams.
They did? Well, no, I do actually think FlyQuest is the best Western team by a large margin.
Well, yeah, they are.
Yeah.
It's just 1-team region, and then we're a 2-team.
We're a 2-team region. Yeah, we fought for a second there today.
What's the LPL? Are they also 1-team region?
I'm not gonna lie. With LPL now, I feel like it's so hard to keep. I know that the current jungler experiment is working out.
Yeah.
But I also am kind of the opinion that that's one of those things where like it's, you know, you get the honeymoon phase. Whether it actually will work or not,
sure.
I don't know.
Like when things start going wrong, how are they going to
And then obviously
react?
AL was legitimately what?
Yeah, that's the one in the one.
At worst for best team in the world, but
yeah,
punching up with both T1 and Genji. Last that I saw, at least, as you might gather, we are doing LCK right now, so it's kind of hard to.
Wait, really?
Keep track of. Well, I mean, we should.
Is this LCK? Okay, it's a big engage onto Kalani. Nearly dies, and there he goes. And now Diablo in a lot of trouble. BNK just kind of put their face in it. And DRX say thank you very much. We don't need to do any fancy dive.
Oh!
I thought that lollipop hit. Not quite. Yeah, DRX don't do anything fancy. They just press Nautilus Q in a team fight and win.
And of course DRX are winning with the quote-unquote scaling comp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just hide on bush.
So Kellen tries to bait them and then just walks in face first.
Well, I feel like they were checking for vision.
Well, yeah, but like, didn't the clone go in? Didn't he see? And he just gets hooked.
And there was a Realm Warp too for vision. Like at around the same time. So there's probably a call. There was probably a call on the comms, which seemed to be a little bit all over the place. That was like, okay, we need vision in this brush. But they had already started the grubs and were not in a good spot. So they needed vision before that. As now, going to go on and engage here on Ondil. And he looks very dead. They're using almost everything to kill him. So 2 ults come in. Technically 3, I guess, with the Corki ult. And they do get Ondil down. And Diablo gets some free money in bot.
And then my guess is that the Claire is going to base TP towards top to make sure that Rich doesn't get too much done there. Teddy is zoned off of the way for a little bit. Will be able to make his way back there. There's the TP. Just a nice back and forth. A continuous trade of objectives. As Teddy also a knower when it comes to build, which is good. Actually doing a decent amount of stacking as well. Now Clear, thanks to that kill, does have his 4 mil done, so no fun allowed for Rich in this one. And it's one of those things where you look at the composition of DRX. They obviously do have decent early game pressure with specifically Xin, Nautilus, and Renekton. I do really feel like that topside fight was just execution from BNK being very below par. Not what we want to see.
A bit below the bar, for sure. DRX enjoying a little lead. As we know, though, not a big deal. Although this time around in these comps, you could definitely see the Victor and Senna really pop off eventually.
I think it should be a big deal. I don't know if it will be. That's
should be.
In Rise Group, these things we hold up as laws of League of Legends.
Yeah.
It's just a reminder that, you know, you can't judge laws in a vacuum. You have to judge them according to context. Are there teams where you see Senna and
what's with you and the law, Mal?
Yeah, I wonder what that's about.
You got a problem with the law?
Well, actually, yeah.
You have a run-in with the law?
Ace Attorney 7 was not announced, and I'm very upset about it.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sad. I was really looking forward to that, even though there was no indication whatsoever that that was going to be a thing.
You ever see, what's the movie? 12 Angry Men? That's a great movie.
There's a lot of good law movies, a lot of not so good ones as well. But a lot of great ones, yeah.
How about Suits? Did you watch that? Yeah. I didn't watch that.
No, I did a little. I watched like a few seasons.
Was that one of the not good ones?
I think it's objectively not that good a show, no, but I did enjoy it for what it was.
Because of the law?
Well, no. Actually, anything but the law is Rich.
Aha.
Oh, I thought it was...
Rich?
Gonna get collapsed upon. Rich? Are we...
Yeah, whoa, yeah, that's not a question, Chronicler. We're going.
But he's...
Rich?
Okay.
Look at the pings on the map. They're like we're diving turrets.
Oh, I like
this
collapse.
Is actually so nice. The turnaround totally baited Ondil on the rotation. Meanwhile, they're losing bottom turret, but who cares about that? They're getting top turret.
Are they? Well, yeah, they will. They will. So, can Clear get to this turret, though? Like, they don't win the trade, it looks like. I'm calling not worth.
For BNK.
For BNK. I'm calling very worth. A support for first turret blood?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much.
That's feats as well. This was a really cutely set up bait there, though. Like, they lost the war drop, and then the moment that Ondil, I think, spots that, he's like, oh, no. Because they're setting up like they're going to dive top, even though we already see Rich back off. They're still fake going for it. How is Yehu's Rod of Ages not done yet? Is he actually...
Is he waiting?
He might actually be postponing it. I don't know. There might be a charitable interpretation, but I feel like it's one of those things where...
Maybe he just has a lot of money and he didn't back.
I guess?
Like, does he buy... Yeah, he buys a whole blasting wand and Okay, he sold that and bought Merc Treads.
Which makes sense.
That makes sense.
Oh, we're trying to dive Yehu.
Yeah, he is a victor who does have flash. The damage over the top with the Senna, pretty good though, as in goes Kellen. They're gonna find Sponge, gets him so low in the circle, and he fails the flash, but still is going to go down. Meanwhile, on the backside, Kellen taken out, trying to realm morph out of this one.
No, clear! Oh, he's
what
fine.
Do you mean?
I thought he was gonna die!
No, clear, no! As he walks away, Kasante.
I thought because he ulted, or he didn't have ult, I thought he was gonna die.
No, it was funny because they totally left him out to dry, and then he's just there, and he just walks away. He's like, yeah, I'm fine. I don't know. I don't need your help.
This game is getting to me. This series is getting to me, fellas. This is great.
I feel like every Rise Group series that doesn't have DK, for you especially, it's gonna get to you.
So we have the ult come in. There's just not enough damage. Really good timing from Sponge. Teddy keeps Yehu safe as well. Then Sponge actually stayed alive for way longer. And then this is where Heartbreak I thought was imminent because
clear.
It's just clear, but
no.
Okay, at the same. Actually, looking at it as well. So it's non-stacked Senna, like 15 minutes in. And then Rod of Ages Victor, they were not killing Clear.
Never.
They knew. They were not
in a million years.
Oh no, Clear. As Raptor, what about another dive? As they have the whole squad again.
Just bring the whole crew.
Bring everyone!
Just outnumber, and you can never lose. And you know what? I think they're going to get a kill on a Kellen. So, kind of losing, I guess. Although Raptor did get a kill, I guess.
But they also losing Herald. This is so BNK. We run around the man.
They probably think they're winning.
As 4-man unit. Well, I don't think they.
We run around map 4-man units.
We
BNK
gang.
strong together.
I love this team, man. They're so silly. And then meanwhile, DRX is like, we're just cross-mapping.
Yeah.
Victor Senna.
We're just doing what our coaches told us to do.
Yeah, we're playing a clean game of League of Legends. Sponge is doing well, by the way. That's boding well. That's good.
Yeah.
Good tidings, Feldas.
I feel like he's not totally abiding by the Sponge law, though.
No, he's not 1v9ing yet.
He's like kind of somewhere in the middle, which is weird.
No, that's not
It's like one of these rare exceptions.
The Raptor wraparound?
The Raptor-round? Get it? You get it. Come on. You get it.
How do you feel about that?
I felt very good. I felt very good about it, honestly. What's next? I'm like, where are BNK diving next, you know?
Oh, I thought you were saying, where's this conversation going next? Because I don't know.
No, that's
let's
totally
get
lost.
back to where BNK are diving next. I also don't know where BNK are going next. Oh, Dragon, I assume.
Okay.
Really, neither of these teams are going to be very happy to see their opponent with Mountain. Because BNK don't have the damage, I think, to chew for health bars with only 2 carries. And then DRX have a Kasante on the enemy team. I don't think he should get Mountain. And they're cross-mapping still.
Rich, TP available.
Can they fight the 5v5? I think is really going to be relying on the strength of this Renekton as well as the Zinzao's.
Okay, we're just going in. They're going to get the flash out of him. And Raptor gets away, so flash collected from Teddy and the barrier, actually. And he's only on 39 stacks here at 17.5 minutes. Definitely not that strong.
Playing for the retake here. Look at Kellen. No flash.
Yeah. Thinking about it, Andal's gonna go in, and over the top goes the Senna ult, but the Nico for the peel is big as Kellen will go down. It is traded, but it's for the top laner. Clear gets away, but Vikla runs straight into them by himself. They trade the jungler for it, though. It's trades all over the place in this
Dragon is still going!
And Clear's got the angle. It's the 2 weak carries in the backline that have the range, but the distance is being closed by BNK. As what? He went the wrong way. That doesn't matter. Still gonna get the kill. The 2 weak carries, they get collapsed on. And BNK also get the dragon.
And BNK will fight you to the death. As DRX, perchance not ready for that level of violence. As we take a look, I think just a bit disjointed here on the fight. They just don't have that much damage. And Rich unfortunately on the Renekton, like, you need to be able to get multiple rotations off there. You're one of the big strong points for this comp this early on. Your Teddy, your Yehu, they just don't have that much damage yet. The specs haven't been hit, the items aren't there. It's Rolovage's Victor. So as low as these health bars get, imagine one more Renekton Q, one more slice and dice, one more tick of that ultimate.
We're fighting.
Oh yeah, of course we are.
There's no time to analyze, Chronicler. You're here to be second play-by-play, okay?
Also, actually, we're gonna fully, let's do it. Let's ping pong.
Okay.
We got the Atlanta list. Why,
you can do it.
Why can't I?
Yeah, no, you
dip
can do
my
it.
toe into the.
Why not?
Well, I used to be a player.
You can even start off some of them, and then I'll just pick it
I'll
up.
throw it to you. Well, we've had this conversation, right?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
That I started as a play-by-play.
Oh, yeah. I knew about that, yeah. But it was in Dutch.
Yeah, but then also in my first, a lot of my first English casts were also play-by-play.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, I don't think it was great.
Well, they exist. Are they out on the internet?
Yes. If you go back to...
Where can we find them? I'm just curious.
EU Masters 2019.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay,
that was me.
Readily available.
Orcs was there.
Yeah.
Cadril was there. We got a whole slew of people. It was very fun.
Did you cast with Ox?
I'm pretty sure I did, yeah. But I don't remember like every game. But I feel like we did because we were both there.
Okay, well, they're just going to group up for them as they try to go for the engage, and it's actually BNK that get baited into it. The engage looks good. Meanwhile, Teddy's just dying over here on the left. I don't know exactly why. Northern wall comes on Nil as in goes the clear Sante. He's dead. He's dead.
Yeah, the moment that fight started, my collar instinct kicked in and I just shut up immediately.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I totally forgot.
It's fine. Me too. Next fight I got, and there will be plenty.
We're so autopiloted. It's crazy.
I know. So, what happens here? What? So we don't have damage.
Look at the whole rest of the
We don't have damage. Like, why are Vicla and Clear going in on Teddy when there's deformity? DRX, also, I imagine just like, what is happening? Also, DRX, did I say that correctly? So, why aren't we playing for Otacon here? Did we not? No? DRX,
wait, they could have just taken Otacon.
DRX, we need to have a serious conversation about your conversions. You're winning these fights, but you're not doing anything.
Maybe it feels like they're just trying to claw their way back in the game and they want to scale.
But they're not! I know that obviously they can't see the gold lead, but like, you should have a feeling for this as well yourself, because you're even in kills. Global objectives, you're a little behind, but not that much, right? Like turrets are, what? Turrets, you're actually a turret ahead. CS numbers are looking pretty decent across the board. You're ahead in top, they're ahead in mid.
Yeah, and you can see the item completions and stuff.
Yeah.
So you can be like, well,
should have a decent read.
I look just like that guy.
In they go. Engage them clear there. Nothing coming through of it just yet. Sponge still looking, goes for the W. Doesn't find it right now. Going in, gets targeted, and Sponge is dead!
Oh, it's a gigantic kill, and the follow-up here from Kellen is just huge. Andil gets away, and now we got Yehu in a bad spot.
Diablo is chasing on, trying to get Teddy, won't get him now. As Rich still looking for stragglers, but I don't think he can follow up.
Oh man, very close fight still. But BNK will enjoy the lead, and they're not done yet, Chronicler.
They're going in, find Rich. Vicla looking for the bounce, Teddy is low, still moving forward. Look at the clear Sante though, he's behind them, the Realm Orb comes in, and there he is. Clear finds the back line, Teddy flashes. Looks like he will survive, but somehow Diablo dies with his flash down, but his barrier up. And it's a mess, Valdez.
Flash down, barrier up, that's what they say, and it's a disaster for the side of DRX, you know? And, I mean, this starts out in one of the weirdest ways. Like, it's the engage here onto the Cassante, right? And they're like, we know this is bad, but we still want to do it. Okay, there's a lot of follow-up damage. Let's just run straight into the bush.
And Sponge just gets blown up immediately. Really nice counter engage there from Kellen. Ye was trying, but he's really just 1v1ing the Cassante until Raptor shows up and just promptly dispatches of him. Obviously, none of this matters because BNK over Chase. So Dragon is going to go in the picture-in-picture to DRX, it looks like. And then BNK are going to try and enter out of combat. I don't really like their position right now. Dragon gets taken. And the pings are going down. They're not really doing that much damage to auto. I think they'll get it. Yeah, okay, no, they're just trading. They're just trading. It's trading.
He's like, I get kill, I go kill. Diablo, you're already dead.
Diablo,
go kill him.
Diablo is actually, though, literally the perfect AD carry for BNK. Like, he could not be on a better team.
That's true. He fits. Like, he is the guy. And he's actually really good at the game at the same time, so it was the perfect pickup, to be honest. Shout out to whoever made that pickup.
I'm not gonna lie, Valdez.
Yeah, you wouldn't lie.
Well, no, I don't think
you're a law-abiding citizen.
I did that great a job, but the back and
forth.
That
was good.
The back and forth was fun. You know, a little pointing of
also,
like, you go.
Yeah.
You go.
That was fun.
No,
also,
I
you haven't done play-by-play in like how many years?
6. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't undersell yourself. That was really good.
No, but it's fun. And then the Atlantalist takes over, or the Veldanalist. I'm being thrown off because the Atlantalist is also here today.
He's actually here today, yeah.
The one day.
It's, yeah, there have been some like Veldanalist days with Atlas casting, obviously.
Yeah.
Haven't been a lot of Atlantalist days without this casting.
No.
But today is one of those. And we're getting into another fight here, Chronicler.
So what are we doing? I'm opening, you're taking the next what are we?
Yeah, just follow the tempo vibes and see where we go, you know.
I need another PowerPoint, man. I don't get it. I'm not ready. Sponge, no! Okay, he's fine.
Clear! No! He's like totally fine.
Both teams still looking. Game close to even, 2-2 in Dragon. Slight lead for BNK, but scaling advantage for DRX. Yehu has gone Horizon Focus, which we haven't talked about yet. I don't like it. I just go Leandries as they go, and Sponge gets focus, gets the ultimate off though. They turn it onto Raptor. He does go down, but there's Vikla in the back line looking for the bounces. Doesn't quite find it.
Oh, and they catch Zondel here on the backside, but that is Vikla dead. He went way too deep by himself, and now Rich is gigantic. They take out the Senna though, and again, it's just such a messy fight. Diablo inside the stun is going to be taken out, and it's only Kellen. DRX win the fight. As Yehu is full health with a triple kill.
19-9. Guess what? They can't do an objective because it's just Rich.
And Yehu. Yeah.
As breaking away, Chronicler and Feldes. So we go on to Sponge, who is Zinzao, so he's not bothered. Not even an ultimate out of Raptor because he dies too quickly. Then a really good flash from Yehu actually keeps him away from Kellen. And then I want to see what happens next. So Diablo goes in. And then he is, unfortunately, Corky, so Rich just gets on top of him. Rich, to me, doing a lot of heavy lifting. That earlier fight, not quite going his way, but this Renekton and this mid-game really popping off. 19-19, the gold is literally...
There's no way to know. Wait, it's exactly even.
It is!
It was exactly even there first.
This might be my favorite game of the split so far. I'm not gonna lie. We got today has just been. We got a tempo vibes PowerPoint.
Yeah, that was
from Atlas
so good.
/ Kayan. We still don't know what it means. We're approaching kill records.
We might break records tonight, guys.
If you're here watching right now, you get to say, I was there.
You were there.
You were here.
There's a lot on the line.
What is happening?
You can bring it up in the future. You say, I was there when we broke the record for most kills in a game.
OT flank there from Raptor. Rich already chunked a little bit. The Baron has started up. Yeah. Raptor didn't see him. He showed, and then the engage coming in through as well. They're trying to do too many things all at once. Undil gets focused. A lot of damage going down. But it's up to Sponge. He will go down, or never mind. Stays alive as Vikla now bullied away. Gets stoled out. But Clear dies, and that's 2 down for BNK.
I mean, BNK, they were trying to approach from so many angles, and they just left their Corky to die. He was just there in the front line, and Kellen's like, guys, I'm trying to help this guy. Can anyone help him? No. And, yeah. Vikla TP'd in just to almost immediately die. And just take a look at Diablo here on the right side. He just
Okay, you can't.
Valkyrie's in,
You can't
immediately
Valk
dies.
in there. I'm a Diablo defender at the first minute. You can't Valk in there. Can't do that. Not allowed.
And then
Again,
Victor's isolated.
Yeah, again, Rich, I think really good on the target selection. Get on top of him immediately. Ondale on this Nautilus. He just pressed R, but it was a good press. And then now they're going to get soul points. I think DRX might have been able to get our first decisive advantage. They're going to get soul point. They're going to get the Baron. Should be able to get themselves an extra amount of turrets as well. And I do think they have the scaling advantage, even just by the virtue of the range.
Yeah, I mean, getting this Mountain Drake is pretty huge. On top of the Baron, trying to push into bot lane. See that the wave clear is non-existent with these three. Finally, Diablo's going to show up, but he's... I think after that last Valkyrie, he's maybe going to take a little step back and say, okay, I was wrong.
Oh, Raptor on the flank. There's a lot of vision there behind them.
Wait, B&K want to fight?
Yeah. Fellas, come on. You can't be surprised at that. I know you...
They want to fight? What? What do you mean? That's crazy. DRX are like, whoa, they want to fight. We should back away.
Wait, DRX?
Oh, they just want to push mid. There's a lot of pinks here. They want to go on a sponge. That dodge was pretty slick. He had a very good idea.
They knew, right?
Yeah.
Because he did walk through the jungle, so it makes sense that he would be waiting. So B&K, you don't need to fight. You are down a level on many of your champions, but who am I kidding? They're gonna fight.
Look at Raptor. He's so far behind. The engage comes in, and uh-oh, Kellen knocked away. Clear's like, okay, it's my turn now. Can we isolate Rich is the question. And meanwhile, we got a Raptor is isolated here on the right side, so it might just be a trade 1-for-1. But still Baron here for the side of DRX.
I'm kind of confused as to how B&K even got away with that. DRX, though, they're still pushing. They will get the mid lane turret, possibly an inhib as well. As Raptor does go down, the damage just isn't there from B&K because every one of them has to put themselves in harm's way to get anything done. And now Void Step done for Yehu. Teddy's sitting at 100 souls. I think DRX have run it. I think they've ensured that we are going to a game number
We need game 3.
We need game 3.
Uh-oh.
Everyone watching at home needs game 3.
Oh no!
W.
Clear just, yeah, he went the wrong way. Of course, he didn't know they were gonna be there, so. Okay, nice little pick from the side of DRX.
What does it all mean?
You know, I don't really have the answer to that. You take it away here, Chronicler.
So, attempted engage there from Kellen. Really nice counter engage there between Rich, Sponge with the ultimate, and then Ondale. Although it kind of counter synergy because I think they could have killed Kellen if it wasn't for the ult. And then Raptor tries to draw attention, whereas the rest of his team dispatches of the Crocodile. And then there, the timing on that as well is so tragic because if clears literally half a second later, he just W's up. And then, I think he's still dead, but like maybe he's not. As 2 minutes for B&K to try and regroup, because once DRX get the Mountain Soul, that is actually game. Like, I don't think you can come back after that. I don't think there's a way.
Or so he says.
I'm very trying to be very, as much as I can, you know, not say anything untoward towards either team. That could still be a crazy engage from Raptor that somehow makes this game work.
Ooh.
But to credit of DRX, look at the vision control they've been setting up, by the way. Every single time there's a flank, I see Raptor trying to solid snake his way for like 15 wards. He doesn't get to go to the back line. They're not allowing him. As I say that, that's...
As he found an angle.
Oh, there you go. Ward number 1. And he made, instead of the exclamation mark over the head, it's like the question mark ping.
Yeah.
Like, oh, found him. There's 2 more wards in his own jungle.
One of them is actually spotted by a control ward.
Is it okay, it is swept.
The other one,
I don't know, it could be like
one
of those angle things where it's like...
No, yeah, we saw that one.
Oh,
one is...
Right. Good catch, Valdez.
Yes. Valid analyst paying attention.
You like stealth games?
Not really.
No.
A little bit slow. I mean, they're okay.
They are.
Like, they're good, but not really my go-to.
Not sure your style. That's fair.
Yeah.
So we do have the what should be the game-deciding fight for DRX coming up in 30 seconds. They have full control of the area. They have 2 carries fully skilled up. Yehu also has his stopwatch available. As long as they keep Teddy safe, I think they're winning this game. That's all they need. Just an ult isn't enough. Somehow Vikla and arguably Diablo need to get damage down on Teddy. I don't think they're going to be able to, but I am looking at Raptor. Oh my god.
What is this flank? Oh, they caught him! They caught clear! Once again, but the damage is coming in, and everybody's going to dodge that Nico ult, and Raptor on the backside not really doing much. Diablo, may he survive? No, is the answer. The Q comes through, and Yehu is just way too fed. 420 gold, and DRX will bring us to a game number 3.
We knew it the moment we fought. We didn't, Valdez, as somehow we are going to break the record.
We did it!
For most kills. I can't believe that BNK wasn't involved in that one. But DRX, they meet them halfway to say, you want to brawl? You want to fight? We're down. As a new record. Sadir, if you're watching, you're here. And
we were all
very
here.
Cool.
We were all here. I was here. You were here. Also you. And you.
Game 3, baby.
Game 3. Who could have seen this coming?
I think after the way game 1 ended, everyone. I think everyone knew.
There were so many opportunities for DRX to come back in that game, and they did sometimes. And
it is just another reminder that even though on paper these two teams are on 2 series and like 4 game score apart,
yeah,
none of that matters. They're basically the same. And that means that we might get ourselves some more fireworks in that 3rd game, Valdez.
It should happen. I don't know what kind of drafts we're going to be left with. That's always an interesting
I know what
thought.
BNK are going to try and do.
Play Leona.
Play like what? Leona, Jarvan.
Yeah, with Ezreal and
Fikla.
Akali.
Fikla brings out the Akali.
Yeah. It's going to happen. Well, it's a nice job by DRX. They actually had a better game number 2. They kept it together, they brawled, and they won. And they set a new record alongside of BNK for, getting the most kills in a series here in 2025 for the LCK. We are done for game number 2. We'll be back for game 3.
나 이제 중딩지 들어갈래? 이거 1타 10타 좀 지키면서 하자. 오케이. 바이 크게 돌았어. 여기 세네가 앞에 나오는 거 이제 터지면 좋아. 여기 이쪽 활짝. 바이 여기 있다. 여기 저변. 따뜻해. 돌렸다. 야 라이트 꼭. 니코 옆에. 암라인. 나 코르키 끌어도 돼. 코르코. 야 바이 도고. 가줄게. 야 라이드 볼게 라이드. 미드 그대로 가면 끝나. 미드 그대로 가면 끝나. 나이스.
The time has come to prune the tree. Much has changed, and I do not understand why. Not truly. Set upon them. The eye sees, the fist crushes. I mustn't take a single breath for granted.
was there, you were there, we were there when records were made. BNK DRX, DRX, the most kills in the year in one game, 49 kills back and forth as DRX battle back to tie the series. And now we're here for one more time. Will it be another record-breaking performance? I cannot wait to see here, Atlantalist.
Yeah, me too. Totally share your enthusiasm there, Digon, because that was some video games that we just got to observe. Some serious video gaming did occur. It did look like B&K were able to pull themselves in it throughout most of that game. I came out of the draft, though, thinking that this was going to be a long night. Because it just really did not fill me with a whole lot of enthusiasm. Once again, the Vi is punished.
Yeah. And Rise Group games are just full of joy. Like whenever you watch Legend Group
just like
games,
Wadid's voice.
You know?
Wadid's voice.
It's all about, it's so complicated. Legend Group games are just complicated. They think about rotation, small macro, whatever details. Rise Group games, they just fight. Fight over and fight. Like that's a simple way to enjoy the League of Legends here. And here, I mean, we couldn't find a great angle to pick a like.
There were too many highlights in this game to really pick a favorite. So he just grabbed a few, is basically how it goes. Mainly because the gameplay was just all at such a level, you know?
Yeah, I mean, here anyways, I think B&K did such a great job with focusing on front target, especially with Nico and Corki. I think this is the moment where they felt comfortable.
Yeah, and the flanking Victor really did help B&K out in this particular moment. As we did see, like this is a perfect example of the fact that B&K did have a lot of control throughout the mid game, and it kind of looked like they'd be able to make this comp get the snowball to work, and unfortunately just didn't quite get there. And like I really did start believing, right? Because Clear's Cassante got kind of massive. He was able to find the backline every time. He was beelining towards Teddy, but the Senna did do some Senna things later on.
Yeah. Senna got to scale. We've seen in Game 2 scaling comps generally are pretty good. We've seen the Sivir kind of pop off in Games 2. This time the Senna being able to do that. And it especially helps when the opponent's AD carry walks into melee range of things.
Not
this
walk.
is what Diablo did.
It's a little different.
Oh, yeah, Diablo.
Valkyrie mode.
Oh, yeah, Diablo. Let's go to the Game 3. You're locking in right there. Let's go, Diablo. You did it.
He did. In this moment, that was just kind of it.
Yeah. I mean, it was just disaster from Diablo there. I think this is the moment where DRX finally reached the point where they get the Nash, and they finally, I think it was kind of one-sided after that. So it was just crucial from him. I mean, it was just disaster.
It's so rough, and it's also they're playing into Victor and Senna. So like, if you in that moment decide to throw it all away, it's never coming back.
Yeah,
it's not going to bounce.
Over-aggression.
And this goes back to what I was saying after game number 1. Diablo didn't have the greatest performance on Burst, but they got the win. This time on Corki, more eggs in his basket.
The limit testing, he reached the edge, right? And we talk about limit testing, you have to get to the edge.
Yeah.
Okay? I found it. And like, let's never go there again. Okay? We don't, the limits have been tested.
Again, if it was Legend Group, they were like, oh my god, I can't really go in. Like, I have to think about the possibilities. Like, can I go in? No! He doesn't care. I'm in a Rise Group. My name is Diablo. I'm going in.
I'm in an aeroplane.
That is what happened. I am pretty interested now what the most kills in a series would be in 2025. Now that we've broken the single game record, 49 here. Also, who are your standout players that you want to see for game number 3?
I'm just still glued to Diablo, man. I'm trying to see whether he's going to actually position correctly. I know we should be focusing on DRX, and if it was DRX, probably Rich would be where my eyes are. I think he actually had a decent Rumble game and then managed to get some things done in this game, although mid-game wasn't great. But still, I think it's probably on him to make some stuff happen later in. And of course, you know, Teddy's always there.
Yeah, definitely. Teddy is the reason why I actually predicted for DRX. He's known as Nexus for the team. And I think his performance on Senna was not stable enough, but I think at the end, he showed up why he's the reason why DRX is one of the favorite AD carry team when it comes to the carry. So I feel like Teddy, he needs to show up in the game 3.
Yeah, these are the types of games you need to win, especially in the Rise group. It's not about always being perfect. It's about surviving and moving on. And right now, both of these squads.
It's not
doing a
about
good
being
job surviving.
perfect. It's about being better than your opponent. Okay, that's the Rise group mentality that you have to have. And in this group, you have a much higher chance of being better than your opposition because a lot of the really good ones are over in the other group.
Yeah, we did. Final thoughts here. Give me the speech as we toss to the cash. Give me the speech.
I told you, you don't have to think about it. Just enjoy it. That's how Rise Group works.
And that's what we're going to do for the final time today. Let's send it back on over to our two very enjoyable casters. It's Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you guys for that wonderful breakdown and for giving us the chance to break into game number 3. As game 2 was very enjoyable. Game 1 was great as well. Can game 3 outdo it?
I'm also about to have a wonderful breakdown if we get another one of those games. Very funny, very Rise group. Not quite sure what it all means.
It means game 3.
It means game 3, and maybe that's all that matters.
You know, we said it at the beginning. Wadid just said it here. You just sit back and enjoy the culture, right? You just enjoy the experience. You're like, that was really cool. I loved that team fight. You
are talking to a challenger's enjoyer. I mean, I have my fair share of experience with it, and we just gonna embrace it. I've been here before. In fact, many of the players you are watching right now were also there.
That's true.
Because Claire was, Raptor was, Diablo was, Sponge was, Yehu was, Undil was.
Teddy for a time.
Well, I mean, yeah, I didn't really catch that. I'm not gonna lie. And then, you know, Teddy's been around for a very long time.
Why are we banning Wukong on blue side in game 3? When it's 11 and 3.
I don't know.
It's like the best first pick by far.
I don't know. I am not a knower. I am not aware. I am not.
What is aware anyway? Are there wares just like running around and stuff? Maybe it's in Australia or something?
What's aware?
That's what I'm asking you. You said you're not aware. So I was just wondering if you knew what one was.
And then I don't like the direction you've been taking recently. I feel like we already have the Atlanta list. We don't need the dad. I guess you are a dad now, so
yeah, it's just a natural transition.
It's just what happens. Is this
Max is just older than us? It just took me 3 years. Okay.
Cyan gets banned away as well. Trundle obviously already out, so no Cyan counter unless you want to put Rich on Cho'Gath. But I don't think that's.
What do they want to play?
That's a good idea.
What is available that's OP that they want to first pick here?
Probably a jungler. I feel like junglers are the hardest to also reliably counter, like Sejuani. Might be an early Sejuani prio. But I don't think you B1 it. I don't think that's right. What do you pick here?
First pick Akali. Wait.
Gwen's open.
Wait.
That can't be
Wait,
right.
Aurora's also open.
Yeah, then you definitely don't go Gwen. Don't do. Although, I'm not gonna lie, I think Rich's Renekton was good. I don't know if Rich Aurora really is going to be the end of you.
Well, he has to play it.
Well, he has to. Yeah, he doesn't have a choice.
Or he can play on Bessa like Zeus did.
I like that more. I think Rich is better at Mbessa than he is at Aurora. I know Aurora is a stronger champion, but you can even give it to Yehu.
Yeah, how about both?
Oh. Well, I mean, I also don't think Yehu is. I think Aurora, to me, as strong as she is execution based. You need to have a good sense of when to engage with your ult and like when you can go in and when you can't. If you do that, I think she's really broken. But I don't think that the barrier of execution is really quite as low as with some other mids. But I guess we are probably locking this in for Rich as the top lane counter matchup.
Jarvan.
That's big because I actually thought that BNK were going to play that. So is this where we slam Poppy?
I'd like a Poppy. I think Poppy's great in general, especially in game 3.
What else would we be going? Like, you need something that can deal with the Jarvan ultimate. That's
Galio?
Fine. Yeah, Galio makes sense. I like Galio. Galio into Jarvan I think is also good. And also, you
Sivir.
deny No, I think this is good. You deny them also the opportunity to slam Galio themselves here, right?
Yeah.
Because that means that Sivir doesn't get to play the game.
There it is.
There it is. Maybe we were fooled. Now, Aurora into...
I was.
Well, I mean... I mean, neither of us really were. But
yeah.
I didn't expect them to show it here. So maybe they're afraid. Now they definitely have to pick it, right? Because I feel like otherwise it's definitely going to get banned. So they do lock it in. What 80 carries are still available for Teddy here? So we have what? We have Jinx, we have Aphelios, we have Ezreal.
Yeah. Ezreal Leona could be the angle for Diablo and Kellen. I wouldn't mind if one of those got banned away. Ziggs.
You might also argue that
Xayah.
Yeah, Xayah's good here for Diablo.
But oh yeah,
it doesn't really work that well.
Still up.
It doesn't really work that well the rest of the comp is the downside.
There's the Poppy.
Okay,
ban.
they are going Xayah Rakan if you don't ban either of them. But that Poppy, that feels like a giveaway. I actually respect it. I think this is one of the type of situations with how these two teams have been playing. MF, I think, actually goes hard now. Like with how messy the setups have been.
You play Sivir Braum.
If you have full... Yeah, that is true.
But...
I think the MF ban is fine. I think you ban MF and
then you're like blinding Braum and...
What do you pick here? So they ban Rakan, so Xayah doesn't look nearly as appetizing. I think Xayah also isn't as good into Sivir. Some of our other picks that we have seen.
Ezreal.
I don't hate Jinx. I think...
Zeri.
I mean, maybe.
Lulu.
Do we really blind Lulu?
Yeah, Lulu and go Jinx. Or Zeri. Just later. Maybe they thought that Sivir Lulu would be the play.
Might be crank time. Might be time to pull out the Blitz crank.
The Kel crank? That doesn't work at all.
It doesn't work even remotely.
Yeah. I don't know.
No, I'm trying to think of something.
Blitz crank Kellen? Because it starts with
Isn't
a K?
it just cranking?
Crank? No.
It doesn't really work.
Wait. That's not a champion.
The Nefiri?
Wait, what?
We're bringing it back?
That's not a champion. What do you mean?
So there's two schools of thought when you're playing into Lulu. You can either pick something out of skills or pick a hook champion, or you can say, I don't care, and just pick an engage champion. I don't like that third option. I hope they don't do that. Theoretically, this Galio could also be flexed. I don't know.
He doesn't care. He's going to play an engaged champion.
BNK, I knew this was going to happen, but I don't like it.
Zeri.
Lulu.
And they banned Lucian.
Is the biggest winner of this is Wadid. Like, I'm looking at these two drops.
The DRX Predator.
The DRX Predators, I think, are feeling really good.
Are they really going to take my 10 out of 10 away?
Would be fitting.
You know, I don't care about Preds, but my 10 out of 10, that would be sad. That would be very sad.
Well, we've seen enough between these two teams that it's just going to come down to the fights. There is resets for BNK. I also really love the Galio and the power that it has when it comes to these messy type of games.
I can't believe Nefiri's being played.
Yeah, I can't believe it either. Champion has not looked good recently. I can't believe that DRX got this good a comp, because I actually think they have everything. They have engaged, good disengage, good safety. I think their mid game is a little so-so.
Yeah.
That's really the only downside that I can see.
But they're playing into Sivir, so...
Yeah, that is true.
Kind of just wade through that. Like, win early game, sit there for mid game, or if you're ahead enough, just win. And then just win late game potentially. But who knows? An opportunity for Diablo to not Valkyrie in and kind of sit back and spell shield. His Sivir was great last time.
He physically can't, Valdez.
Yeah. Well, you can still flash, but that's a different story. We'll see if that actually happens here as game number 3 starts right now.
시간사의 학교에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Level 1, Sponge, just kind of running in. He has to flash. BNK smartly will not follow flash. Don't know how that actually started.
What is the timer here? Oh my god, if you got the cancel. Oh, never mind. It's the zone teammate. I thought it was Sponge back in there. Like,
Yeah.
what? I don't think it matters that much. Like, no flash on Sponge is unfortunate for his early gank timers, but it's Jarvan. So actually locking him down is really hard unless his flash or a flag and drag rather is down. Not seeing anything surprising. Otherwise, when it comes to the setups, all looks pretty standard.
Yeah. Playing Leona into this, I am not so sure about. Not going to have a very fun time into the Lulu, which was picked first.
In a bad way, yeah.
Yes.
I don't like the laning phase. It's also, so I guess the school of thought is we need something that can lock down Zeri. Does Leona even do that?
No. You just take cleanse, and Leona doesn't exist.
And you also still have Lulu, so like you go in and you get polymorphed and then she gets ulted. I just...
Yeah.
Maybe the thought was that we need someone to go in and deliver the Galio, but we do have Neferi.
Yeah.
That's kind of what she does.
I think it's just it's BNK, and it's comfort. It's comfort for Kellen. He likes his Leona, or at least he's played a lot of Leona. And they said, or he said, pick me Leona. We're playing it. Regardless of what was on the other side, regardless of what they were playing into, knowing that Teddy would just go cleanse Zeri. As we're holding the wave, there is a ping. They want to gank bottom lane. Flash comes in. Gonna lock down the Lulu, actually. But the polymorph as finally, here comes Raptor, level 3, with the red buff. And with no flash on Ondil, he's in so much trouble. First blood given over to Raptor with a nice early gank timing from him.
I can't believe that the Leona setup actually worked. Fools we were. As fools we were.
We should have known. We should have known.
As Raptor, I can't remember the last time I've seen a jungler not full clear. But guess what? If you get an early kill, you pick up double longsword. That is worth. Particularly on the Fairy, a champion that has the opportunity to really snowball. As
he's just dead. It's just a solo kill. Yahoo! And we'll have to see how that all started. But yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah, that can't happen.
Our Galios really walk the line always.
So you kind of have to, but not that close. As Kellen, oh, Ondil, if he dodges that E, I actually think he lives. Because then they can't stay on top of him, can't do a little bit of extra damage that comes through. So...
Oh.
Why do we go in? I know, even if you get the knock-up.
Yeah, you get the knock-up, you don't kill him, you die anyway.
It's legitimately the ARI damage, by the way, that killed him.
Yeah.
Or what is it? No, wait, is it Scorch?
Wait.
I think it's Scorch.
Scorch?
I'm not even joking, like, because he was alive when the pullback.
2025? No, I know you take it. I'm just...
It
Scorch getting a kill in 2025?
What's
crazy.
What else would it be? That's insane.
And in game 3, we have Gwen versus Ambessa. That's
kind of crazy.
It's just kind of like draft ban chicken, you know? Where it's like, we're not going to ban it. And then the other side's like, well, we're not going to ban it. We're going to leave a counter open. What are you going to do? Are you going to pick it? And then they did. And, well, they got the counter and they got a different counter as well. So DRX kind of...
All right, Raptor. Game plan is gank bot. Although I do think that this time they do not overstep. So there isn't really an opportunity here. So we're just going to go for the next full clear. He did pick up his blue buff. So that's still on a timer. That's actually kind of crazy.
Why farm when you could just kill?
The Vikla versus Yehu matchup really is one of two mid laners who have been struggling so far. I was not expecting Yehu to really do exactly what we're witnessing here, which is just a complete and utter destruction of Vikla.
Yeah, and it's a Vikla who's returned to Rookie of the Year form.
You're doing this to spite me. I can see it in your
No.
face. Yes, you are.
No, I just wanted to mention the narrative point we had from earlier.
No, you're Feltus, I can see you.
No.
You're not. No, I can.
I would never do that.
I'm looking at you right now. I'm seeing that little grin. A little smug? No, that's not happening in front of my face.
Definitely not.
Do my eyes deceive me, Veldas?
Yes.
Okay.
This time they do. Yeah. I would never talk about Vicla's rookie of the year form. I mean, he did look good last series.
He did. He looked good in game 1.
He did, didn't he? Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of like a Galio struggling in lane. Like, he made a mistake. It's not the end of the world, but it's definitely a mistake that shouldn't have happened. So, most important thing I feel like more than anything else is to just not get tilted if you're him, and just try to calm down, just try to farm.
Don't get tilted. Also,
your Galio.
Gold's even. We are just
cruising,
kind of chilling.
Just like Raptor, hiding on bush.
He's not 6 yet. I guess he's looking to red buff.
Yep, should spawn any second. Yep, he's doing it. And Raptor could take that away.
That timing there from Sponge actually spots him as he does it. Raptor hasn't based ever since he got that first kill. Picked up the double longsword, so we'll be having a juicy buy here. If this game just goes to late though, like who actually wins? Because I feel like Zeri, Lulu in our heads is like auto win, but I feel like Zeri hasn't actually had that status for a while. And there is also Gwen and Sivir on the enemy team.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually kind of interesting. I think it will come down to whether DRX can kill Diablo or buy enough space for Teddy. Like, those are kind of the two. They have great tools, right? They have the Jarvanot, they have both Aurora and Bessa.
Ooh. Maybe he didn't want to take that.
No, Raptor's in the area. Although, so is Sponge.
I mean, yeah, Sponge is there. Andal just hit level 6 off the wave. Oh, we're going. Teddy with Cleanse and Flash, and he's going to have to use both of them.
That's big, though. Not getting the opportunity there to E, instead having to use the Flash. That's a big win. Kellen making us believe. Oh, Sponge just walks up and smites it. Easy peasy.
Yeah, we got to re-engage here. This is why Kellen picked that Leona. He's going in. And so they are. They got the ult right on that backline. Kellen going to be zoned away and killed. Raptor as well. Clear in the backline himself. Finally going to be able to pick up one, but now it's 4 members of DRX just on the chase. And that's another kill over to Teddy, who's enjoying a very nice and free early game.
As of course, we have our 5v5. As we see the value of the Lulu, I think actually come through. They BNK can't help themselves. They're going to fully commit to the fight. And they start off trying to get a kill on Sponge, and then both Rich arrive, and Andal just presses R. And now, kill for Teddy. Early snowball started here for Sponge. Everything pointing towards a very good direction here. As we go in again on Sponge, look at that. The combo comes through. And then here, Yeo's already there. By the time the apple starts autoing people, half his team is dead or dying. And then Clear flashes for the kill onto the Lulu. It's fine, but it's not great. And DRX, what did, I'm sure, currently joyous. Brandon Veldas, his 10-game
it's on the line.
On the line.
I know, it's very scary. With BNK giving kills over to Zeri. Yeah.
How are you feeling, Mr. Veldas?
About the Pred?
About the Pred.
I mean, like you've said many times in this series, I think it really does come down to whoever's going to play better as the game comes along. Like, it's great for DRX. They're getting Teddy very fed. That's pretty big. But it's only 200 gold in the lead in the 80 carry position, and there's not going to be any significant items ahead. So, you know, might just come down to the way it goes. I'm worried about the Lulu. Like, as a BNK guy, you were just talking about it, I am worried about the Lulu and the potential disengage, because if you can peel off of that, Leona, you're really very much just kind of chilling. A bit more trading here, but Vicla doesn't seem to be winning that anytime soon.
He's not losing his heart anymore, though, with the Spectre's Cowl done. So at least feeling good about that. Might be an angle when Raptor shows up towards the bot side of the map here, but we'll see if there's actually a window given by Yehu. Doesn't look like it's the case. Maybe a cancel angle here for Vikla is... Yeah, Yehu not going to fall for it. Could have been like, oh, he's low, I'm going in. Doesn't actually end up happening.
Yeah. Good hold for now.
Actually a pretty sizable gold lead for DRX early on.
Yeah.
With an arguable scaling advantage as well.
Yeah, jungle mid-jungle, doing very well. Even Rich, you know, he's behind, but he's catching up. You can tell in this matchup after picking up the Eclipse, Clear has to go back and buy himself.
It's also GigaChat 1 item finish versus not GigaChat 6 components. You know,
6 components.
Well, I guess...
Actually, it's 5.
Ring is... Okay. Actually, you're right. I got no defense.
Yeah.
Early dragon being taken. But I'm going to be real with you.
Thanks.
I'm normally not. Normally I'm alive.
Yeah, I know. That's why.
Yeah, no, you know, I'm...
Finally. Some honesty from Chronicler.
After 4.5 years.
Yeah. Now that you're leaving, it's like, well, you can say whatever you want, right?
No one's going to stop me.
All right, little ult in here. Needles are going to miss. And now Clear. Is it a bait? There is visions, they know. It's not going to be baited. The rest of the team was coming up the river. Pizza Strength, by the way, was picked up by DRX.
Yeah, following the second Drake. We also have a Cloud, which is a very fun soul. Atlas happy. As I was saying, I would love it for the symmetry if DRX beat BNK, because then we have the trinity of Bro beating DRX, DRX beating BNK, BNK beating Bro.
Yeah.
Like, that just feels right to me.
And those 3 teams are basically in the same spot.
Yes, they are.
So...
And it keeps the race for that not to be in 9th, which is really what it comes down to. So fun.
Yeah.
And so exciting, because let's say that DRX win here, right? That means that they're only a single series behind BNK. They're even with Bro. They'll be 1 game score behind Bro.
That's pretty close.
That's doable.
There's only, you know, 1 other scoreline that could be closer. So it's really close.
And also means that BNK don't build their lead, right? Because BNK would go to -11, which is only 2 games ahead of Pro. Still a series though, so BNK is still in the best spot to not fall down. But it does really highlight, like, we talk about the Legend group, you know, and like, oh, it's cool. I'm alive, they're gonna get overtaken by T1. But the real battle, as so often is the case, is being fought.
The real battle
in the Legend, or in the Rise group rather, because guess what? If you're not in top 2 in the Legend group, oh no, it's fine. You know, you're just not getting as good of a position. You're still there, still at the table. If you're 9th,
I mean, for that, you don't want to get 5th, because then you have to play in play-ins, right? That's the real issue. But as you mentioned,
you're still in play-ins.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Ooh. Yeah, you're still playing for something.
If you're 9th,
you're
out.
Your year is over.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's the end of it.
You don't get to enjoy the giant month of best of 5s that we have.
And it's, unless we have a truly historical collapse of DK, which I, on a fundamental level, believe in, but on the gameplay level right now, doesn't seem like it's likely. It's going to be BNK, it's going to be Bro, it's going to be DRX. So DRX winning here could have massive ramifications. Don't forget, even like the 2-0 that Bro got over DK at the end of this, that's why DK is here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have even had a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Can all snowball Velda.
Bro has its hands in everything, you know? It's controlling everything like the Puppet Master.
So Dagon is the Puppet Master?
No, he's not the leader of Bro. Just of the Bro fan club.
Is he? I feel like Atlas. Who was the first on the Bro fan club train? Wasn't it Atlas like way back? LOL King Lava. Was it just Twitch chat?
I started. It was just Twitch chat.
And we just followed it like the sheep we are?
Yes.
That makes sense.
That is our job, in fact, actually. And going for a little play here onto the turret. Not sure about that one. And he immediately backs away, especially with the collapse coming into mid. Kellen looking for it. He's going to get the slowdown and the flash out of Ondil.
That is nice. Not enough to tilt the game in their favor, but some wins being found here. Bot lane turret also falling. And you know what this reminds me of the like following Twitch chat, that there's a lot of people that won't know about Twitch plays Pokemon, that never experienced that.
Yeah.
Which is still one of the funniest and most interesting things Twitch has ever done. There's been like a lot of studies done as well, because it's just such a crazy cultural phenomenon.
Yeah. I was there.
Yep, me too.
Just like you guys were there for game 2 when we broke the record for 2025. Most kills in a game at
when we
49.
Had the first Chronicler play-by-play in 6 years. Yeah. When we had the
extremely rare.
We had the extreme. Yeah, we had the Veldanalyst. Not quite as rare. Still pretty.
Yeah, just slightly.
That's still, you know,
rare.
When you're doing your pack opening, it's still good.
Yeah. You're like, ooh, okay, yeah, that's nice. All right.
It's
you
not.
Know, it's not like the drop.
It's not the Atlanalyst.
Yeah,
that's
Omega rare.
That's like 4 boxes. You know, that's not just a pack.
Yeah.
What is the rarest in the LCK? What
I think it would be like the Dagon analysis cast.
Oh god, yeah.
All right, we're going in. They're using that Leona and that Galio. Should they have used it, though, is the question, as yes, Andal is going to go down, and now he can just hold on a Teddy. The damage already done. The bleed is there. He flashes in for the kill. B&K, they are ruthless, and they nearly even get Yehu as well.
Get me a replay. That was actually crazily well done from Kellen, because it started off with him looking caught, but man, B&K pulled through. Oh, and that means the game basically dead even again, and that's right where we like it, Valdez.
Yes.
Okay, so watch this. So at first it looks like he's just getting collapsed upon. So he starts off Eclipse, then gets the proc, and then goes on top of the Lulu.
Yeah.
So Lulu doesn't get to play throughout this entire sequence. Vikla also flash taunts.
What did he ult Yehu?
I have no idea. It must be a misclick, because I imagine you're trying to ult. You would be trying to ult yourself.
I think he might live for a lot longer if he ults himself.
I think he still dies, because we did actually have the Neferi tether was already used, right?
Ah, yeah.
So the moment
That's
Raptor
true.
shows up, he still dies.
But then they couldn't have used it onto Teddy, maybe, you know?
Well, he
Less
still would have gotten
damage.
the reset.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Because it's the Neferi, right? But
yeah, like, who is this champion again?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't.
Hasn't been that long, but I don't know.
There's also been 2 versions of it, right? So,
True.
Although, let's be real, we didn't see that.
The first one didn't really
Old Neferi wasn't real. But all this does is pull back the game to a perfect equilibrium.
Yeah.
I'm also kind of wondering, because the guys had a lot of ideas about food. What is the rarest LCK card you can get? Like, what actually is it? So Dagon Shiny, which is Dagon like, maybe Dagon not predicting bro in a matchup where you feel like he should predict bro. I'm not saying...
He's done that a lot, though.
Has he? No, but
Yeah.
I'm saying in matchups where you wouldn't expect them to have a chance. I'm not saying like predict bro against Genji.
Yeah.
I feel like outside of that, if they're playing any other team, he's always bro.
Sure.
Just love bro.
Bro aren't even here, but you know what? I love bro, says Dagon. Why did Atlas do that? That was really mean.
Well, I hope the space can later enlighten us as to why that happened.
Is the Atlanalyst just like...
Is he bullying?
Yeah, is he just a bully? I don't know. That was what did? What?
What? No.
No, it wasn't.
No, that wasn't.
Okay, well...
Evil what did?
Evil what did as well.
Is it actually? Was it Evil what did? Okay, this is very... That's the rarest card!
Evil what did, yeah. All right, we're doing it again. Gonna get the cleanse out of Teddy. And it, you know what? Tempo vibes, they might be confusing, but you can feel it. Like, B&K are behind, but they are leading the tempo. The vibes are in their favor.
No, the tempo vibes. They're also ahead on tempo. But we need to be very, I feel like we need to be very deliberate with our use of tempo, not to actually upset people that know what the concept means.
That's true, yeah.
And actually...
I have to be careful.
You know, talking about base timers and when you get to move on the map, when your opponent moves, and when you move out a turn or in. That's all different. Tempo vibes, however, though, are an Atlas invention and can mean whatever the hell he wants it to mean. So, incomprehensible, Evil Wadid, that's the rarest LCK card. I don't know, Wadid seemed me a little mischievous.
Yeah, no, he's pretty mischievous in general. But he also like volunteers for stuff, so I don't know. It's like he's a really hard guy to read at times.
Yeah, I cannot read that man at all. I don't know what I'm watching.
I don't know what does this mean? What did he mean by that?
I do think that what it is really embracing Rise.
Uh-oh.
Well, is it? I guess it is!
All right, we're just sending it. In goes to Galio 2, and Teddy's dead!
How did that work?
They just did it! They just pressed their buttons.
Did it work?
Well, Vikla doesn't have flash, so it didn't work.
It didn't work!
Wait, they're getting a turret in top 2! Woo!
I love it when I ask how does it work and then it doesn't.
Yeah.
That's good. Wait,
Because you know it shouldn't.
Sponge, you can't die.
Oh, he wants to go in. Exhaust, fade it out.
This is just a free versus free as long as Rich doesn't arrive. Rich is on his way, so they decide to dip. That's not good.
Otacon.
BNK, that's not what you want. That was a little overforce. Just a tiny bit.
Yeah, Tempo Vibe's pretty crushed after that.
So they just get Otacon for free?
Yes.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay.
I think maybe BNK get the Drake unless DRX is going to run immediately down. So that's something.
So, Raptor, you can't lead with the... I think if he doesn't lead with the untargetability, maybe he gets out.
But I don't think he would have been in range unless he got that speed boost.
I guess he wouldn't have. But then don't go for the play. Just like, you use the TP, it's fine. Which I know BNK would never do that. Also, does this actually mean that much in the grand scheme of the game? I don't know. It's Rise. You know, we're just here for the ride. Maybe we should rename it to Ride Group. Because we're just on
I don't know about that.
Yeah. Because we don't know what happened.
I like Rise Group better.
It is better. Let me dream. Even though it's a bad dream. You know, that's okay. Still do that.
I'll let you stay in your nightmare.
Oh. The Gwen?
How do they still have flanks with these TPs? Over the wall, this area's totally fine. The Aurora ult was kind of confusing, and down will go Kellen. A little bit too deep on that one, I would say, as now Diablo all by himself against an Ambessa, but he's got a little bit of help from Vikla. Rich has to flash away. The re-engage from BNK is Raptor. Full on health, but now he's not. Tons of damage done by this Aurora.
They remember up, but the health bars are low. Yahoo!
Who's going in? Oh, not quite enough.
But they got Drake. That's soul point for DRX. That's still a win.
Yes, it is.
Guys, it's okay. This is not...
It's Nefiri. Wait, he stopped the back.
It doesn't matter. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, no. That would, like, make that player go AFK in solo queue.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a GG.
Thankfully, we're not in solo queue.
So we're going crazy as Kellen goes in. They try to 100-0 Yale, and it just doesn't even work a little bit. He gets ulted, then hops out. How is this fight even close? And I think it's due to DRX kind of splitting up a little bit too much. That taunt from Vikla there to ensure that Diablo doesn't die, actually really clutch from him.
Yeah.
And then you have the reposition from Raptor, but their health bars are all gone. So we are getting soul point for DRX, which in this series has been absolutely insanely powerful. Because let's be real, this game's a little bit of a mess. Also, shout out to Yeo, redemption game on the Aurora. If he dies there at the beginning of the fight, I don't think they get it done.
Yeah. It's really important for him now with this gigantic lead. I mean, this is the biggest in the game to carry. On the other side, I feel like Clear's in a pretty good spot. Like, he lived for so long. He was part of the reason why they were all looking behind at the back of that play. As now we're just diving in once again. The taunt is good, and this time we were just saying how important it was for him to carry. And he gives the shutdown to the Sivir. As now Clear, the other guy who has to carry, goes down too. So, I don't know.
Well, they invested a lot, though. Multiple ultimates used. We'll see if they can get out. The health bars aren't looking too good. Maybe looking for a turn as Rich goes in.
Yeah, looking for the turn here. The taunt onto 2. Gonna do a lot of damage. Diablo is really pumping out the damage at this point in time. He is quite low, though. Teddy, a couple of autos is just gonna do it. The triple comes out for Teddy. And there it is. The Fountain Laser is alive with a Quadra.
That is going to be Baron for DRX. What a roller coaster of a game, but that's what I was saying. Like, yes, they get Yehu, but they use so much in making this play work. Not waiting for the wave means that Kellen actually takes crazy amounts of damage. And then while this is happening, Clear can't get caught like that. If he is alive with the rest of the team and he doesn't get taken down or Teddy gets caught there, maybe it's playable instead. Really nice slow play there. That's the Nash. And that Nash is going to lead as well into, I mean, at this point, the fact that it's even remotely close, testament to BNK's fighting capabilities, but they're not getting out there, right? Like, there's no way they have to try and turn the fight, but you're not turning onto Teddy, so what can you do?
Yeah.
And again, I keep going back to it, but I feel like this Lulu should have been answerable for BNK. You need to go for something that can neutralize it. Leona just doesn't do that.
You know who neutralizes who? Is Lulu against the Leona. So
we also have Atlas's take on the rarest LCK card.
Yeah, I saw.
It's positive, optimistic wolf. So I guess on the contrary, it would also be negative, like pessimistic Mao.
Yeah.
That's like the both sides.
Yeah.
It's like...
or like really lawful, like not conniving Ox.
Oh,
you know?
Ox when he's...
like following the rules.
Yeah.
We got like a little split thing going on and
TP.
another flank TP. They just keep getting these. There's a lot of damage. He's going to taxi over to Vikla and just get away. Meanwhile, the turn, but not really a lot of damage, and a big cataclysm onto that front line. Looks like DRX are running away with this one. They're going to get that Nafiri, who for some reason exists. And now it's a big push here. They already have the Baron. And Wadid, the one DRX predictor, is going crazy. We've lost control of the Wadid.
This Teddy not gonna let this win slip through his fingers. Punch goes in.
That is a combo if I've ever seen one. That was beautiful. What a great way to end this game, too. Teddy lives at the back of it, too. Double kill comes out for him, and it is done. This best of 3, DRX going to take the 2-1 victory over BNK.
And our weapon triangle is done. It's complete. Bro is able to beat DRX. DRX just now beating BNK, and BNK 2-0ing Bro at the start of this week. Mr. Brendan Valdez, we have a fight for that 6th and 7th place spot on our hands. And DRX are ensuring that it does remain competitive. If they would have lost here, I think the lead might have become too big for them to deal with. But that is not the case. Some happy faces on the team. Very, very, very important win here for DRX.
Yep, we talked about it, and it finally came through. I wasn't a believer, especially after game 1. Barely went over to the side of BNK. I thought they were just going to win in the mental battle in game 2, but no. DRX fought back, and they made it happen. Every single win is a struggle. It's a battle, but, you know, sometimes what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and hopefully DRX, they use this to bounce in the right direction. You know, they start to improve a bit more. Their next matchup is going to be up against DNF, actually. So, as we know, DNF, the most struggling team in the Rise group. It's an opportunity for DRX to continue to practice, continue to try to gain some momentum, and maybe even show us a DRX that can consistently challenge Bro and BNK.
And Bro, now looking at their match tomorrow against DNF, that's a must-win. I want to try and ensure that the gap between you and BNK, between you and DRX, stays as large as possible. Because right now, Bro is behind BNK, but with BNK losing here with a 2-1 score, if Bro 2-0 tomorrow, then all of a sudden they're even again. As Yehu, definitely a big redemption game. But for me, I think DRX today was relying on the players they've often relied on. It's Ondil, it's Teddy, and it's Sponge. Sponge, when he's not performing, I think the team struggles, but this Jarvan game was great. But the main story is the bot lane. Both Ondil's performance have been amazing, and Teddy making it work on the Zarya pick that we haven't seen had a lot of success in this 3rd and final game.
Yeah, I mean, Zeri Lulu, it's a classic, and it feels really good for Teddy. I think maybe, you know, picking the Lulu first, was he perhaps considering Jinx as well, but they hovered Zeri before, the Lulu, and then they pick the Lulu, and then they pick the Zeri. So, yeah, either one I feel like is really right in Teddy's toolkit, you know, like in his toolbox. Like he knows how to play both of those picks extremely well. And that's the type of AD carry that he is. He's your late game, super reliable, hyper carry kind of player. So he'll play the Sivir, the Jinx, the Zeri, and just like we saw now. This is exactly what Wadid said, by the way, when he said that he was predicting DRX. He trusts in Teddy to carry in some of these crazy late game scenarios. He's the reliable one. And even though he's tried another series for DRX, it hasn't really been successful, but tonight at least it was. So
Sponge having a wonderful time. And for me, Andil, man, I feel like a lot of what we've seen recently from DRX has been him just performing well, trying his best, having consistent impact. For BNK, we can't be running out of champions in Game 3 in Fearless. Because that's kind of what it felt like.
Teddy gonna pick it up. And, you know, I think for his Senna and Zeri for sure, like his Jhin as well, he had some good moments. And then he was also playing against Nocturne in Game 1 by his own, you know, volition. Like he chose the Jhin into the Nocturne, but still.
I'm not gonna lie, I was just like, I think Teddy played the most consistent. My other considerations were Andil or Sponge, but I think Sponge at the Toronto game that was really bad. Andil, I think, actually deserves a few votes. We'll see if he gets it. Maybe he's just a Teddy 13 out of 13. I don't know. Well, that's that game. it was a lot. There was a lot going on. We learned a lot about ourselves, about food.
Yeah, a lot about food.
Enduring Bond as a caster where we can just flip rolls at this.
We were so clean with this.
It was great. It was wonderful.
So easy.
So chill. Such good vibes.
Just like, yeah, tempo vibes.
Tempo vibes.
All right, guys, we have the interview now. On that note, POM interview ready to go. I'll hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation. Joined by Teddy on the side of DRX. Congratulations. Thank you. In the intense standings race of Rise Group, you took BNK FearX down to secure another victory. So what does today's victory mean to you? Yeah, we secured our 7th win, and I feel like we have become a bit more competitive in the ladder, and I think we are seeing a lot more potential. And you actually got another POM after that last match against DN Freaks. So when you went on a rampage with Zeri, you might have predicted your POM, so are you happy with your performance? I felt like it wouldn't be unusual for anyone in our team to get the POM. I think everyone else actually deserved the POM today. So after a regretful Game 1 drop, you turned everything around with Games 2 and 3. So what feedback was there? In Game 1, I think overall, I believe we lacked a bit of focus. So I think we all just... The main feedback there was mainly just, let's just focus up, guys. We need to concentrate. And there was a lot of back and forth throughout the series today. So which moment do you think gave you the edge in Game 3? Even in Game 3, you know, our mid got a solo kill, and I felt like that gave us an advantage. And I think when I got the Quadra at top, that's when I realized that maybe this is a one game. And the Teddy ending. Game 3 had not a lot of options for AD carries, and you guys picked Lulu in the beginning and then picked Zeri at the very end. So you're actually the first player to get a victory with Zeri in round 3, so do you think Zeri is good? I think against Sivir, she's actually pretty playable. You know, they had really good comp against Zeri, and it wouldn't really have been very good. But I think in Game 3, we were able to create a good composition to sort of come back and make sure that we lock our victory in. And we are getting a lolly night with you and Rich. So what kind of chemistry can we expect from you guys? You know, we're both sort of experience, and we're a little older on the older side, so I guess you could expect some sort of, you know, like a boomer talk. And I hope you guys enjoy the content. And DRX wrapped up round 3 with 2 wins and 2 losses, and you will meet DN Freaks next. What is your goal? Yeah, we'll face DN Freaks. I believe they have good potential and they're a solid team, so we'll have to try even harder. And we'll make sure that we can get another win down. And that's the end of the interview with Teddy. I'm back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Ayaya. All of you true LCK fans in the chat who stuck through all 5 games today, make sure to say thank you to Dear for those translations, as it was a 2-1 victory for DRX. They come back, and despite all odds, only one man here in the global cast had the vision. They saw. Yeah, that's right. They might have corroborated with Gogo and Pony.
Yeah, Gogo and Pony also up there, but we did, on our side, the only one that had belief.
You saw how much it meant to him in the cams earlier.
He was popping off as well. He wasn't even on the camera for
Yeah.
half the time, and he was just yelling. I was sitting
in
next to him.
tennis service mode. He was like waggling back and forth like this. Yeah, Teddy, right? You're doing that action. Come on, we did do it one more time.
He was doing it a bit. I don't know whether it was quite like that.
Yeah, I didn't
animated.
trust them like after the game 1, but when I saw Yehu finally kicking into the mid lane, that moment I figured out maybe DRX can have a great chance today, and finally did it. I'm so happy for them.
And honestly, I think the Wolf rule really came in this game, because it was after that first skirmish, Teddy got like 2 kills, 1 kill even, and 2 assists.
Yeah.
And from that point on, it looked really, really hard for DK to play the game.
It was just a false 9.
Yeah.
You think that Teddy is the main dealer, but it was actually Yehu who actually had
his
the great
solo
global.
kill. It was like, from that point, also, we were like, I don't know whether Vikla is going to have the same type of performance on the Galio that Faker did earlier on in the day.
No, not quite. That was a tough first death there. All right, let's take a look at the POM. For that last one, it was Teddy getting the victory there in the votes. We had some Yehu, and we had a rich shout out by media. Again, a lot of times we put the KEKW media. I like that one.
Yeah, I almost voted for Rich in this game, but decided instead that it had to be the Fountain Laser in the end. Mainly because it was a relatively forgettable performance in this one for Rich in Game 3, but it was a big one for Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, the reason, even though like, I hyped up for Teddy many times, I voted for Yehu because, especially because of the Game 3 solo kill, I feel like, I mean, Teddy already mentioned that it's really hard to play Zeri in this meta because it's just so many fights in the early game, so it's hard to reach to the point where Zeri is really strong. And I think Yehu is the one who actually earned the timer for Zeri in this game, so I feel like he deserves a vote.
All right, time for the rare Atlantalist comment vote.
Fountain Laser goes up. What did you think?
Well, it kind of goes more like Shock. Zap is more of a Jinx spell.
Doesn't electricity go zap?
That's fair, but it's more like machine gun. That's why I said like... It was more like machine gun, no?
Isn't that more like Jinx?
Let's see what Chronicler put on there. After the cast, Teddy.
I get that one.
He
that
stole
one I
it.
understand.
Love alliteration plus a callback. Cronny. A man of culture.
Wouldn't it be Teddy Tempo Tibes if it was alliteration?
You're right. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Teddy voted for Helios. Helios voting for Teddy. Hey guys, it's been a while. Don't worry, I'm so back. And remember, you'll get to see Teddy and Rich on Lolly Night.
They're going to be so back.
The Korean channels of the LCK. Both of them will be back.
I do like that Teddy also self-announced that it's going to be like the geriatric Lolly Night as well.
They were like,
very, very
we're kind of old, so we'll have some boomer talk. Oh well. It'll be good for all the DRX fans getting some Teddy and Rich time. The fact that he never lost focus, that is what a Nexus is.
Really? I didn't know that
the end.
Nexus was about focus.
Look, all other structures die first. Nexuses keep working until the end.
They do keep focusing, don't they? I thought they just existed until they died.
Cloud Templar, the dragon can't ascend without its final orb. That is Teddy.
Cloud Templar has gone crazy today, man.
Cloud Templar is like always crazy with it.
I'm really into it.
We're just gonna let that slide. What's an orb? Is it like Dragon Ball? Right? It's the final ball. All right.
Yeah, I didn't have anything.
A koi on its journey, determined to rise as a dragon. That one is Magikarp.
Yeah.
Such a good praise for Yahoo.
I sort of get that one. That one's a little bit more Pokemon based, so I'm there for that.
All right. Well, thank you for all of our commenters, and thank you, Atlas, for being on the desk today.
Hey, you're welcome. I had such a good time, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
I'm keen to come back. When can I come back? 2026?
Yeah,
Maybe.
We'll start working.
As soon as possible.
All right, let's take a look at the standings now. After that last series, it was DRX climbing up a spot, and now one game behind the Bros. The Bros play the DN Automotive Freaks tomorrow. And BNK Furex now had the opportunity to go to 9, fall just a little bit short there.
Yeah, DRX is chasing, and definitely, I really want to talk about the big difference between round 3, week 1, and this week is actually the tempo of the game. I feel like week 1 was a lot slower, but right now teams are more trying aggressiveness, and I think DRX is the one who actually slows down the game, and I think it was the key to win the game in the game 3. So I feel like they finally realized how to stabilize the game, and I think the teams in Rise Group need those kind of decisiveness.
I feel like you overanalyzed that. I feel like that was like Legend Group style analysis. You know what I think they just learned?
What do you mean?
I think they just learned, just give Teddy stuff, and Teddy will do boom boom. And then winning.
That's what
they realized.
That is what you asked for after game 1. I do remember you saying that. For clarification on the Dragon Orbs, as tomorrow's matches will be the DN Automotive Freaks versus the Giga Chad Bros, and then Nongshim trying to bounce back against Gen G. In Korean mythology, a Imugi is a lesser dragon that must obtain a magical orb known as a Yo-Uju to ascend and become a true dragon.
I like Digo when he speaks Korean.
Which is why...
That is the hardest character to pronounce as well, the one in the middle there. I hate it. I never go to the doctor purely because I never want to pronounce it. Uisa. And chair? I don't want to sit on a chair either.
Uija.
Yeah. No, I don't want to sit on one of those.
All right, well, that was
Give me a
what
couch.
Templar was going for. It was also the World's 23 Finals teaser video. So Cloud Templar just connecting all of these things. Again,
it's beautiful.
Playing 4D chess.
He's amazing.
DRX Wars Hype Train?
Oh my goodness.
Is it
Maybe
here?
they're Jew. Are they Jew?
What did you can't?
It was 3 years ago.
Teams and saying World's Hype Train. You can't do that. You
He
did it
can
with
do
D+
that.
already.
He just did it. Didn't you watch him? He's right here doing it.
Train, which could happen starting tomorrow since they're playing DN Automotive Freaks against Bros. That'll be our next and final match for tomorrow's games. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action. I know that was incorrect. That's Nongshim Genji.